Selected Writings on Race and Difference. Edited by Paul Gilroy and Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Stuart Hall. Introduction. Paul Gilroy. Race is the Prism. The biography of Stuart Hall is well known. It need not be rehearsed again here. His valuable writings have circulated around the world over a very long period of time, drawing responses from all directions and disciplines. The work has been re-examined in detail since his death by readers eager to learn from him and to absorb his many insights into the complexities of our present crisis. Yet I have occasionally overheard very sophisticated academics amusing each other with stories of their surprise at finding out Stuart Hall was a black man who had been born in Jamaica. Those pretended epiphanies unsettled me. It would be unwise to overinterpret casual comments of that sort, but discovering Hall's Caribbean origins or migrant identity could be a shock only in a world where the mission of black intellectuals remains impossible, where being a black intellectual is unimaginable, a freakish possibility. Not only were those silly, shameless remarks premised on an extraordinary ignorance of the breadth of Hall's concerns, commitments, and interests, they were also symptoms of a more widespread and telling failure to understand his political formation and trajectory. This anthology is intended to encourage an entirely different approach. It begins from the provocative possibility that reckoning with the place of race and racism in Hall's thought is indispensable for coming to terms with the meaning and the politics of his intellectual work as a whole. Since his passing, the resurgence of authoritarian and ultranationalist populisms, to which racism remains integral, confirms that the dynamic, potent effect of appeals to race, and the mobilization of racist discourses, needs to be better understood. Race is, as Hall memorably puts it, a floating signifier. It is also the highly charged matter of political ontology, located at the epicenter of our volatile environment bounded by nationalism and civilizationism. The question of how analysis of racial formations might be lodged within the larger architecture of Hall's perspectives on critical and cultural theory has acquired greater importance as his intellectual legacies have congealed. Clarification of the difficult conceptual and interpretative issues raised by racism and the politics of race promises more than just a better grasp of the course of Hall's own thought and the critiques of liberal piety on racial matters that he delivered so inspiringly and energetically from the left. It can illuminate his shifting relationship with the spectrum of socialist politics, with the New Left, Marxism, and feminism, as well as the international Black Power movement and the ongoing processes of decolonization that were unfolding in Africa, the Caribbean, and elsewhere. These pieces can be read first for the way that they reveal him acquiring a sense of the historical and epistemological significance of racism and race, and then for his eloquent attempts to persuade his readers of their signal political importance. Point 1. That way of proceeding affirms the wisdom in not approaching race as a separate, freestanding topic but focusing instead on the racism that animates and mobilizes races dynamically, and almost always violently. The problems that converge under those vexed headings can then be used to assemble an apparatus for thinking critically about a number of interrelated issues: culture, power, democracy, and the partial, abbreviated forms of justice and freedom that race-friendly capitalism allows. For Hall, analyzing racism and race in that way helps to identify the seams that separate critical knowledge from traditional knowledge. It can foster an expansive politics of intellectual work, inside and outside universities. Racism is not another layer of misery to be logged and added to the dismal effects of other social processes. It has a constitutive power. It shapes and determines economic and political relations. We can learn to look at history, culture, economic and social relations through the frame it affords us. Hall discovers and then repeats his enthusiasm for the idea that race has provided a prism through which British people are called upon to live through to understand, and then to deal with crisis conditions too. The idea of race provides one of the most important ways of understanding how this society works and how it has arrived at where it is. It is one of the most important keys, not to the margins of society, but offers insight right into its dynamic center. 3. In conjunction with Hall's scrupulous commitment to historically informed analysis of concrete situations, in other words to commentary produced in tune with the expectation that it will, in time, become intelligible as counter-history, this approach represents something like a methodological postulate. The distinctive general syntax of racisms must, of course, be understood in all its performative complexity. Point 4 Their protean capabilities must be scrupulously periodized, but the promiscuous effects of this scavenger ideology are laid bare by detailed historical study and should not be brushed aside. Point 5 As far as British history is concerned, these texts help to trace the evolution of Hall's concern with racism and the effects of racialized inequality from the era of Suez and the campaign for nuclear disarmament, through Enoch Powell's cataclysmic rivers of blood and beyond to the righteous riots of the 1980s, into the artistic bloom of Britain's black arts movement during the 1990s, the multicultural debates of the Tony Blair years and the crisis of neoliberal culture and society that followed. If that provincial genealogy supplies an immediate context for Hall's serial commentaries and critiques, it should also be clear that his thinking evolved in a transnational, diasporic conversation with the work of other black writers drawn from various languages, locations, and generations. Caribbean travelers, in but not of Europe, like C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, George Lamming, Kamau Brathwaite, Sylvia Wynter, Andrew Salkey, Marion O'Callaghan, and John Larrows, are only the most obvious figures whose journeys into, through, and beyond European thought in general and Marxism in particular might now help to illuminate and explain Hall's own path. Their achievements, creative and radical, supply constant points of reference in the dialogical motion of his voice as it drifts in and out of its teacherly register. This archive also shows how the urgently political aspects of Hall's writing are connected to the more elaborate theoretical positions and concerns that underpin them and how they can continue to be useful. Their ongoing relevance is less a matter of elevating the interventionist pieces to a theoretical altitude where they were not originally intended to function and more about the slow labor of tacking between the different instances of reflection concrete, concrete and abstract that, when understood in concert, can bring alive his unique perspective and conceptual system. Tracking and reconstructing that shuttling movement reveals all the care and energy that he directed toward the goals of catalyzing and nourishing new cohorts of political intellectuals. They could be brought together by the critical study of racial orders, hierarchies, representations, and signs. As the British Black Arts movement began to flourish and to amplify the emergent political voices and artistic achievements of the children and grandchildren of the 1950s settlers, it became obvious that this mode of education was far from a narrowly academic matter. Hall's characteristic approach to theoretical matters is set out rigorously in the better-known position papers included here, especially the essays that were aimed primarily at academic debates and remote or cosmopolitan constituencies like UNESCO. 6 Those dispersed readerships, outside the Anglosphere, seem to have encouraged him to experiment and take the greater intellectual and political risks that his more usual left milieu would not so easily accommodate. His engagements with Marxism and post-Marxism are deep, his employment of sociological reasoning fluctuates creatively, and his range of references is exceptionally wide. Disciplinary boundaries are breached with a chuckle. Poets jostle with filmmakers and philosophers to demonstrate the insubordinate agency of culture in the sham stability of formal politics. Colin MacInnes, whose London fiction is discussed in the opening essay here, is cited again when one of his later and more obscure novels, Westward to Laughter, pops up in the context of Hall's lucid commentary on Caribbean pluralism. 7 A large number of rhetorical tones are immediately audible: the serious, if decidedly ambivalent intellectual commentator, the cultural translator, the teacher, the unrepentant activist, the insightful critic, and the partisan reporter are a few of them. Hall's writing speaks to all of the discrepant constituencies suggested by those contending labels. Those groupings enjoyed varying appetites for the adjacence of Theory 8 and the practical political tasks of immediate action, especially in difficult institutional and governmental settings like the broadcast media and the criminal justice system. The attention devoted to lived culture fosters the ability to see not only how those fields overlapped but how they were articulated together, bonded expressively by the iteration of potent racial tropes and symbols. Hall's focus on the role of the media was innovative and influential. Several pieces in this volume show that he was the first academic to identify the systematic construction and structural configuration of racist discourse in Britain's media, representations, as well as to highlight the reproduction of racism as common sense. This aspect of his work developed an analysis of the political problems that arose with the stereotyping of black figures beyond the boundaries of news and current affairs television. By encountering Hall's work in a rough historical sequence and reading these texts as one extended body, we hope that, as his intellectual preoccupations, passions, and symptoms emerge, these essays, articles, and talks will be understood differently. Their primary objects, race and racism, are no longer marginal. They cannot be reduced either to the machinations of capitalist economic life or the melancholy drama of post-colonial psychopolitics. Their mutual assemblage on the terrain of culture challenges the reader to adopt a difficult interpretative angle capable of capturing the ceaseless interplay of material interests with racial signs, structures, and systems as well as the trauma of racialized suffering. These writings readily reveal that the arc of Hall's political imagination did not bend in one direction only, from the properly academic and the authentically militant, down toward the frothily cultural. Instead, his interventions and commentaries seek out moments and problems that convey the urgency, and the value, of taking the neglected fields of culture and representation much more seriously than the dour cults of the British left would usually permit. The politics of racism and race supplies Hall with trials and tests that can synchronize and sometimes unify his various perspectives and accents. This coordination directs readers to the adjacent problem of how his extensive reflections on racial division may have shaped his analyses of culture, ideology, and discourse or guided his approach to capitalism's mystified kinds of domination and subordination. They are asked to think about how his relentless engagement with the exploitative systems, symbolic dreamscapes, and psychological fantasies on which the racially ordered world relies might have conditioned his innovative approach to what he terms the problem of articulation. How did Hall's analysis of Caribbean and South African social and economic relations inform his observations on multiculture and multiculturalism found elsewhere? 9. These are not entirely abstract inquiries. They remain important for how Britain's indigenous racism is to be interpreted, for how it might be undone, and for contemporary debates over exactly how the post-1945 history of Britain's movement for justice and against racism is going to be written. Apart from his close familiarity with the impossible possibilities raised by the unmapped intellectual heritage of the Caribbean, Stuart Hall was a consistent if irregular participant in the public culture forged by black and anti-racist movements in the United Kingdom during more than 5 decades. 10. These texts help to survey his contribution to those discussions, but they are only a small, indicative selection. Firmly localized concerns with injustice, anti-racism, and racialized representation have been braided together with more general conceptual statements. Each dimension enhances and offsets the others to form a whole, but never a final, political interpretation. Here again, the last instance never arrives. In that process of deferral, racism is pluralized and becomes an object worthy of critical investigation rather than some transient, diverting illustration of how ideology can function as a material historical force. The less familiar pieces gathered here were first printed in a range of ephemeral publications. They stretch from the output of groupings like the Caribbean Artists Movement 11 and the National Association for Multicultural Education to the public outreach organs of the failing Kinnockite Labour Party as it struggled in vain to make itself less doctrinaire and parochial in response to the gains of Thatcherism. 12. Without reconstructing the debates that were conducted within and around Britain's movement against racism at the time, we may say that these interventions and commentaries tacitly enacted an important change of perspective. They suggest that struggles against racism and racial hierarchy can productively be understood as contributions to the salvaging and consolidation of Europe's ebbing democracies. This was possible even as the looming effects of national democracy's divorce from global capitalism began to be evident. In that dwindling civic light, holding the police to account for the systematic misuse of power revealed in their perennial conflict with Britain's black citizens/settlers was not simply or exclusively a matter of concern to racialized minorities, to blacks, and other ethnic groups. Those campaigns offered a precious opportunity to imagine, and sometimes to conduct, justice differently, in proximity to the vital politics of truth and rights. It became possible, for example, to ask what law and legitimacy should be outside of their monochromatic coding in abject black and superior white. Analyzing racism could not be stabilized or formalized as a disinterested academic pastime. It carried with it the onerous abiding obligation to specify how a world unshackled from the cruel constraints of racial hierarchy might actually differ from the present tainted arrangements. Whether focused acutely on politics or policy, many of the resulting battles sought the extension of democracy. Their demands were enhanced by the images of social transformation that had been pending in racism's repudiation and could be glimpsed in its occasional momentary overcoming. That utopia is not captured in the ideal of colorblindness. It aspired not just to vague reform and reconstruction in the name of enhanced equality of opportunity or what we might now call a corporate McKinsey version of multiculturalism, but explicitly to a reconstructed socialism and to what the feminist political culture of 40 years ago described as the projection of politics in prefigurative forms. Point 13. These were political strategies that could identify and thereby hasten alternative ways of living, acting, and governing. Today, those elusive possibilities can provide encouragement for historical assessments of race and politics that aim to take critical reflection beyond the necessary but insufficient task of repetitively tracing the familiar debilitating outlines of Europe's post-colonial crisis. Black movements in pursuit of freedom, justice, and independence initially developed from the brutal experience of enslaved, exploited imperial subjects and colonial peoples. Via abolitionism and anti-imperialist struggles, they expanded into a broader pursuit of equality, liberation, and a world purged of capitalist exploitation and racial hierarchy alike. Sometimes those hopes were rooted in religious outlooks, sometimes in communist schemes, at other times, their motivation was entirely profane, practical, or urgently defensive. The social and political movement against racial hierarchy that resulted from those alignments may be muted these days, but the residual glow from these pieces suggests that it might yet be revitalized. Stuart Hall was, among his other inclinations, a movement intellectual. He was alert to the ways in which the early phases of anti-colonial action conditioned later responses to the British Empire's thwarted post-imperial settlement. His insistence on culture as a lived relation encouraged examination of how Britain's chronic crisis was played out in and through race. Thus he was able to identify the core dynamics of an authoritarian, populist nationalism in which attachment to the comforting idea of unbridgeable, absolute racial difference has proved both fundamental and enduring. The resulting conflicts have now extended across several generations and been expanded to incorporate settlers, migrants, and refugees from all the corners of what was once Britain's planetary colonial dominion. Among young activists today there is considerable hostility toward the idea of black as a political color accessible to all non-whites, especially those who had been victims of Europe's colonial and imperial adventures. In that climate, there is real danger that Hall's apparently old-fashioned view of race politics will be harshly judged because it fails to coincide with the contemporary taste for essentialist self-scrutiny and the accompanying retreat of anti-racism into the private interpersonal world beloved of Instagram warriors who dream that racial structures and habits can be overthrown by online gestures alone. Mainstream visibility and inclusion are not the final frontiers of anti-racist politics, nor is self-care among the ultimate obligations of a black revolution. What Hall calls the political roof provided by that open, now anachronistic notion of blackness is an important part of what remains at stake in these proceedings. Point 14. The idea that black is not a phenotype or a physical description but, rather, an identity and collectivity assembled in adverse circumstances and conditioned by the effects of systematic racism may no longer correspond to the brittle edifice of contemporary black struggle. However, the effort historically to understand how and why black politics in Britain assumed an ecumenical configuration is now a valuable learning opportunity. That act of imagination and solidarity can itself be educative. It can usefully reacquaint us with the combative mentality required if the cause of anti-racism is to be redeemed from the twin seductions of narcissism and nihilism that have dominated it of late. At home, racism, nativism, and xenophobia have been bolstered by learned ignorance of imperial history and a media ecology premised on the idea that blacks are an alien presence that had been foisted on a perennially innocent nation by its duplicitous political leadership. Hostility to the black presence was generated by fantasies of grave injury to national homogeneity and indigenous white pride. Exclusionary violence was answered by a combative outlook wrought, by young blacks in particular, from fragments of the dissident Ethiopianism of the Caribbean diaspora. Drawing on that structure of feeling from the rougher end of the poor educational deal Britain offered to all its working-class youth, the forces that the poet Linton Kwesi Johnson has identified as the rebel generation challenged what could count as worthwhile historically rooted knowledge. In the process, they reaffirmed an anti-colonial tradition specified in a selection of mostly Jamaican political ancestors, Nanny, Paul Bogle, Marcus Garvey, Norman Manley. In time, that pantheon would be supplemented by additional heroic figures drawn from U.S. Black Power and Southern Africa's liberation struggles. Most important, the memory of Atlantic slavery was mobilized to infuse new chapters of dissidence with those bloody modern histories of resistance and rebellion. A second element, which is essential for understanding Hall's particular contribution, communicated the primary importance of policing and criminal justice in the everyday lives of settlers faced with apparently intractable institutional racism. These bold dispositions were animated by a critique of capitalism that, thanks to the cultural accent it gained from Hall's elegant expansion of the Gramscian vocabulary, remains useful today, even as capitalism has evolved and assumed novel, unprecedented psychopolitical and technological patterns that cannot be accessed via the unamended 19th-century political language of class exploitation and uniformity. This selection demonstrates that Hall's work was implicated in several phases of a long conflict that it helps both to chronicle and to explain. That continuing history has produced some small temporary victories in the bitter sequence of defeats that marks out Britain's relentless transformation from a partly social democratic nation to a much less equal society saturated with neoliberal common sense. Like the other Caribbean incomers of his generation, Hall felt Britain resound to the shocks that followed the discomforting reduction of its global power and reach. The country's post-imperial diminution was conveyed by the largely unwelcome appearance of citizen-settlers from the half-known tropical edges of the old empire. They bore the sacred dark blue passports that qualified them officially for belonging, but they were doomed by their unsought immersion in the country's interminable quarrels with itself along the irreparable rifts of class, region, generation, sexuality, and gender. The incomers had their precious colonial citizenship stripped from them by left and right governments alike. Their battles to restore dignity, secure recognition, and transform justice gradually yielded to the malign effects of globalization and were swamped by the austere experiment in virtual and networked social life we see today, triangulated by the imperatives of privatization, militarization, and financialization. However, the warm, active imprint of earlier conflicts can be detected in the damage that is still being done by the characteristically British blend of racism with amnesiac nationalism that Hall saw as the motor for the nation's distinctive pathological racism. His writing on race and difference now offers a welcome opportunity to re-endow an insurgent history of post-colonial settlement in the regressive order to which we are in danger of becoming resigned. It bears repetition that loud, radical demands for justice recurred at the center of more than half a century of opposition and resistance. Policing and unjust law were important foci for the militant political energy released by Britain's growing black communities. Much of that bleak history has not passed through the filters that determine and fragment the contents of the digital archive. Indeed, that archive may now have been forsaken in favor of more spectacular viral narratives of cruelty, triumph, and uplift sourced from African American culture and experience. However, it can be salvaged and retains the power to deliver an insightful understanding of power and statecraft centered on the contested meaning of racialized difference and the changing political currency of racism, both overt and inferential. One key mechanism in the metabolism of Britain's indigenous racism was the repatriation of colonial habits to the no longer imperial core. Government in the colonies differed markedly from the standard metropolitan arrangements. The colony revealed, as Fanon had seen, distinctive, exceptional ways in which power was both spatialized and militarized. We have now learned the hard way that Europe's colonies functioned as laboratories not just for biometric policecraft like fingerprinting but for innovative legal and commercial instruments as well as enhanced varieties of killing technology. We are less well acquainted with the way that the spaces of death emanating from those brutally compartmentalized colonial orders incubated anti-colonial demands for a reparative justice that were pitched against the cruel abuses of imperial exploitation made legitimate by racial hierarchy. In the aftermath of conquest, colonial locations were administered through the closest of alignments between police and military powers. Hall saw that intimate association being brought back home and applied organically to management of the principal urban areas of black settlement that were perceived increasingly as repositories of alien social and cultural pathology. As formal decolonization was transacted in Britain, the Trojan horse of new Commonwealth immigration was thought to have accomplished the invasive task that the Nazis had not been able to complete. The incorrigible patterns of colonial mismanagement appeared again, this time inside the grimy grey fortifications of downwardly mobile overdevelopment. The ranks of London's Metropolitan Police were certainly swollen with ex-military personnel back home from their Cold Wars against insurgents, communists, and terrorists, but the problems ran deeper still, into a culture of impunity warranted by colonial mentalities that routinely saw blacks as infrahuman and therefore expendable regardless of their formal citizenship status. This was the period in which blackness and immigration were rendered synonymous. That knotted association has had awful consequences that still haunt populist politics in the United Kingdom. So far, the resulting tangle has proved impossible either to cut or undo. It is important to bear in mind that Hall's sense of politics led him to contribute in different ways to several community-based inquiries into police conduct, institutional racism, and criminal justice. Most notably, these were Southall April 23, 1979, the National Council for Civil Liberties, NCCL, report into the West London police riot, policing in Hackney 1945-1984, the Family Support Committee Independent Inquiry Report into the policing of Stoke Newington, and A Different Reality, the West Midlands Community Inquiry into the Handsworth riots of 1986. Those key documents are not, at the time of writing, available online, but they are nonetheless essential for any serious historical analysis of this pivotal period in British political life. In a sharp contrast to the ambitions of those later publications, the police nigger hunts of the 1950s and 1960s had been modestly chronicled by respectable campaigning groups like the West Indian Standing Conference and the Colonial Ex-Servicemen's and Women's Association. 15 These early organizations were often shaped by a sense of belonging and dignity deriving from the military labor of the Windrush generation in the Second World War. Like the Indian and Pakistani workers' associations, these bodies were imprinted with the trade unions, leftist, and communist traditions that incomers had acquired in the formerly colonial zones. The community organizations created by the entitled citizens/settlers were initially content merely to enumerate police wrongdoing and structural bias in the operations of criminal justice, education, and housing, public and private. It took some years for them to adjust their conceptions of belonging and move beyond the task of documenting systematic discrimination. Gradually, they began to define altogether different juridical conceptions of equality that would be dissociated from racial hierarchy and capable of sustaining campaigns for the accountability and transformation of state power in general and police power in particular. It was even longer before those bold dispositions could breach the fiercely defended conventions of British socialism and feminism. After the Conservatives had flirted with borrowing the neo-fascist injunction "Keep Britain White" for an electoral slogan, the Labour Party of Harold Wilson's era began to argue that legislation against racial discrimination would be necessary if US-style unrest was to be avoided. That initiative required a specific analysis of the political risks and ethical dangers associated with the institutionalization of racial prejudice. Once again, Hall's critical and imaginative work played a key role. He supplied sophisticated foundations and welcome political orientation for the post-colonial social movement against racism that had emerged from those difficult conditions. That formation was tied to the oppressed social lives of incoming settlers, but it mutated quickly as the bleaker fates of their locally born children and grandchildren gradually came into view. The rising rebel generation was inspired by decolonization, civil rights struggles in the United States, and Cold War conflicts alike. Its cosmopolitical gestures have now been dispersed, but its insurgent contributions were notably present among the struggles that attended the birth of Britain's multicultural and multi-ethnic society. Today, their echoes endure in ongoing battles to reanimate and sustain it. However, the concept of racism has passed out of favor, displaced by the internet-born rhetoric of anti-blackness and Afro-pessimism. These essays and talks can be read for their sense of what might be gained politically by racism's reclamation from vacuity and the restoration of its tarnished value. Hall's perspective is firmly historical. It drew on resources unearthed by the scholarly research of James Walvin, Edward Brathwaite, Fuller and Chillian, and others. That commitment to history came bolstered by the idea that the narrative of black life in Britain was unfinished and the related belief that its completion would necessitate an extensive and perhaps painful rewriting of the country's national self-understanding. The classic essay Race and Moral Panics in Post-War Britain, which sets the creative tempo of this anthology, begins to identify what these adjustments would involve. An initial corrective course was indicated by analysis of the nodal turning points that Hall presents as important constituents of Britain's local variant of racialized politics. The first of these moments was marked by the riots of 1958 in Nottingdale and elsewhere. 16 Hall had witnessed them anthropologically from his position as an anti-racist activist and secondary school teacher in London. The extended book review essay that begins this anthology explains that the ins and outs of racial prejudice were of concern to him from the late 1950s, not least because through them he was able to comprehend the close connections between race and the emergent politics of youth and youth culture in the turbulent aftermath of the war. Racial riots and the complex, ambivalent reactions of the secondary modern generation captured the quickening of larger cultural shifts in British social life that would be traced in greater detail in many of his later essays. The Young Englanders pamphlet was published the year before Enoch Powell's epoch-making prophecies had been offered in response to the Labour government's tepid, well-meaning attempts to outlaw racial discrimination in the provision of private dwelling space. It picks up some threads from the late 1950s survey but augments those germs of insight into a richly textured treatment designed to alter the emerging sociological fixations on prejudice and the challenging behavior of dark strangers in Britain's twilight areas. The nascent sociology of race relations was held firmly at arm's length, but the influence of Richard Hogarth's sensitive, thoughtful work is obvious. His approach gets expanded and enriched as Hall finds his way toward an understanding of how black settlement is changing Britain and demanding new ways of approaching questions of class, urban life, generation, and justice. He outlines an early version of an argument that would evolve and reappear in the succeeding decades. The cultural relationships enacted in fraught encounters between black and white involve systematic misrecognition as well as demands for recognition that were bellowed across the barricades and defensive camps that were being erected in Britain's transitional zones during the era of the Coordinating Committee Against Racial Discrimination. 17 Those racialized differences, overdetermined by class conflict and accelerated by economic and technological change, were not amenable to any tidy or even any dialectical resolution. The patterns of conflict, contact, and coexistence they affected constituted a politics of identity defined here as sameness, subjectivity, and solidarity that required both extensive historical analysis and meticulous anthropological exposition. The significance of racism in shaping the polity and, in particular, in strengthening the hateful but apparently endlessly productive populist strand in its political culture also became harder to overlook. Thanks to the affirmative efforts of Claudia Jones, Leslie Palmer, and numerous others, the summer carnival in Notting Hill transformed the streets made notorious by the 1958 riots, the murder of Kelso Cochrane, and the fruits of Colin MacInnes's literary imagination. While the likes of V.S. Naipaul, George Lamming, and Andrew Salka created the West Indian novel in London, the Calypsonians that Hall recalls so fondly were being recorded in Dennis Preston's studio on nearby Lansdowne Road. Their amused and amusing immigrant observations on the city's post-war life fed directly into the bank holiday festivities that would supply an already syncretized precedent for more elaborate patterns of intermixture and recombination. In London, Jamaican culture could mesh with the outflow of Trinidad and the small islands. Persistent demands for dignity emanated from their asymmetrical communion and provided a triple oppositional warrant, for recognition, for healing, and for Saturnalia. The ludic disorderly spirit of traditional moss gradually made room for the brazen rebel modernism of the sound systems. Those public excesses were, as the Calypso essay also shows, initially accessible through musical vectors that could speak powerfully to white youth too. That seductive culture spread out through the bombed, decaying post-war streets that the incomers made home. That bleak, cold urban environment had already begun to incubate a great flowering of transplanted Creole forms. In turn, that manifestation would contribute to a new moment of black cultural power pulsing out not from Jamaica but from the post-colonial metropolis to the newly wired world. The iconic figure of Bob Marley provides a useful cipher for the whole process. He helped to consolidate, to invest with philosophical depth, and to reconcile with the hijacked language of human rights that defined it. A few years later, during the long, hot summer of 1976, all the pride, disillusion, and resilience that Hall had noted in the pessimistic conclusion to the Englanders' pamphlet blossomed in the young rioters' angry rejection of continued injustice on the same West London streets. Similarly, worldly demands for transcendent justice and reciprocity, now being imagined outside the grip of racial patterns, were expressed in the many confrontations with white power skinheads and other organized neo-fascists which led up to the spring 1979 election that brought Margaret Thatcher's government into power. Thatcher's honeyed mixture of romantic nationalism and free marketeering provided Powellism with a clean uniform, ventriloquizing his old populism to compete politically with the resurgent National Front. In April that year, Blair Peach, an anti-fascist demonstrator, was struck with an unauthorized weapon and killed by a police officer from the Special Patrol Group during what came to be known as Southall's police riot. As I have said, Peach's death led to an unofficial tribunal of inquiry established by the NCCL under the chairmanship of Professor Michael Dummett, to which Hall made a significant contribution. That report was followed by several similar publications. They enabled Hall to elaborate further on the arguments about racism, the national state, and the black communities that had been outlined in Policing the Crisis, the path-breaking, collectively authored blend of deviancy theory, history, and Marxian political analysis that he had orchestrated and midwifed in 1978. The popular tribunals of inquiry into police racism that followed in the 1980s were parajudicial exercises, often organized in association with local trade unions. In some cases, these practical excursions into anti-racist politics involved public hearings in which their respected expert panelists received detailed testimony from witnesses and victims. The resulting publications rested on solid academic and political foundations, often inspired by Hall's wieldy formulations. It bears repetition that these initiatives were typical of a time in which political organizing accommodated the obligation to advocate prefigurative, transitional forms that anticipated, and sometimes even summoned, alternative ways of living and organizing the world. Similar initiatives were adopted in the London boroughs of Islington, Tower Hamlets, and Lambeth, where independent research into local manifestations of police racism and misconduct was undertaken under the auspices of the now forgotten trades councils. The resulting reports under Heavy Manners, Blood on the Streets, and final report of the Working Party into community/police relations in Lambeth repay analysis both for the historical detail they provide and their evident theoretical sophistication. 18. The spring of 1980 saw an eruption of rioting in Bristol. A year later, it was followed by nationwide violent protests that stretched between April and July. Rechristened uprisings, those explosive events were the unholy culmination of black communities' bitter reactions against the habitual racism of Britain's police. However, in involving all tribes of hopeless, oppressed, and victimized young people, they opened into wider oppositional gestures based on common poverty, class, and gender. The period leading up to the 1981 disorders and the overall shape of the conjuncture of which they were part had been outlined in Policing the Crisis's arguments about the moral panic around black mugging, the country's drifting into a more authoritarian kind of society, and the rise of populist politics. It is significant that in exploring those processes the book had touched gently on the complex theoretical issue of internal or endocolonialism. That discussion had developed from political analysis of the racially segregated spaces of North America. Hall invoked it in a different setting through his notion of the colony area, an environment in which policing and law owed something to the modes of administration and enforcement more commonly associated with governing imperial and colonial territory. The book's concluding pages engaged directly with the equally sophisticated but clearly divergent analyses provided by respected organic intellectuals drawn from leading organizations within the Black movement. While recognizing that the rebel generation's desperate young people were fighting to escape the kind of employment their parents had taken on as a super-exploited stratum and a reserve army of labor, Hall insisted that their struggles should not be reduced too swiftly to a mass rejection of the forms of work that were available to them. Youth's battles to be free from that shit work were buoyed by an ill-defined but nonetheless alternative conception of social life. It was the substance of the unruly, culture that they improvised from traces of Garveyism, black power, and anti-racist sentiment melded with the vernacular appeals to the idea of human rights that had become commonplace in what would be known as the golden age of roots reggae. Again, the idea of non-racial justice strengthened moral foundations of that combative stance. The race war that Powell prophesied in 1968 appeared more plausible once the scale of anti-police feeling had shifted from smoldering quotidian resentment into more spectacular varieties of violent resistance. Angry reactions from every quarter encompassed a dawning sense of the chronic, intractable character of the economic crisis and the unsavory forces that had been unleashed by accelerating deindustrialization of the urban areas where blacks had provided a replacement population prepared to undertake the work that locals would not do and live in the squalor that they fled. The conservative government's official records, released some years afterward, revealed that Thatcher's cabinet had quietly debated the likely fate of the riot-torn city of Liverpool if a Detroit-style strategy of managed decline was to be adopted. Hall's interest in urban environments as repositories of cultural relations and political antagonisms continued. Their transformation during the next stage of Britain's chronic crisis is treated at some length in his Amnesty International lecture Cosmopolitan Promises, Multicultural Realities. It situates the spatial effects of inequality and globalization in the context of the uneven habitable multiculture into which Britain had been able to drift only because the national government had been entirely absent from the process of making it. The history of that creolizing process counterpoints a history of economic change and cultural innovation that saw the ambivalent mainstreaming of black life and style in prestigious as well as vernacular forms. They included the experimental output of the film workshops sponsored and supported by Channel 4 and the invigorating work of the new generation of artists associated with the emergent black arts movement that had been enabled by Hall's enthusiastic deconstruction of outmoded aesthetic rules and constraining political recipes. He was extensively involved in the production of the report of the Runnymede Trust's Commission on the Future of Multi-Ethnic Britain to the Blair government. It was a book-length document that, like the informal inquiries discussed above, made extensive use of his insights even if it attempted to recast them in the anodyne, think-tanky idiom of the policy political establishment. 19 sections of that report covering policing, media, and education reveal the continuity and stability of Hall's critical observations that stretched back at least 3 decades at the time of its publication. His reactions to its disastrous reception at the hands of the tabloids and subsequent disavowal by its governmental sponsors supply the essential background to the thoughtful Pavis lecture here titled The Multicultural Question. I suspect that the mounting frustrations of a blocked national context from which the left had either evaporated or become complicit in the Blair government's rapprochement with neoliberalism were additional factors in Hall's turn toward the alternative possibilities he saw signposted in the flourishing of black art, aesthetics, and their consequent need for institution building. In those less depressing settings, the diasporic subject whose appearance marked the end of political innocence and the acquisition of political maturity was a constant if not quite a dominant presence. New energies were released as the ectopic heartbeat of Britain's black communities shifted away from its Caribbean defaults and moved toward Africa. A wider set of sustaining interactions with black European artists, curators, and critics in other countries started to change the parameters of dialogue. In those debates, to which the essay on new ethnicities was central, it was still possible to see, say, and learn new things. There, too, the political pedagogy at which Hall had excelled for so long was able to win new audiences and interlocutors. His practical recommendations to the anti-racist educators of the early 1980s read very much against the grain of current discussion, sounding like a reckless refusal of the signature sensitivities of the anxious snowflake generation. However, a number of things remain instructive. Hall's thoughtful advice to the activists and organizers of yesteryear has acquired a new resonance. It turns around a surprising proposition, namely, that the struggle against racism demands a high degree of discipline from its political advocates, who must not only reject the disabling simplifications of Manichaeanism and moralism but also learn to create and manage unsafe spaces in which the combustible material of common sense and working class racism is allowed to surface and breathe. His position is worth quoting at length. "I do think you have to create an atmosphere which allows people to say unpopular things. I don't think it is at all valuable to have an atmosphere in the classroom which is so clearly, unmistakably anti-racist that the natural and common-sense racism which is part of the ideological air that we all breathe is not allowed to come out and express itself. That experience has to surface in the classroom, even if it is pretty horrendous to hear. Better to hear it than not to hear it." These words were spoken almost 4 decades ago to a group of anti-racist secondary school teachers. They do not now translate into some misplaced liberal endorsement of an inviolable, yet utterly banal, right to be offensive. Hall is restating a necessary commitment to the hard, demanding political work of building an innovative movement against racism that is premised on a reckoning with the fundamental importance of culture's political powers and moods. People are not simply either fervently racist or fanatically anti-racist. There is substantial ground to be gained among those who have no self-conscious view or may not consider themselves political at all. The alt-right, some of whom have mimicked Gramsci while others transposed his 20th century vision into their high-tech, mediatized movement building, have grasped that possibility. They articulate it in their trademarked insistence that politics is now located downstream from culture. 20 Perhaps, even among them, the value of that insight has been underscored by understanding the significance of racism's rational irrationality, which generates an intensity of political feeling invulnerable to the flimsy weapons of corrective reason. Looking at that insufficiency from what is left of the left brings to mind another of Stuart Hall's favorite chuckled phrases: "We are, comrades, in deep trouble. Party riots, race, and representation." Chapter 1. Absolute Beginnings. Reflections on the Secondary Modern Generation. To Sir, with love, E. R. Braithwaite. Bodley Head, 13/6. Journey into a Fog, Margareta Berger-Hammerschlag. Ace Books, 2/6. Absolute Beginners, Colin MacInnes. MacGibbon and Key. The Teenage Consumer, Dr. Mark Abrams for the London Press Exchange. Reading the first 2 of these 4 books is like reliving the best and worst moments of teaching and working amongst the secondary modern generation. They are both well written, sympathetic in their approach to young people, and full of insights. Mr. Braithwaite is a West Indian who went to teach in a secondary modern school in the East End. His chronicle is a record of how he managed to win the confidence of his young pupils, with some delicate sidelights, timely in the year of Notting Hill, on the ins and outs of racial prejudice. Mrs. Berger-Hammerschlag taught art in a youth club in a London slum. Her book, first published with Gollancz in 1955, and reissued, with an appropriately sexy cover, by Ace Books and a blurb about this savage and sometimes shocking story of teenagers in a London slum, is not, perhaps, so sensational as it looks in its new format. But it must have been quite remarkable when it first appeared, and even now, it has much to add by way of detail and perception. One cannot help feeling that Mr. Braithwaite was extremely fortunate in his headmaster. He emerges as a figure of extraordinary sympathy and gentleness, with intelligent ideas about his children and their background, about the attitude of staff to pupils, and about the relationship between discipline and freedom in education. It is said that here we practice free discipline. That's wrong, quite wrong. It would be more correct to say that we are seeking, as best we can, to establish disciplined freedom, that state in which the child feels free to work, play, and express himself without fear of those whose job it is to direct and stimulate his efforts into constructive channels. Braithwaite 1959, 32. I don't want to go into the intricacies of the debates about progressive education, but my experience of young boys' attitudes towards the school suggests that it is disciplined freedom, rather than absolute liberty, which most youngsters want and expect from school. They need, of course, the opportunities for participation and making decisions which the present authoritarian pattern of secondary modern schools prevents. But they are neither so self-reliant nor so confident as to expect free discipline. They would not know what to do with it if they had it. Complete absence of discipline suggests to most secondary modern forms that the teacher has no sense of direction, no priorities, and no targets. They dislike this drift even when they exploit it. What does matter is the context within which discipline is practiced, the freedom from fear which Braithwaite's headmaster stressed, the sense of mutual give and take, the respect which teachers have for the people they teach. The only discipline worth having is the discipline of purpose, in the context of love. It cannot be imposed by fear, formality, or the cane. It is the most difficult balance to achieve. Mr. Braithwaite's headmaster was singular, not in the fact that his relationship with his pupils was good, it very often is, but in the fact that he cared what the relationship was between his pupils and the rest of his staff, and that he prized directness and outspokenness, even if this appeared as a form of rudeness at first. So many headmasters pander to the priggish sense of self-importance and prestige which is characteristic of the teaching profession. The teachers stand between the pupils and the head. He is often free to develop a close relationship with his students which is not put to the test of the classroom. In these circumstances, many headmasters have a way with the boys and girls which is purely personal, and which makes little or no impact at all upon the relationships which prevail through the rest of the school between staff and pupils. Mr. Braithwaite was also particularly fortunate in his teaching associates. I do not mean to infer that there are no good, dedicated teachers. There are thousands. But I cannot get rid of the impression that by and large secondary modern teachers today suffer an acute lack of morale which has been consciously overlooked because teachers are in such short supply. They consider the secretary mod to be inferior in status, and they are acutely status conscious. Often, they despise the areas in which they teach, and the homes from which their students come. They are anxious not to be involved with the personal and informal problems of young people. Often, they have placed a safe distance between themselves and the school, protected from the realities of urban life by the green belt and the suburban line. It is most disturbing to count up the number of young teachers who would like their self-respect and their status to be protected by the agile and relentless use of the headmaster's cane. In many cases, secretary mod teachers invert their affronted sense of status into an attack upon the supply teachers. How much of this is due to professional jealousy, how much to the fact that supply teachers are often foreigners, Australians, West Indians, Indians, Pakistanis, etc., is difficult to judge. But the thing is there, and fostered at national level too. Witness the disgusting sentiments expressed at a recent conference of the Schoolmasters Association, in spite of the fact that, without the present numbers of supply teachers, many secondary modern schools would fold up tomorrow. This prejudice is merely one of many indications of a deep demoralization among the shock troops in the front line of the class struggle in secondary education today. They do not understand what the nature of that struggle is. Many of them are products of the scholarship boy revolution in education. They feel all the stresses and tensions of the parvenu. Caught themselves between generations, between social allegiances, they find it impossible to project or identify. Mr. Braithwaite's staff seemed, on the whole, both sympathetic and capable, not beaten down by the irritations of working with bad equipment in crowded classrooms, not disgusted with having to explain about washing and sanitary napkins to the girls, not with one exception protected from the immense problems and responsibilities by a cheaply attained cynicism. But his success, undoubtedly, was with the boys and girls in the top form. Here, he managed what few good teachers in the best secondary modern schools seem able to accomplish, making the non-G.C.E form of school leavers find something worthwhile in school. This group of school leavers is really the alienated generation. Many people who do not view the problems of young people today from the vantage point of the school, see the crucial change in adolescent experience as falling between school and work. But I have little doubt that the most important formative point lies between the junior and adolescent phases, roughly at the breaking point between the second and third years of the secondary modern career. Work, of course, adds responsibilities, new skills, a new environment, a wider pattern of movement from the home and its surroundings. But basically, work modifies a pattern of feeling, responses, and attitudes already established by the age of 14. The next phase begins with marriage. In spite of cramming for the 11+ and the consequent neglect of late starters, the quality of entrance to the secretary mod from the primary schools is good. These children have very little sense of how much their future is likely to be affected by having failed at the first jump of the social barrier. They are keen, enthusiastic, childish in their interests and their delights, they possess a high reserve of vitality and enthusiasm, and they are immensely educable. But at the age of 13/14, they begin to pass out of the direct influence of home and school, and into the wider world of their own groups, the friendships and rivalries of their local gangs, the culture of the youth club and skiffle group, the heady atmosphere of the mass entertainments. However inadequate, the home and school have, until this point, provided some sort of a framework of reference, within which primary experiences are ordered and understood. But in the local gang, the pattern is tribal and self-imposed. Its particular attraction lies in the fact that it draws little upon, and bears only a subterranean relationship with, the adult world. The youth club offers facilities for informal social contact which the school does not, but unless it is an outstanding example of its kind, it provides little training even in the sense of training responses to new adolescent experiences. The youth club is very much the clash of opposing worlds. The pattern of activities, the rules, the standards and codes of behavior, the tone, imposed from above, the club drawing its particular vigor and character from the subterranean emotional life of its members, from below. This is the point at which young people discover the relative irrelevance of the school. And after that, it is difficult to engage their real interests without the spur of academic achievement, a try at GCE. As Braithwaite says, it was as if I were trying to reach the children through a thick pane of glass, so remote and uninterested they seemed. 1959, 74. It's not that they long for the more proper ethos of the grammar school. That kind of aspiration is non-existent, a reflection of how limited the appeal of the ladder of success is below a certain educational and social threshold. They consider the grammar school too strict and too posh. They prefer the informal ity which prevails, willy-nilly, in the secondary modern. And this in itself throws a certain light on the particular nature of the lacks, the deprivations, which they experience at this point in adolescence. This is the point at which they begin to reflect upon their own sense of failure. They feel their second-class status. They are conscious of the lack of care, and they identify this lack of sympathy and understanding with the school itself. Their range of expectations close up. They are being trained for the semi-skilled positions, and for that limited end, the school has done its job by 13, and they are anxious to get out and get on with it. Much of the aimless frenzy of their leisure life is a displacement of the energies and aspirations which have been trained or drained out of them by school and work. They become in the end what many teachers have always believed they were, unteachable, unclubbable. One of the most disturbing experiences in a secondary modern school is the open, callous manner in which many teachers accept the fact that the lively, vital fourth stream class in the first year will become, inevitably, the blasé, disenchanted, inattentive shower in the fourth without asking how on earth this transformation ever takes place. Mr. Braithwaite had to cope with all the external expressions of this state of cultural deprivation, noise, not occasional but willful and deliberately indulged as a kind of war of nerves, inattention, persistent clinical use of swear words, a single-track devotion to sex, the irritable and sudden explosions of violence towards authority and towards each other. These things bothered Mrs. Berger Hammerschlag as well. She is continually reporting the invasion of her art class by groups of boys, wandering aimlessly about, spilling paint and daubing the desks with a kind of intent, impotent fury. Chris's gang appeared this evening. They never walk in, these 15 to 16-year-old crazies, they rush in vehemently, as if in a commando raid. They are rebellious because they miss a lot which they think they can never have, and their natural longing for love and fun is being twisted through their being beaten, rejected, or badly used in other ways. Berger Hammerschlag 1956, 92-93. There are really difficult distinctions to be made here. Working-class children do not have the same respect or value of studious silence that is common among grammar school children. Frequently, in a classroom of 40, the standard of work and application is high in spite of the continuous undertones of voices and exchanges. This can be irritating, particularly to those teachers who apply grammar school standards of dress and behavior to working-class children. But this is a different aspect of their behavior from the consciously created interruption, which is really a form of inspired violence, and relates more closely to the aimless kicking of dustbins, the scraps and giggles, the bashing and doing, including the more organized doing of Irish or West Indians, which is so much an integral part of working-class adolescent activity. I think the teenagers who explain all this in terms of boredom and bottled-up energy, rather than consciously thought-out violence directed against any one group, are close to the truth. Particular prejudices about niggers or paddies or yids are inspired, they develop out of a deeper level of social frustration against the society and the adult world. They are not, in themselves, the source of violence. When youngsters, who have been on a giggle to Notting Hill, talk about it afterwards, they are perfectly aware that it is a pointless, and degrading, kind of self-indulgence. But, at the moment, the urge to commit violence is quite clearly overpowering. There's nothing to do, see, and you're tired of sitting around. They don't want to argue, and if you start an argument they just start swearing to shut you up. And then along comes someone, and there's something about him you don't like, see, he's a colored man or an Irish or something, and one of the boys gets a thing about him. Let's rush him, he says, and before you know what's going on. Mrs. Berger-Hammerschlag never managed to surmount this problem with those who came only occasionally to her classes. Those who were interested, either in painting or in the company of the painting class, she found could easily be involved in creative work, though their staying power was, naturally, limited. Mr. Braithwaite managed to sublimate their energy in the classroom and in work. In one case, he was obliged to take on the most surly of his students in a boxing bout, but I found this episode, even if true to life, an unrepresentative and arbitrary solution to a tough problem. It is interesting that, in their quite different situations, both authors came to much the same conclusions, and adopted the same variety of tactics. Braithwaite realized that, by 14, these youngsters were, in many ways, already adult. They had adult interests, and, in many cases, adult experiences. His decision to treat them as such, to honor their sense of importance and seriousness, transformed the relationship between himself and them. I am not sure that many Secretary Maud boys would have agreed to call their classmates Miss, or even that this kind of formality is advisable. Occasionally, when he is on this track, Mr. Braithwaite's tone becomes smug and self-important. But it certainly turned the trick. Mrs. Berger-Hammerschlag discovered that, above all, the kids wanted to be taken seriously. They are marvelous and respond easily when an atmosphere of art college is being created. It means to them that they are taken seriously and that someone believes in their ability. The hobby idea is poison to them. Berger-Hammerschlag 1956, 63. And, more characteristically, why do they dish out these rotten things to us? Asked Dave. Why don't we get white paper? Why don't we get decent brushes? These are brooms, wicked. I thought that this was a proper art class. Berger-Hammerschlag 1956, 44. Perhaps we ought to put alongside that Mr. Braithwaite's description of his East End children listening to music. They listened, those rough-looking, untidy children, every one of them sat still, unmoving and attentive, until the very last echo of the last clear note had died away. Their silence was not the result of boredom or apathy, nor were they quiet because it was expected of them or through fear of the consequences, but they were listening actively, attentively, listening to those records, with the same raptness they had shown in their jiving. Braithwaite 1959, 53. 2. We have very little understanding of the roots of cultural deprivation, and of its relation to the pattern of class culture and education in this country. Where does it begin? In the school? In the family? In the give and take, or lack of it, between adolescent and adult generations, and if so, why? Clearly, the school itself is not wholly to blame, though what happens here is important, for it develops social tendencies which may originate elsewhere. In its own way, the secondary modern school, its whole conception as a second-class educational stream, the idea that any kind of modern education can be given in the old school environment, is a careful adjustment to welfare state Britain. The same double standards which apply elsewhere, see, for example, conviction, can be seen at work in the secondary modern. Even where the school is doing its best, the general impression is that in education there is one law for some and another for the rest. The secondary modern generation are not only treated as if they are second-rate, they know they are being treated in this way. The sense of failure, of rejection runs deep in the psychology of this generation. It influences both their attitudes towards the society and their evaluation of themselves. Streaming takes place at an early stage in the secondary modern school, and this is done according to the different class evaluations of academic and vocational aptitudes, and the differing rewards which these kinds of talents merit in the labor market. There are considerable academic talents going to waste in the secondary modern. The top streams receive a poor man's grammar school education. By the age of 14, in their GCE class, it is clear to everyone in the school that they would have been perfectly capable of coping with a grammar school curriculum. The effect of the secondary school upon the more academically advanced is simply that they come to realize, at the school leaving age, what they have missed. They are grammar school boys, with the telltale stigma of a secondary modern on their progress reports. For the rest, the level of educational challenge offered is abysmally low. This does not mean that all children deserve an academically biased education, though in my experience the evaluation of their intellectual aptitudes is pitched far below their capacities. That is because most subjects are taught as academic disciplines rather than as transmission of social skills. It is possible for both history and geography to be taught as social studies, to a level far in advance of those currently attained in the secretary mod, provided the subjects are approached within the context of the lives of the students, rather than within the arbitrary framework of the GCE syllabus. Very little work of this kind, which is taking root in the comprehensives, is attempted in the secondary moderns. Here again, the social valuations established outside the school play a determining role within the school. Thus certain subjects, foreign languages, literature, science, history, are considered suitable for the academic streams, and not for the others. This bears little or no relationship to the actual interests or capacities of the pupils concerned. I have yet to meet the average vocational or technical child who had no interest whatever in any of the so-called academic subjects. Every boy in my 5th stream first-year class, for example, wanted to learn French. There is no doubt that, dim-witted as they are considered, they are in fact lively and active, and their imaginative capacities, to judge from their drawings and paintings and essays, are quite equal to it. Any one of these boys would have picked up French inside of 6 months, had he been living in the country. But French is an academic discipline, the special privilege of the top streams. It is treated not as a linguistic skill but rather as a kind of cultural status badge. It belongs to academic children, preparing for a semi-professional or white-collar career. I have heard teachers threaten A-stream classes that if they did not live up to their special position, they would be deprived of their French classes. This is only one example of the way in which working-class boys and girls are still adjusted, through the school, to their proper cultural and social position. What has been said of French could be equally applied to other subjects, in spite of the fact that in every class it is clear that there is a tremendous range of combinations of talents and skills. The secondary modern school is, in essence, an adaptive social institution. A level of culture, a certain social status is prescribed from above, and the children are roughly attuned to it. There is, comparatively, little or no breaking through this cultural social barrier. Therefore, it is not surprising to find that these boys and girls develop early an hostility to intellectual pursuits. They consider a serious interest in art, at which, being uninhibited, they are often very good indeed, or drama, or literature or biology not merely beyond their particular abilities, but outside their social stratosphere. These distinctions, moreover, are social and cultural rather than educational. The children are said to be unequipped to deal with art or literature or biology, yet they adore to paint or to read and perform plays, and they are fascinated by the world of nature and the laboratory. Clearly, the natural aptitudes and interests in the school are at sharp variance with the education provided. Why not adjust the education to the interests, rather than squeeze the children into predigested categories? At least, the experiment should be tried, though in my view, it would not be successful outside the framework of the comprehensive school. Secondary modern education, then, is not a matter of the extension of the range of experiences and skills beyond the normal level. It is much more a matter of making students familiar, through education, with the social and class barriers to education and culture which the society has already imposed. The cultural frontiers of working class boys and girls cannot, in the normal way, be expected to broaden out. Whatever the economic position of working class teenagers today, their cultural status is pretty plain. Here is a deep-rooted dislocation in the society, a social crisis in every way as sharp and as class-bound as economic crises have been in the past. It is ridiculous to talk of economic prosperity working, in the natural course of events, to break down established barriers between social classes. Class distinctions based upon attitudes, taste, education, and rooted in the educational system itself, do not wither away any more quickly than the State Department. A common culture does not just grow out of a socially differentiated society, any more than grassroots flourish in stone. The secondary modern pattern of education gives us the most important clue we need for an explanation of the increasing gap between high-end popular culture, and for the degeneration of popular culture into mass culture. Mass culture, of course, is largely a creation by the commercial world for a literate society at an advanced technological stage. But the cultural gap between the haves and the have-nots of the education world provides the conditions within which the purveyors of mass culture operate. Without this gap, the exploitation and manipulation of tastes, needs and interests by an educated elite would be impossible. Or, to put it differently, a common culture, available to all and modified by the experiences of different social groups, is the only guarantee we possess of a genuinely democratic society. Mass culture is the culture of a mass democracy without democracy. Needless to say, young people are one of the most culturally exposed groups to mass culture. They expend their generous emotional responses in an attachment to its commodities, whilst high culture is increasingly taken over by dilettanteism, preciosity, and narrowness, and marked by that thinness of response and lack of social relevance which characterizes so much minority art. But the secondary modern school is, by and large, so well adjusted to the social norms of the society that it cannot afford to recognize the interpenetration of school and leisure attitudes in young people, or the playback of teenage interests in the school and classroom. Needless to say, the school is wholly unequipped to deal critically or responsibly with the leisure world, blotting the whole thing out like an unpleasant nightmare. Teachers are to be seen struggling with the symptoms of cynicism, boredom, and confusion in the classroom which cannot be explained without reference to the emotional and personal interests of young people in the really formative worlds which they inhabit. For the same reason, the leisure world of the teenager assumes an importance unrivaled by school or home, an independence of the adult world and a freedom from the constraints of maturity and conformity which constitutes, in itself, its major attraction. In response to the cultural exploitation, which the school assists in, many teenagers erect cultural barriers themselves, so that their leisure world absorbs and consumes all the emotional vitality and the fantasy and imaginative projections of adolescence, and becomes a wholly self-enclosed universe. The school, then, is constantly competing with the leisure world for the emotional attachments of young people and losing the battle into the bargain. Neither the family nor the youth club in any sense adequately compensates. Left to themselves, young people develop very much according to the lights and lessons of each other's experiences, a school of life both limited, frustrating and self-enclosed. The gulf between themselves and adult life becomes unbridgeable. The quarrel between the generations becomes a vast, deadly silence of incomprehension. It is only fair to say that neither Mr. Braithwaite nor Mrs. Burger-Hammerschlag come anywhere within striking distance of this problem. Their books are therefore interesting and humane, which, God knows, is almost enough these days, but somehow not compelling. There are really crucial connections to be made which never get made. Mrs. Burger-Hammerschlag, for example, finds that her girls are interested in nothing but their own beauty, but she brings them fashion magazines. She recognizes the fantasy element in the cinema. Hollywood is fairyland, but she speaks as if she considers their addiction to the cinema as if it were, by definition, a sign of wholesale waste. After all, a few pages later, she makes some very perceptive remarks about her students' passion for realism in art. I can't get any of them to do anything imaginative. Perhaps it's not so strange after all. They are at the age where they change from that introvert period of childhood into the adult stage of realism. Precisely. If that is the case, then the passion for realism, particularly in the cinema, is a natural and healthy taste. The only problem is what they are being shown, what kind of realism are they being fed. Paragraphs of her book which begin with the good sense of this one. Relationships, usually fleeting and sensual, can be developed into humane ones in which warmth, comradeship, and mutual interests play their part. Have a way of ending up in rhapsodies like this. Why, wine has been grown in this island in Roman times, so why shouldn't we hope for a freer and happier youth, carried into being on a wave of living art and religion neither imaginable without the other? In such passages as these, Mrs. Burger-Hammerschlag seeks a romantic escape from the immense social pressures which are at work in the situation she is describing. What we have to do is to begin to disentangle what is real and what is phony in the responses of young people today. What is real are the feelings and attitudes involved, the interests aroused. What is phony are the ways the feelings are engaged, the trivial and inconsequential directions in which the aroused interests are channeled. The revolt and iconoclasm of youth today arises because of the contradictions between the true and the false elements in their culture, because the wave of post-war prosperity has raised them to cultural thresholds which offer rewards unequal to the expectations aroused. Instead, therefore, most young people compensate for their frustrations by an escape into the womb world of mass entertainments, by an aggressive revolt against conformist adulthood, by pioneering the frontiers of experience in search of the feel of living, or by an aggressive affirmation of the self against the world through violence. This is no temporary, diverting phenomenon. It is a major social trauma, generalized for a whole generation. The street or school gang, for example, which is so often criticized because of its antisocial tendencies, must also be understood as the search for a meaningful social group, for real face-to-face relations. As one lad put it, the gang is always us and them. England against the rest, London against somewhere else, you're part of London against another part, your street against the next, you and your mate, even, against the others. His use of the words us and others represents a serious challenge to the general quality of human relationships in our society. It gives voice to frustration arising from the apparent impossibility to know other people, from the anonymity of human society and its institutions, and from the lack of care. And these are responses which, if we are honest with ourselves, we know as well, but which we have often consciously shoved to the back of our mind because we have lost the capacity to criticize and understand the working of society on this human level, or because we feel it is all somehow inevitable in the age of mass technology. The truth is that we live in an age in which the very flow between human beings, a truly human and personal thing, has become distorted, part of a total crisis which eats through into the family life, and personal relationships as well. If we are willing to accept this state of affairs for the sake of a high rate of technical and industrial growth, then we are laying in store for our society deep social disturbances, of which racial riots, floating juvenile delinquency and petty crimes are merely unpleasant forerunners. A breakdown in the passage between youth and maturity represents a general condition, and cannot be explained without reference to the social relationships between groups and people in general. What we find in the detail of teenage attitudes today is the distorted moral response to a bureaucratic age. That is why the complex of feelings, pinpointed, say, in the James Dean portrayal of father-son relationships in East of Eden and Rebel Without a Cause, achieves so immediate a response in England and Western Europe, in Poland and the Soviet Union as well. 3. It is, therefore, with something of a shock that one turns to this paragraph in the editorial introduction to Dr. Mark Abrams's recent LPE pamphlet, The Teenage Consumer. The teenager is newly enfranchised, in an economic sense. This has given him the chance to be himself and show himself, and has misled a number of people, especially some elderly ones, into the belief that the young of mid-20th century Britain are something new and perhaps ominous. We ourselves see no cause for alarm, and not much for diagnosing novelty except in the new levels of spending power and their commercial effects. There remains the ancient need for the older to understand the younger, and we now confront a business necessity for this understanding, as well as the older moral and psychological imperatives. 1959, 3. The commercial effects of the teenage revolution are, of course, staggering, perhaps not quite in the sense that the London Press Exchange, Britain's largest advertising agency, use the words. Every other fact recorded by Dr. Abrams in the pamphlet, which is, in its way, an attractively illustrated job, is not merely new, but startling in both its business and social implications. Dr. Abrams reckons that Britain's 5 million unmarried teenagers, up to 25, have a total annual uncommitted spending power of £900,000,000, a rise in real earnings over 1938 of 50%, and in real discretionary spending of over 100%. He goes on to point out that this is a market clearly distinguished in its tastes, constantly renewing itself, that it is almost entirely working class, and predominantly male. Nearly a quarter of teenagers' uncommitted money goes on clothing and footwear, another 14% on drink and tobacco, and another 12% on sweets, soft drinks, and snacks in cafes and restaurants. If we add together the teenage expenditure on records, record players, books, papers, and magazines, recreational goods, cinema admissions and other entertainments, we can estimate that the teenage market for pop entertainments is about £125 million, or about 14% of their total uncommitted spending power. The amount spent on clothes, cosmetics, etc., is about £225 million. The pattern of consumption is, of course, extraordinarily specialized. Their spending on other goods and services, which includes most adult and home consumer goods, is less than 3% of the total. Moreover, their expenditure on tobacco and alcohol is comparatively unimportant. The teenage population visits the cinema much more frequently than do its elders, it watches less television than does the rest of the population, and it tends to concentrate its reading on a few newspapers and magazines with very large circulations. The Mirror reaches over 2/5 of them, and the News of the World and Sunday Pictorial each reach approximately half all teenagers. In his summing up, Mr. Abrams makes 3 points of wider interest: that the teenage market depends very heavily upon the one industrial country which has experience of a prosperous working-class adolescent market, the United States, that teenagers are looking for goods and commodities which are highly charged emotionally, and that, with the rise of the teenage market as a distinctive age group, ideas, values, and experiences tend to become superannuated at an earlier age. The turnover in attitudes and values is just about as rapid as the multiple stores or the advertisers manage on the Charing Cross Road, or the songwriters in Tin Pan Alley. Prosperity is the backdrop to every other thing which we can say about the secondary modern generation today. And while the superficial changes of style and taste ring out successively, there are some important underlying patterns to observe. In London, at any rate, we are witnessing a quiet revolution within the teenage revolution itself. The outlines of the secondary modern generation in the 1960s are beginning to form. The teddy boy era is playing itself out. The LP, hi-fi generation is on the way in. The butcher boy jeans, velvet lapel coats and 3-inch crepes are considered coarse and tasteless. They exist, but they no longer set the tone. Teds are almost square. Here are the very smart, sophisticated young men and women of the metropolitan jazz clubs, the Flamingo Club devotees, the other marquee generation. Suits are dark, sober, and casual formal, severely cut and narrow on the Italian pattern. Haircuts are modern, a brisk, flat-topped French version of the now juvenile American crew cut, modestly called college style. Shirts are either white stiff or solid color close-knit wool in the continental manner. Jeans are de rigueur, less blue denim American, striped narrowly or black or khaki. The girls are short-skirted, sleekly groomed, pinpointed on stiletto heels, with set hair and Paris boutique deadpan makeup and mascara. Italian pointed shoes are absolute and universal. A fast-talking, smooth-running, hustling generation with an ad-lib gift of the gab, quick sensitivities and responses, and an acquired taste for the modern jazz quartet. They are the prosperity boys, not in the sense that they have a fortune stashed away, but in that they are familiar with the in and out flow of money. In the age of superinflation, money is a highly volatile thing. They have the spending habit, and the sophisticated tastes to go along with it. They are city birds. They know their way around. They are remarkably self-possessed, though often very inexperienced, and eager beneath the eyes. Their attitude to adults is less resentful than scornful. Adults are simply square mugs. They are not with it. They don't know how the wind blows. School has passed through this generation like a dose of salts, but they are by no means intellectually backward. They are, in fact, sharp and self-inclined. Office boys, even van boys by day, they are record sleeve boys by night. They relish a spontaneous giggle, or a sudden midnight trip to Southend. They are capable of a certain cool violence. The Teds are their alter egos. They despise the masses, the evening paper lot on the tubes in the evening, traditionals, cops, cowboys, peasants, and bohemians. But they know how to talk to journalists and TV merchants, debs, and holiday businessmen. Their experiences are, primarily, personal, urban and sensational. Sensational in the sense that the test of beatitude is being able to get so close you feel you are part of the act, the scene. They know that the teenage market is a racket, but they are subtly adjusted to it nonetheless. They seem culturally exploited rather than socially deprived. They stand at the end of the teddy boy era of the welfare state. They could be the first generation of the common market. The hero of Colin MacInnes's Absolute Beginners comes straight at us out of this changing panorama, with the flow and authenticity which marks the book as an excellent and distinguished piece of social documentary. The book asks to be tested against life, and this is no mean accomplishment. His social observation is keen, representative, detailed and engaged. He is not afraid of handling the material of teenage life within the framework of his own clearly articulated values. But he has managed, without too many nuances, to embody his attitudes in his hero, and through him, to figure out the contemporary attitudes of a whole range of teenagers. The novel has a backdrop of little deals and rackets which is almost certain to make some distinguished reviewer say, "Mr. MacInnes has overdone it a little. Surely there are too many crooks, prostitutes, perverts and spivs." I refer to Mr. MacInnes's judgment on this one. This hustling quarter at least of today's teenagers are second-generation spivs. That is one of the things which the war and the floating amoralism of the welfare state have done for the young. You have to look at ashes and diamonds to see what a different kind of war and a different, harsher brand of amoralism have done for the Poles. Mr. MacInnes deliberately takes us on a tour of modern attitudes. The Teds and the bottle throwers lurk in the background, and at the end of the novel, which is set graphically in the Notting Hill riots, they emerge to take their proper place in the roll call of urban violence. If Mr. MacInnes concentrates on the modern advance guard I described above, it is not because the cruder, simpler moral view of the Ted has ceased to function. In Notting Hill, and elsewhere, their writ runs. I think it is because Mr. MacInnes would have found it impossible to embody his very healthy and humane views about contemporary life in the thwarted, suffocated consciousness of the teddy boy. His views need the light and freshness, also the sophistication and sensitivity of the more contemporary article. The modern jazz quartet generation may also be the generation that could lift its eyes above the slums of Paddington. Its horizons may be carefully manipulated by Fleet Street and AR. TV, they are somehow broader, more comprehensive and basically more humane. Are they in any sense socially more responsible? No. But they are socially more responsive. They have views which include people other than themselves. And now that the teenage thing is a constant source of copy for both the press and television, they are both self-conscious about it, and beginning to think and articulate about it. Both things are good, provided the discussion can be made to broaden out and include other subjects besides the intergeneration struggle. McInnes on tour is, at first reading, a little irritating, and occasionally transparent. But the second reading persuades. He knows where he is going, and he has managed to impose a certain unity on the tale. What is more, he has done it with remarkable personal feeling, and without straining or forcing the sequence of incidents. The novel could easily have degenerated into a series of isolated episodes. In fact, the incidents are related to each other through the hero, and the plot provides a kind of loose moral pattern, or at least, the book achieves a unity in its moral tone and attitude towards the different types and points of view portrayed. This makes Absolute Beginners more than mere rapportage. The hero, in spite of his typicality in many respects, has very strong moral views on certain subjects, colored people, for example, and an attitude to life and a love for London which is at once sympathetic and at the same time humane and committed. In that sense he is more than a roving camera of the teenage scene, he brings to bear upon it a moral point of view. This makes Absolute Beginners a novel rather than a piece of inspired journalism, though, of course, it is a novel in the social documentary genre. Mr. McInnes catches the different kinds of hustling and petty rackets of the teenagers very well. One lad has adventured into the call girl business, but most of them are making a fast line with the TV cats who have made a big investment in the teenage thing, or with journalists who want to know what young people are thinking today, with ex-debs on the make or sharp businessmen in the advertising money. He covers, one way or another, most teenage attitudes, without appearing to drag them in by design. Hustling, everybody who is not a square is in some kind of racket. Drinking, either you drink a lot or else you don't drink anything at all. Sex, it really matters, you can't say how's your sex life, like you say how's the weather. Jazz, if anybody doesn't rave about it, all you can feel for them is pity. Traditionals, here was this trad child, alone among the teenagers, in the days of prosperity, still living like a bum and a bohemian. Jews, when the Jewish population have all made enough loot to take off to America, or Israel, then I'm leaving too. Dancing, your whole damn brain and sex and personality have actually become that dance, are it? Admen's offices, the joint, was like a very expensive tomb. Notting Hill, Napoli was like a prison, or a concentration camp. Inside, blue murder, outside, buses and evening papers and hurrying home to sausages and mash and tea. There are some very nice bits. The dialogue all the way through is close to being right, at least in flow, speed, slickness, cool enough to be offbeat, but still English and Cockney in rhythm and idiom. It achieves a kind of mid-Atlantic sophistication. There is one very fine passage, where the hero's queer friend, the fabulous Hoplite, makes a hit on a TV program in which he and a retired admiral make splendid sense together, and defeat the interviewer, an intrepid Aussie called Call Me Cobber, on a challenging TV series called, suitably, Junction. The scene in the studio is memorable. The Hop was terrific, boy. If they don't line that cat up for a series, they're no talent spotters. He hogged the camera, in fact, the damn thing had to keep chasing him about the studio and spoke up like he was King Henry V in a Shakespearean performance. He told us that what he believed in was the flowering of the human personality, such as his own, and how could a personality flower in the boiler room of a destroyer? McInnes 1959, 158. Moreover, McInnes manages to achieve certain moments of real feeling, without strain, the hero and his father at a performance of Gilbert and Sullivan, with his colored housemate, cool, and on a trip up the river. On the river trip, a scene different from the others because it involves emotional response rather than the portrayal of attitudes. The hero becomes excited by the little rowboats on the Thames. A club, it must have been, of athletic juniors, each in white vest and pants and brown legs and arms and a red neck. It was cyclists they made me think of, weaving their way at speed through the city traffic, and we, of course, had to slow down almost to zero as they shot by both sides of us in their dozens. And I got up and cheered, and even old Dad did. Wonderful kiddies on that hot pot cracking day, racing downstream as if only the salt sea would stop them. Neither so sensitive nor so lyrical as Salinger, Absolute Beginners is still the closest we have come to a British, Mr. McInnes's Australian Catcher in the Rye. If anything, Mr. McInnes has made his hero both too sophisticated and too critical. I do not mean that he is merely a vehicle for Mr. McInnes's values, for we feel him as an authentic character in his own right. But he is, unfortunately, not as typical as we should like. It is characteristic, for example, that he should combine a kind of generous amorality in his attitude to himself and his teenage world, with a more strenuous moral dislike of the fake, the phony, the callous, and the inhuman, for example, his attitude to West Indians. But he is altogether more knowing than is, I think, possible for such a teenager to be. Perhaps, on the other hand, Mr. McInnes has done this generation more justice than others who have written about the same subject. I do not believe that humane attitudes to people and to social justice are bred only in conditions of want and deprivation. If post-war prosperity has lifted this working-class generation up out of poverty, and raised their cultural experiences and their social contacts, that is an unqualified gain. It is the sophisticated advance guard of the teenage revolution who are at universities and training colleges and art schools and in apprenticeships the most articulate in their protest about social issues, and who feel most strongly about South Africa or the bomb. If the cool young men of today were to become the social conscience of tomorrow, it would be because they had seen sights in the 20th century closed to many eyes before. It would not be the first revolution which came out of social deprivation, nor the first utopia with absolute beginnings. Chapter 2. The Young Englanders. The term Young Englanders includes teenagers and young people, both English and immigrant, whether West Indian, Pakistani, or Indian, who are now growing up as British citizens in this country. They are all members of the community of the young. We are, however, particularly concerned here with the coloured immigrant groups and their special problems. These young people do not in themselves constitute a problem, and their problems cannot be understood in isolation. On average, immigrant young people are neither more nor less intelligent, neither better nor worse behaved, than their English counterparts. Problems arise in their interaction with other groups in the society, and the solutions can only be formulated when we have understood the nature of this interchange. Race relations are not, as is commonly believed, simply the relations of the immigrant community to the host community. They are the mutual interrelations of both groups, English to immigrant, immigrant to English. Race is a collective concept. Essentially, race relations are relations between groups of people rather than individuals, relationships in which the personal exchanges between individuals are mediated through and affected by the whole body of stereotyped attitudes and beliefs which lie between one group and another. The point at which individuals of one national or racial group treat individuals of a different group as persons, on a wholly individual level, is the point at which race relations as such cease to exist. We are not yet at this point. And I believe that there is something confusing about using the language of personal contact to describe and analyze group situations, though I recognize that this tactic is often adopted out of the best liberal intentions. During the Troubles in Notting Hill in 1958, I was teaching at a secondary school in a poor area of London which was also, typically, an area of high migration. Several of the boys in my class had participated in the incidents, and we frequently discussed this in the classroom. An interesting fact about the discussions was that the boys held two quite separate and contradictory ideas. On one hand, they believed, often repeating the casual conversation of their parents, that West Indians were savages flooding the country, taking jobs, filling up classrooms, stealing women, that they were a lower order of society altogether and should be encouraged to go home. On the other hand, they had the friendliest of attitudes towards me, a teacher who, after all, had stolen a job in their school, and their own West Indian classmates, a group clearly filling up the classrooms. To these boys, I and the other West Indians they knew were persons, individuals. It was impossible for them to maintain their hostility in the face of personal, day-to-day contact. But the West Indians in Notting Hill were a group, them, outsiders, unknowns. There appeared to be very little carryover from the intimate and personal situation of the classroom to the impersonal situation of the streets of North Kensington. Insofar as this is a problem, then, it is a problem of and for the whole society. Let us start with the young people of the host community, the teenage natives. We start here for two reasons. First, it is they who provide the immediate community for the immigrant teenager, they who define his situation. Second, it is this group from whom immigrant teenagers most want recognition and confirmation. They are the significant others to the immigrant young person. The immigrant wants to grow up a little like his white counterparts, to do some of the things they do, in the same way, because this is one of the important ways in which he makes peace with and comes to terms in his new and alien environment. Other, white, teenagers embody, to some extent, one ideal of adjustment and one possible career in the new situation. In the past 15 years, one of the most important social developments in advanced industrial societies has been the rise of the teenager as a self-conscious generational grouping in the community. In Britain, this group is defined by age and leisure interests, rather than by class or educational background. This does not mean that class and educational background are not important social factors in teenage life. Indeed, social class and education will prove to be the primary determining factors in setting the limits of experience and in defining the life chances of the teenager. But the aspect we think of as the youth culture of the generation is available, to some extent, across class and educational lines. Many students, first-generation university people, and young adults of all social classes participate in the youth culture, although it is essentially the creation of and for the working-class teenager of both sexes. There is no space here to analyze the rise of this youth culture. It clearly exists, it is quite a distinctive patterning of interests and pursuits, and it is available in some form to most young people between the ages of 13 and 22, or more accurately between puberty and marriage, though the degree of participation is highly variable. Let us examine some of the emergent attitudes in this culture, attitudes which make easy intercourse between host and immigrant youth problematical. First, participants in youth culture have a strong sense of group and generation loyalty, which is often accompanied by suspicion and hostility towards those who are not in. Such groups are not tight groupings or gangs with a firm structure, and they have diverse interests and ways of spending their time. But the inner cohesion, keeping the world of adults at arm's length, is strong. Second, the main activities are associated with leisure, with informal group life and interpersonal contact. They are not strongly associated with work. Third, there is a strong sense that the old social barriers have been leveled, that the society is more open, that it is possible to move through it, that its forms are more fluid and more responsive to choice and selection than would have been the truth for their parents. We are not concerned here with whether or not British society is more open or leisure choices pre-selected and shaped, our only concern is that the participants believe them to be so. Few teenagers are fully paid up members of this culture, but association with it, fellow traveling, culturally you could describe it as widespread. It is a dominant cultural pattern, underpinned by a strong desire to be free of the constraints, disciplines, traditional attitudes, sources of authority of which adult society is composed. This augmented spirit of freedom in the young is, to my mind, a real gain in human and social terms, but it causes multiple points of conflict and tension between this generation and adult society. The conflict elements should not, however, be overstressed. For many good reasons the generations are not fundamentally divided, and when the strong, binding elements of youth and group association are loosened by time, experience, and family responsibilities, there is a striking recovery of shared interests between young and old. Adolescence, nevertheless, is for many a period of allowed rebellion, of permissiveness and experiment. These then are the significant others in the mind of the immigrant teenager. His classmates, his workmates, his friends in the neighborhood or the youth club, are likely to belong, to some degree, to this tribe. Being a proper teenager means taking part in the going out, dating, dancing, chatting and other self-programmed routines of teenage life. It means belonging to a group by whom you are immediately recognized and accepted, and where, for a time at least, the necessary veils can be drawn between what you do and what your parents or your schoolteacher or your club leader believe you are doing. It is clearly difficult for a colored teenager to find recognition in such a situation. Now we must examine the position of immigrant youngsters when they enter the situation of contact. These newcomers have a wide variety of background. They may have arrived in Britain as teenage or near teenage children, having spent a good proportion of their school life in the West Indies or Asia. These are first-generation immigrants. Their first contact with British life is as young adults. Their first situation of contact is a place of work, or rather, the labor exchange. Others may be second-generation immigrants, that is to say, they were born in this country of immigrant parents or came at an early age. These spend the major part of their childhood and adolescence in the host community, and their first situation of contact is the school. Still others, a smaller group, are the children of mixed marriages. These are all British citizens colored, but British citizens all the same. But it would be a mistake to assume that they are in immediate contact with the whole range of British society. Their encounters with the British take place, as a rule, in particular parts of Britain and with particular kinds of British people. Typically, the encounter is made in one of the twilight areas of large industrial cities, where larger numbers of immigrants live. These are the deprived urban areas, the subdivided, relet Victorian houses, badly in need of repair, which have been rapidly vacated since the war by those British tenants able to afford something better. Such areas have suffered swift social decline in recent years. Vacated by the older residents, they have become transition zones for immigrants of all kinds, who are drawn to them by employment opportunities. This group includes people from the north, where relative industrial decline has hit some areas, the Irish, and on the lowest rung of the ladder, West Indians, Pakistanis, and Indians. These quarters of the city are falling into disrepair. Many of them are scheduled for demolition. Washing and cooking facilities in these houses are inadequate. Families are in need of care, children of attention. Large numbers of people in these areas are below the poverty line. Even when they manage to make ends meet, they are conscious of being relatively far behind in the scramble, perilously close to social disaster and the breakdown of stable patterns of life, and far removed from the main roots of success and self-fulfillment in the society. These are the areas for the socially dispossessed. Colored immigrants are only one dispossessed social group crowding into these urban ghettos. Colored immigrants in these areas encounter multiple hostilities. They are suspiciously regarded simply because they are colored and foreign, because they don't fit the mental and cultural landscape, and, doubly so, because they are judged from the pressured position of native families already under severe social stress. The British families condemned to the twilight zones are only too conscious of others who are doing well. They fear a further decline in their status, already a fragile possession, fear competition for scarce jobs, scarce housing, scarce school places and welfare provision. They believe that the influx of yet another group will bring the few remaining barriers they have erected between themselves and social dislocation crumbling down. These hostilities are compounded by the alienness, the otherness of the colored strangers, accentuated by differences of background, religious beliefs, family relationships, cultural and dietary habits. It is hardly surprising that native families tend to offload their social frustrations onto the newcomers. The colored immigrant and his family have become the personification of the troubles of the Twilight Zone's troubles, which existed long before he arrived. The social problems of the community find in the immigrant a convenient image. So the load is passed from respectable, besieged older residents to the pushing, working-class families settling in as the first group begin their flight to the suburbs, and from the working-class families to the Irish, and from them to the West Indians, Pakistanis, and Indians, the blacks, the spooks, the nig-nogs. What the older residents say the youngsters repeat and amplify. And at the very end of the line stands the immigrant teenager. In such situations both the migrant and host families develop defensive, inward-looking attitudes. The schools, clubs, health clinics, and hospitals used by immigrants are labeled black schools, black clubs, and so on. The cafes and street corners and pubs are strips of territory patrolled by white youth. Through these hostile areas colored youngsters walk in groups and avoid trouble. Our cities are full of young colored citizens of Britain trying to tiptoe through society. A whole spectrum of mutual misconceptions and misapprehensions develops. White parents believe that immigrant families are lowering standards, neglecting their homes and families. Paradoxically, immigrant families believe English parents are too lax and indulgent with their children, too slovenly about the house. They feel that they are keeping up standards which the natives around them are rapidly abandoning. Such misconceptions never meet, they coexist. There is no one except the young immigrant, who is the busiest traveler between the two hostile worlds to translate between the groups. Each stands solidly behind reinforced barricades. And the person most affected by these barricades is the young immigrant. He has to learn to negotiate the hostility of both groups, to cope with the suspicion of his alien environment, neighbors, school friends, workmates, the police. But he also has to negotiate the fears of his own family and the determination of his parents that, at whatever cost, their dignity will not be lowered, their children will not fraternize too freely lest they be thought pushing, their girls will not stay out late lest they be thought loose, their boys will not expose themselves to situations in which they may be rebuffed and rejected. The young people of immigrant parents pass every day between the two defensive camps, and they are held on a very tight rein indeed. This may be due, in part, to a difference of family culture. Among some, discipline is in any case more summary, family traditions more patriarchal. But it is due, in large measure, to the immigrant situation itself. Migrants are highly conscious of themselves as a group which is constantly being watched and tested, and which is aware that what they do as individuals is accredited to the group as a whole. They and their children are the conscience of their race. They carry their social identities around with them like packs on their backs. The lived experience of the immigrant teenager is a little like that of the traveler whose routes in and out of the home take him along extended bridges across deep and dangerous chasms. Already the young immigrant is trying to span the gap between Britain and home, trying to make some sense of the striking contrasts in climate, environment, tempo of life and social position. These are not abstract ideas to him, they are two lived identities. There is the identity which belongs to the part of him that is West Indian, or Pakistani, or Indian, and is continually affirmed in the home and reaffirmed in his relation with his family, in the language he speaks with them, in remembered experiences, in relations he left behind. But there is also the identity of the young Englander towards which every new experience beckons him: school, friends, the street, work, and England itself. There may be differences of family background to contend with, mother and younger children still at home thousands of miles away, or mother with several children but no father, or a family life cast in a very traditional Victorian, and now, for Britain, increasingly deviant, mold strong father, indulgent mother, a slightly religious atmosphere in the house, strict hours, rough discipline, and justice. There are certainly differences of religious belief, of culture, and social custom which the immigrant teenager must bridge. Above all, though the family may be a close unit and emotional supports within the home strong, it is nevertheless a unit trying to find and maintain its equilibrium under the stress of immigration, holding fast to old beliefs and values which are markers in a shifting world, and a unit vulnerable to change and exposed to misunderstanding. The very cohesion of such a family can be claustrophobic and frustrating for the young adventurous immigrant. Somehow he must learn to reconcile his two identities and make them one. But many of the avenues into the wider society are closed to him. If he ventures into the clubs, he feels as though he is permanently on trial. This he finds especially difficult to bear because the relationship which the youth culture values most is the relaxed relationship in which people are not on trial, in which they simply belong and are accepted. He might feel happier in structured situations in which there is a teacher or youth leader or night school lecturer to tell the other youngsters to be nice to other people, especially colored people and dumb animals. But the young immigrant wants recognition and confirmation where there is no one around to organize it for him, where groups form spontaneously, friendships are casual and non-instrumental, and activities are unprogrammed. He wants the right to wander and loaf, to pick up friends, to chat the girls up, to dance or listen to records or play cricket, to dress up and move into town on Saturday evenings. This casual rhythm is the essence of teenage life. It mirrors the ebb and flow, the packed moments of activity followed by the prolonged layoffs, of adolescence itself. Beside this style of teenage life, the young colored immigrant's existence, for all its gaiety and vitality, is highly structured, careful, purposeful and disciplined. The pressures on him to pick up new skills, to challenge the youth employment officer by having more O-levels than anybody else, to be steady at night school and evening class, are strong and insistent. By these diligent and strenuous pursuits, the colored immigrant, like most other immigrant groups, can beat the native at his own game. It is for this reason, then, that such strong emphasis is placed on formal education and the need to acquire industrial skills, to learn the language and the routines of an advanced technological society. Some migrant families are assimilated to British society through their children. But assimilation has its price. Success in these spheres is the children's only compensation for the rather narrow and constricting range outside of school, work, and college. Hard work, a decent job, respectability, and self-respect. The young immigrant has to be satisfied with these virtues in his contact with his white counterparts. Yet he can't go home again. The route back is closed. But so too is the route forward. He finds the adult community around him hostile, the adolescent world closed against him. He has a sustained sense of unfairness and misrepresentation whenever his activities bring him into contact with authority. He feels that he is, unthinkingly, excluded from the self-selected in-groups of leisure time. He is them rather than us. I have noticed that the young immigrants I have met in the last year or two are falling back on their own reserves. They are closing in their lines of contact, rediscovering their own racial and national identities and stereotyping their white counterparts. In itself, this may not be a bad thing if integration means the enforced loss and rejection of their own identity, then it is too high a price to pay. Most people want recognition by their peers, but it must be recognition on equal and honorable terms. There is a pride and independence among these youngsters which is a tribute to their resilience, their capacity to survive, their determination to respect and honor not only themselves but also their families, home countries, culture, prowess, and achievements. This may be the only platform from which an assault on the host community can be made. Nevertheless, it represents lost ground in the struggle for integration. We are further away from that goal today than we were in the late 50s when heavy immigration began. The lessons of disillusionment are strongly etched in the faces and attitudes of colored teenagers. The bitterness and resentment of Smethwick have been absorbed. They have taken the place of the shock of Notting Hill, as that shock replaced the brightness and expectancy of the faces of 1956 and 1957. And each new experience of rejection, each new failure to make contact leaves its mark. The problems of the young immigrants are the problems of the marginal men and women of British society, Britain's new second-class citizens. Few people have begun to understand the stresses placed on them or their complex needs and expectations or their particular vulnerability. Before we try to find solutions to their problems, we must imagine ourselves in their place. We must try to understand what it is like for them, standing at the point of conflict and intersection between two worlds, one world which carries echoes, associations, memories, and ideals of the past, and another which carries the promise but also the threat and the danger of the future. Chapter 3. Black Men, White Media. My main thesis is this: there is something radically wrong with the way black immigrants, West Indians, Asians, Africans are handled by and presented on the mass media. What's more, I don't believe this can be resolved by a few more black faces on the screen, or by an extra documentary or two on immigrant problems. Nor do I think it can be traced to casual discrimination on racial matters within the broadcasting organizations. Its roots lie deep within the broadcasting structures themselves, and good liberal broadcasters, as well as bad racialist ones, are both constrained by these structures. Broadly speaking, the media exist in a very close, sympathetic relationship to power and established values. They favor a consensus view of any problem, they reflect overwhelmingly middle-class attitudes and experience. Basically, this unfits them for an authentic portrayal of the black community and its problems. The media tend to favor experts, privileged witnesses, middlemen, whereas blacks are predominantly an outgroup, outside the consensus. The media reflect organized majority and minority viewpoints, whereas blacks are relatively unorganized. The media are sensitive to middle-class ways of life, whereas blacks belong to the skilled and semi-skilled working class. The media favor the articulate, whereas blacks are relatively unarticulate, and their anger and frustration often outruns the terms of polite debate. Above all, the media are defensive about the sacred institutions of society, whereas black people most encounter problems in these sensitive power areas: employment, public discrimination, housing, parliamentary legislation, local government, law and order, the police. Now, does this conflict of interest between the media and black people really matter? I believe it does. The mass media play a crucial role in defining the problems and issues of public concern. They are the main channels of public discourse in our segregated society. They transmit stereotypes of one group to other groups. They attach feelings and emotions to problems. They set the terms in which problems are defined as central or marginal. My own view is that black people have had an invisible presence for centuries in British history. They have been the hidden component in the fate and fortune of Britain as a world imperial power. In the very moment when that world historical role is being diminished, blacks have come in large numbers to work and live in what is laughingly called the host society. They have always been and are now visibly central to the society's quarrel with itself. You exclude them from access at considerable peril to society as a whole. I ought to be more specific in the charges I am bringing against broadcasting. When blacks appear in the documentary/current affairs part of broadcasting, they are always attached to some immigrant issue. They have to be involved in some crisis or drama to become visible actors to the media. But problem-centered programs like these select and process participants in terms of very rigid program formulae. Blacks participate, then, in broadcasts defined by the media as black problems, and they do so within constraints, given in the very professional definition of what constitutes good television, by the producers themselves. It is very rare indeed to see a program where blacks themselves have defined the problem as they see it. Now it matters a great deal whether studio discussions are based on the premise that black people constitute a problem for Mr. Enoch Powell, or that Enoch Powell constitutes a problem for black people. Further, such programs are inevitably based on the liberal consensus assumption that we are all proceeding, slowly but inevitably, towards a racially integrated society. Actually, for blacks, this premise of integration is a highly problematic question. There is much more evidence that Britain is, slowly but inevitably, drifting towards the creation of a permanent black minority of second-class citizens, living in poverty and deprivation, and subject to discrimination as a group. The liberal postulate about integration is a politician's and broadcasters' utopia. No black group would, realistically, choose this framework for a discussion of its problems. But, not only is this more realistic view never made the consensual basis of broadcasting, but it is extremely rare to see on television an examination of the real conditions on the ground, in the black/white communities, from which integration or its opposite permanent conflict might emerge. This is because the media, on the whole, naturally gravitate to the liberal middle ground. They find conflict and oppression, the real conditions of black existence, difficult and awkward. They tend to redefine all problems as failures in communication. But it is also because the media cream their way very thinly indeed through British society. Raymond Williams once remarked that it is hard to believe that there are 56 million people in Britain, since so few of them ever appear on television. The same could be said about the media and working class people, as Philip Whitehead pointed out recently in The Listener. There has been little attempt either in drama, documentary, or features to explore and express the rich, complex, diverse and troubled experience of blacks. There have been few, if any, programs sufficiently in touch with the grassroots of black opinion to recreate in broadcasting terms how the world looks from that position. The broadcasting formulae seem to inhibit ordinary people talking in their own terms about their own experience to the rest of society. The visible debate, therefore, about blacks, conducted in terms primarily set up by the race relations industry, leaves the vast, invisible majority of blacks untouched and unrepresented. They are a repressed part of what from the viewpoint of the broadcasting studios is virtually unknown country. When the debate does surface, it is virtually impossible to hear any but a handful of middle-class blacks like me and spokesmen for the black community like most of the people in this studio speaking for the rest. On the whole, less articulate blacks are mercilessly processed and patronized when they do appear on the screen. What inhibitions, what constraints, what forms of self-censorship, what shallowness of social contacts ensure that the media will be so deeply unrepresentative of the ordinary men and women in this society? Blacks are not puppets attached by strings to some set of issues defined as black problems. They form a natural minority in any cross-section of opinion from a large industrial city in England. They are crucially affected by everything which affects the rest of the society: education, welfare, common market, law and order. They have a right to access when these questions are being discussed. But they also have problems and viewpoints which are distinctive. In recent years, there has been, within the black communities, a growing sense of identification with black consciousness and culture, with movements for liberation amongst black countries and minorities elsewhere, and a growing impulsion to link informal segregation in Britain with more overt forms of racism elsewhere. Just as there has been a powerful thrust towards defining Britain as naturally and inevitably white. Now neither of these strands in public opinion are going to disappear because such controversial attitudes and conflicts are difficult for broadcasters to handle. Where such attitudes exist among blacks, and they must be allowed clear expression, without the broadcasters silently labeling them black power and therefore extremist and therefore wrong and therefore excluding them, or cooling them out in the studio. The thrust towards black consciousness, like the thrust towards more overt racism, are deeply rooted in the real historical situation. They won't disappear because they affront broadcasting's liberal sensibilities. I have been talking mainly about current affairs. But I hope we won't forget that, in terms of the steady formation of popular attitudes, the maintenance and reinforcement of stereotypes, the drama/series/serial end of broadcasting, and entertainment, exerts a much stronger impact than current affairs. The routine handling of illegal immigrants, with which programs like The Saint and the popular police television series, Softly Softly, have recently dealt, helps to confirm the impression, eloquently fostered elsewhere, that Britain is being steadily overrun by Pakistanis on the run. You can see, from recent speeches on immigrant issues by Mr. Powell and others, what mischief can be worked when such stereotypes are lying around in popular consciousness to be activated in more political and more explosive contexts. We know comparatively little about how early such stereotypes are created, how much the media contribute to them, or whether the media could help to erode them. But we could use broadcasting in a far more positive way here if we consciously made the choice to do so than we do at present. Children's television, for example, is still whiter than white. The affluent thrillers have more stereotyped black villains and problem families per square footage than they ought to in a society which is confronting an extremely dangerous problem. My impression is that this whole area of drama, serials, and entertainment is treated as routine broadcasting where the race question is concerned, yet it may be precisely here where the fundamental damage is being done. The important point about television entertainment is that it educates the popular consciousness informally, by dealing with real-life problems and situations in fictional terms. It creates images without appearing to do so. And it powerfully attaches feelings and emotions to these images, feelings which can then be triggered off in more explosive situations. The vast majority of blacks live in the worst housing, in the decaying inner rings of our cities. they do the menial work tasks, they belong to the poorest and most deprived sectors of society. They try to make a life in conditions of deprivation and oppression. This is the heart of the black experience in Britain today. What concerns me is the unwitting biases, the hidden premises, the invisible attitudes and loyalties, the concealed links between broadcasting and power, broadcasting and class which prevent the media from articulating this experience in clear and authentic terms. I doubt whether a little tinkering with the schedules will do here. I believe the constraints are written into broadcasting structures as we presently have them, and I believe that, if the situation does not rapidly change, broadcasters, like politicians, will face a massive withdrawal of confidence from the invisible half black and white in the society, a silent revolt of the audience. Chapter 4. Race and Moral Panics in Post-War Britain. In his book Black and White, The Negro in English Society, 1555–1945, James Walvin records how, in the last decade of the 16th century, England was troubled by an expanding population and a shortage of food. As hunger swept the land, England was faced by a problem which taxed the resources of government to the limits. Immigrants added to the problem, since no group was so immediately visible as the blacks which, by then, had been distributed in their thousands in English cities as a result of the growing involvement of England in the slave trade. Queen Elizabeth I, accordingly, wrote to the Lord Mayors of the country's major cities, remarking that there are of late divers blackamoors brought into this realm, of which kinds of people there are already many, considering how God hath blessed this land with great increase of people. She ordered that those kind of people be sent forth of the land. In January 1601, she repeated her advice in a proclamation, "Send away such Negroes and blackamoors which are carried into this realm," to the great annoyance of her own liege people. Walvin 1973, 8. Walvin does not record whether this is the first English moral panic about race. But the incident helps to give some historical perspective to the theme of this lecture, the English reaction to race in the post-war period. It suggests also, that the mechanisms involved are not as we might have supposed of recent origin, I mean the mechanism by means of which problems internal to the society are projected onto, or exported into, an excessive and regressive preoccupation with race. The 1970s is not the first time that the English official mind, forced to contemplate a crisis, has turned the conversation in the direction of the blacks. This is the first, and perhaps the most important point I want to make. Let me put it more generally. There is an overwhelming tendency to abstract questions of race from their internal social and political contexts, to deal with race as if it had nothing intrinsically to do with the present condition of England. It is viewed as an external problem, foisted on English society from the outside, which has simply been visited on the society from the skies. To hear problems of race discussed in England today, one would believe that relations between Britain and the peoples of the Caribbean or Indian subcontinent began with the first wave of black immigrants in the late 1940s and early 1950s. The English and race is debated as if it is a brief and temporary interlude which will shortly be brought to an end. These poor, benighted people, for reasons which the British now find it hard to bring to mind, picked themselves up out of their villages and plantations and, uninvited, made this long, strange, and apparently unpredictable journey to the doors of British industry which, out of the pure goodness of their hearts, gave them employment. Now the good times are over, and the kissing has to stop. The national patience is exhausted, the fund of goodwill used up. It is time the problem went back home where it came from. The British people require to be assured, so we are told, that a definite and conclusive end to the problem is in sight. The tendency to abstract race from the internal dynamic of the society, and to repress its history, is not confined to the political right. It is also to be found on the liberal left. For the right, immigration and race are a problem of the control of an external flow, or, as the popular press would say, a wave, a tide. Stop the flow and racism will subside. The liberal left have long treated immigration and race as a problem in the exercise of good conscience. Be kind to our friends from overseas, then racism will disappear. Neither side can bring themselves to refer to Britain's imperial and colonial past, even as a contributory factor to the present situation. The slate has been wiped clean. Racism is not endemic to the structures of British social life, it has nothing intrinsically to do with the dynamic of British politics, or with the economic crisis, it is not part of English culture, it does not belong to the English ideology. It is an external virus, injected into the body politic. Its control is a matter of policy but not of politics. I hope to persuade you that this cannot be true. It was not true of the historical past. And it is not true of the decades since the 1950s, the high period of black migration to Britain. We cannot account for the emergence of a specifically indigenous racism in this way. The latter phase is the main subject of my talk tonight. But something must be said, first, about the historical aspects. Britain's relations with the peoples of the Caribbean and the Indian subcontinent do not begin in the late 1940s. British attitudes to the ex-colonial subject peoples of a former time cannot be accurately charted from the appearance of a black proletariat in Birmingham or Bradford in the 1950s. These relations are a central feature in the formation of Britain's material dominance, as they are a central theme in English culture and in popular and official ideologies. Britain's rise to mercantile dominance, and the process of primitive accumulation which generated the surpluses of wealth that set capitalist development in motion, were founded on the slave trade and the plantation systems of the Americas in the 17th century. India provided the material basis for the foundation of Britain's Asian empire as well as the basis, in cheap labor and raw materials, for the early industrial revolution in the 18th century. The colonization of Africa and the penetration of the markets of Latin America and the Far East were the centerpiece of Britain's industrial and imperial hegemony in the 19th century, the zenith of empire. In each of those phases, an economic and a cultural chain, the imperialist chain, bound the fate of millions of workers and peasants in the colonial hinterlands to the destiny of those in the heartland of English society. The wealth drawn off through conquest, colonization, and trade silently enriched one rising class after another, fed and supported one phase of economic development after another, provided the invisible foundations for the flourishing culture of one English city and seaport after another, across 4 centuries. It is geography and distance which rendered them invisible. It is only in the last phase of British imperialism that the labouring classes of the satellites and the labouring classes of the metropolis have confronted one another directly on native ground. But their fates have long been indelibly intertwined. The very definition of what it is to be British, the centrepiece of that culture now to be preserved from racial dilution, has been articulated around this absent/present centre. If their blood has not mingled extensively with yours, their labour power has long since entered your economic bloodstream. It is in the sugar you stir, it is in the sinews of the infamous British sweet tooth, it is the tea leaves at the bottom of the British cuppa. The indigenous British racism of the post-war period begins with this profound historical forgetfulness, the loss of historical memory, the collective amnesia, the ideological repression which has overtaken the British people since the end of empire in the 1950s. Paradoxically, the homegrown variety of racism begins with this attempt to wipe out and efface every trace of the colonial and imperial past from official and popular recall. Clearly, it is part of the traumatic adjustment to the end of empire, the termination of a long and unrivaled period of world dominance. On the surface, Britain has often appeared to make this adjustment with its customary sang-froid. But, undoubtedly, it has left a great reservoir of guilt and a deep, historical resentment. It is not possible to operate so directly and surgically on popular memory without leaving deep scars and traces. This reservoir has undoubtedly nourished the springs of an indigenous racism. It may account, in a part, for the resonance of its popular appeal. It has to be reckoned with, in any account of the post-war British reaction to race. But it cannot explain it. To do this we must turn to the internal factors which have made racism a growing and dynamic force in English society since the 1950s. It is not, in my view, helpful to define racism as a natural and permanent feature either of all societies or of a universal human nature. It is not a permanent human or social deposit, waiting to be triggered off when the circumstances are right. It has no natural and universal law of development. It does not always assume the same configuration. There have been many different racisms, each historically specific, each articulated in a concrete and specific way with the other structures and relations of the social formations in which they appear. Racism is always historically specific. Though it may draw on the cultural traces deposited by previous historical phases, it always takes on specific forms. It arises out of present, not past conditions. Its effects are specific to the present organization of society, to the present unfolding of its dynamic political and cultural processes, not simply to its repressed past. It may matter less than we think that Britain has, over 4 centuries, been involved in modes of economic exploitation and political domination on a world scale, many of which operated through the mechanisms of race. This only signals the potential, perhaps the propensity of the society to take that route again. But the indigenous racism of the 1960s and 70s is significantly different form and effect from the racism of the high colonial period. It is a racism at home rather than abroad, the racism, not of a dominant, but of a declining social formation. It is to the social construction of this indigenous racism that we now turn. First, it is necessary to establish a rough periodization. Here, we must hold 2 perspectives in mind, at the same time. We must look sequentially at the way racism has been constructed and developed across 3 decades, at its development as a process, at its connected forms, and its deepening impact, on black and white populations alike. At the same time, we must look laterally sideways, so to speak, at the connections which race contracts with other things in society, at each of its turning points, the relations, structures, and events which become harnessed to, or articulated through, race. The late 1940s to the mid-1950s is the period of initial settlement. Here, we find the buildup of black workers in the labor-hungry centers of production, a period when industry is swinging over from wartime to peacetime production, and into the great productive boom of the mid-1950s. The main outlines of the pattern of black settlement are established in this phase: the inner-city black concentrations, multiple occupation, the density of black labor in certain specific occupations. In this period of accommodation and adjustment, blacks and Asians maintain a low profile, drawing their curtains against the cold and the outside, effacing themselves as an intrusive presence. It is a period of muted optimism about long-term assimilation. The real environments where the possibility of racial coexistence is tested out are in the jobs and localities where the black and white working classes meet. There are many problems of adjustment on both sides, but the lines of informal segregation which have come to be the prevailing social pattern in such areas have not yet hardened into place. The whole period, what Sivanandan, 1976, has called the laissez-faire period in British immigration politics, the period of the open door, is lubricated by the economic boom. The need for British industry to draw heavily on this new reserve army of labour weakened official resistance to the introduction of a black working class. It also weakened the sharpness of the competition for jobs between black and white workers. The segmentation of black occupations shielded white workers, for a time, from its full impact in a period of full employment. Above all, rising living standards provided just that economic space, the margin of maneuver in the urban areas, which gave people some room to settle and move. The modest optimism about race, in this period, was, if you like, closely dependent on a general climate of economic optimism, the one an expression of the other. The real history of this early phase remains to be written. But the first signs of an open and emergent racism of a specifically indigenous type appears in the race riots of Notting Hill and Nottingham in 1958. This cannot be directly attributed to the early warning signs of a developing crisis of accumulation and balance of payments in the economy of the late 1950s. Notting Hill was a classic scenario for this emergence, one of those traditional urban zones where, for the first time, the incipient black colony and a distinct and different colony way of life begins to flourish and expand. There are 3 constituent elements in these early riots. The first is the appearance for the first time in real terms since the 1930s of an active fascist political element, the Unionist movement, led by Mosley, and the dissident League of Empire Loyalists. They had seen quite correctly that the transitional culture of North Kensington, with its incipient but growing urban problems, provided a more favorable terrain for the construction of a native racism than the more stable traditional structure of an older area of settlement, like Brixton. They introduced the syntax of racism into street corner politics, but, in effect, they were more symptom than cause. The second element was the more structured antagonism between colony blacks and the indigenous white working class and petty bourgeoisie of this decaying royal borough. Against this fulcrum, which marks the crucial intersection between the politics of race and the politics of the inner city, the wheel of British racism turned. The third, most active element was that which pioneered the open harassment of blacks on the streets, white teenagers. But here, looking laterally, it is important to note that the Notting Hill riots have a double history. They are part of the history of emergent racism, but they are also part of the moral panic of the mid-1950s about the antisocial attitudes of youth in an affluent and materialist world. If the presence of blacks within the area itself touched the sources of public anxiety about competition over scarce urban resources, the spectacle of black and white youths, locked in confrontation around the tube station and backstreets of North Kensington, fed into those deep and troubled anxieties about the rapid process of post-war social change, a process for which youth had come to stand as a vivid cultural symbol. In a famous editorial, The Times mapped the Notting Hill events directly into hooliganism, teenage violence, lawlessness, and anarchy. These, together with the football spectator and the railway carriage wrecker, all are manifestations of a strand of our social behavior that an adult society can do without, our emphasis. The editorial was not headed "Race Riot in Notting Hill." It was entitled "Hooliganism is Hooliganism." Nevertheless, as the economic downturn began in earnest, Britain introduced in 1962 the first Commonwealth Immigration Act, imposing controls on the flow of immigrants. The second turning point is 1964. By now, the economic boom had tapered off, and the classes which have to be addressed about these growing material problems, which in the 1950s had been defined as never again likely to appear, are no longer runaway teddy boys, but adult white workers and their families. The location of the new turning point in the emergence of post-war racism, therefore, takes place, not in the decaying colony of a transitional zone like Notting Hill, but in the very heartland of the traditional and conservative nation, Smethwick. Peter Griffiths's successful campaign against black immigration in the 1964 election marks the first moment when racism is appropriated into the official policy and program of a major political party and legitimated as the basis of an electoral appeal, specifically directed at the popular classes. Here is the beginning of racism as a key element in the official politics of populism, racism in a structured and legitimate political form. The defeat of a Labour minister on the issue proved, if Paul Foot's depressing survey did not, the penetration of racist ideology within the organised working class and the labour institutions themselves. It revealed the degree to which, as a consequence of all that had happened to the organised labour movement in the period of consensus, the working class was now exposed and vulnerable to the construction of a popular racism. The Smethwick victory, a turning point in the history of post-war racism, was followed by the 1965 White Paper on Immigration from the Commonwealth, which, as Robert Moore observed last week, laid the ideological basis for subsequent policy, and as a result the argument that numbers of immigrants was the essence of the problem, was defined. Between 1964 and 1968, the date of our third turning point, the world itself turned. It turned, specifically, in race relations. The dream of assimilation was laid low, and finally abandoned in the mid-60s. The black population drew back into its defensive enclaves and, much affected by the rise of black struggles in the U.S., began to develop a different, distinct, and more actively engaged black political ideology. But 1968 is also a cataclysmic year, not only in Britain but elsewhere, in the US, in France, Italy, Germany, Japan. It is the period of the growing protests against the Vietnam War, the year of the student revolutions, of black power and black separatism, of the Cultural Revolution, of hot summers on the streets, followed by hot autumns in the factories. It inaugurated a period of profound political, social, and cultural polarization when the Great Consensus, which had uneasily united all classes and strata into the politics of the center, backed by an apparently unending boom, definitively came apart, to reveal the contradictions and antagonisms gathering beneath. It is the period in which the state and the governing classes perceive, not simply the erosion of traditional standards and ways of life and belief, which they had identified with the plague of permissiveness, but the formation of what they construed as an active and organized conspiracy against the social order itself. It is the year in which President Nixon won an infamous victory by summoning up the demons of the silent majority in the service of a law and order crusade. Powellism is formed in this moment, out of this crucible. By Powellism I mean something larger, more significant than the explicit enunciation of new racially defined policies for the black population. I mean the formation of an official racist politics at the heart of the political culture itself. Mr. Powell's famous pronouncements on race in 1968 and 1969 have since become justly famous. It is not so often remarked that Powellism, though it derived its cutting edge from the resonance of its racial themes, was directed, more widely, at the crisis of the social order, at the conspiracy of radical and alien forces threatening law and order, at what he himself called the enemy within. Nor can the articulation of this talk of conspiracy and order be laid exclusively at his door. A range of politicians and public spokesmen, the press and the mass media, in this period are mesmerized by the spectacle of a society. Britain is, of course, not the only example careering through polarization into a deep crisis of social authority, what Gramsci calls a crisis of hegemony. It is this whole crisis, not race alone, which is the subject and object of law and order crusades, the appeals to tough measures, the whispers of conspiracy. In one of its principal dimensions, this crisis is thematized through race. Race is the prism through which British people are called upon to live through, to understand, and then to deal with crisis conditions. The enemy is within the gates. He is nameless, protean, everywhere. He may even be in the Foreign Office, cooking the immigration figures, and fooling the people. But someone will name him. He is the other eloter, the stranger in the midst, the cuckoo in the nest, the excrement in the letter box. He is the blacks. This ideology, predicated around this racist subject, which is formed in response to a crisis, must touch and connect with the lived experiences of the silent majorities, to become practically effective. It must acquire a concrete purchase on the lives of citizens, on their everyday conditions and circumstances, on their common sense experiences, if the threat to society is to become palpable and real. When the silent and beleaguered majorities, the great underclasses, the great, silent, British public are made to speak, through the ventriloquism of its public articulators, it is not surprising, then, that it speaks with the unmistakable accent of a thoroughly homegrown racism. Powellism may have been kept out of political power, but, in this period, it dominated and defined the ideological terrain. Both the 1968 Act with its explicit use of racial categories, the infamous patrial distinction, and the 1971 Act which succeeded it, bearing down on the soft underbelly of the immigration problem, the dependents and families of Black and Asian workers, are tributes to its profound success, its popular mobilizing appeal. Through the 1970s, the backlash is constructed. It moves on all fronts at once: political, industrial, racial, ideological. As the depth of the British economic recession begins to be revealed, and as the state girds up its loins to confront the hidden materialism of the working class directly, we witness the construction of a soft law and order society. The law itself becomes, in part, the engine of this regression. On the industrial front, it is recruited directly into the confrontation with the working class. On the political front, it is mobilized specifically against radicals, political demonstrators, and extremists. The language of extremists versus moderates becomes the everyday syntax of the mass media in this period. The legal harassment of the black colony populations, the overt racist homilies against the whole black population by judges in court, the imposition of tough policing and arrest on suspicion in the colony areas, the rising hysteria about black crime, the identification of black crime with mugging, must be seen in the wider context of this decisive turn into popular authoritarianism. Here, the panics about race succeed one another with such rapid succession that it is difficult to separate them out. The lulls between them are only temporary, the running warfare between unemployed black youth and the police, the swamping tactics of the special patrol groups, the arrests of black political activists on SUS, the scare hysteria, fanned by the section of the press which has detached itself into the authoritarian campaign against Ugandan and Malawi Asians, the great, prophesied tidal wave, the pressure on illegal immigrants, the scandalous stories of Asian families living in luxury off the council, the black counterpart of that general assault on the welfare state which also produced its repertory of scare stories about white welfare scroungers drawing the dole on the Costa Brava, the murder of Asian youths in Southall, the confrontations of Brockwell Park and other scenes of set warfare between youths and the police, above all. The refining and focusing down of the problem into the inner city zones, the localities where the general nightmares of the racial threat to our way of life can be made specific and concrete. Here, the programs of urban aid have failed to stem the tide of urban poverty and decay. Here, the recessive cycles of unemployment, the fears of recession, the competition over dwindling jobs, begin to bite. Young black youths are increasingly unemployed, drifting, as every unemployed section of the working class historically has, into petty pilfering and crime. The colony areas are the incipient basis for an increasingly restless and alienated sector of the population. This is where the crisis intersects. Practically, they have to be policed with increasing strictness. But, also, the crisis has to be explained ideologically and dealt with, contained, managed. Blacks become the bearers, the signifiers, of the crisis. Racism is its final solution. The class which is called upon to bear the brunt of the economic crisis is divided and segmented against, and within, itself along racial lines. If racism had never existed, as a plausible way in which the underclasses of society could be impelled to live through the crisis of the social formation, it would surely have had to be invented in the 1970s. This is not a crisis of race. But race periodizes and punctuates the crisis. Race is the prism through which the crisis is perceived. It is the justifying scheme by means of which the crisis is analyzed and explained. It is the means by which the crisis is to be resolved. It is the operator, the crystallization of the crisis. It is the mechanism through which the movement, at the level of politics and the state, is pioneered towards a necessarily exceptional form or moment of the state, a moment which has to rely on law and coercion, since the very foundations of social consensus have been eroded, more than usual law in order to deal with a more than usual threat to the social order. It is race, above all, which effectively connects the crisis of the state above with the state of the streets, and little old ladies hustled off pavements, in the depths, below. Race makes the abstract crisis of authority real, concrete, specific. Like hanging, it wonderfully concentrates the popular mind. In his famous speech at Northfield, during the 1970 election, Mr. Powell had warned of the invisible enemy within, students destroying universities and terrorizing cities, bringing down governments, of the power of the modern form of the mob, the demonstration in making governments tremble, the success of disorder, deliberately fomented for its own sake in the near destruction of civil government in Northern Ireland, and the accumulation of combustible material of another kind. That is, of race. The problem, however, he asserted, had been miscalled race. Race was being used to mystify and confuse the people. The real problem was the great liberal conspiracy inside government and the media, which held ordinary people up to ransom, making them fearful to speak the truth for fear of being called racialist, and literally made to say black is white. It was race, but now as the pivot of this process of brainwashing by repetition of manifest absurdities, race as a secret weapon, depriving them of their wits and convincing them that what they thought right was wrong. In short, race as the conspiracy of silence and blackmail against the silent and long-suffering majority. This is the syntax of an authentic regressive populism, which is articulated through and around the potent metaphors of race. Its counterpart can be found, extensively, in that period, from many other sources. Its echo lives on, amplified and expanded, in the panic climate of 1978, even if the terms are more polite, the rhetoric less compelling, the accent more refined. Populist racism is no longer the preserve and prerogative of a minority, prophesying in the wilderness. It has become naturalized normal currency of exchange at the center of the political culture, and can be read, any day, on the front page of the popular press, the Daily Mail for example. We have said that the emergence of the ideology of indigenous racism has periodically assumed the form of a moral panic. Moral panics have been defined as follows by Professor Stan Cohen. Societies appear every now and then to be subject to periods of moral panic. A condition, episode, person, or group of persons emerges to become defined as a threat to societal values and interests. Its nature is presented in a stylized and stereotypical fashion by the mass media. The moral barricades are manned by editors, bishops, politicians, and other right-thinking people. Socially accredited experts pronounce their diagnoses and solutions. Ways of coping are evolved, or, more often, resorted to. The condition then disappears, submerges, or deteriorates and becomes more visible. Sometimes the panic is passed over and forgotten, at other times it has more serious and long-term repercussions and might produce such changes in legal and social policy or even in the way society conceives itself. 1972, 9. Professor Cohen was describing the social reaction to the activities of youth in the 1950s and 1960s, the teddy boy and mods and rockers phenomena. But his definition can and should be extended to the emergence of indigenous racism. The important features of the moral panic as an ideological process are these. It represents a way of dealing with diffuse social fears and anxieties by projecting or displacing them onto the stigmatized social group. It crystallizes such fears and anxieties by providing them with a simple and concrete, identifiable social object. Around these stigmatized groups and events, a powerful, popular groundswell can often be mobilized, calling on the authorities to take controlling action. Moral panics, therefore, frequently serve to pioneer policies and practices by the state which increase social control, which move the apparatuses of the state into a more coercive closure. At the same time, these panics give this shift towards coercive closure in the state the opening up of exceptional moments in the post-liberal state a popular base and legitimacy. It is one of the forms in which a largely voiceless and powerless section of the community can draw attention and give voice to its concrete problems, and call for remedies and solutions. Thus, the language and stereotypical explanatory terms of a moral panic provide a popular vocabulary and discontent which can itself become the ideological vehicle through which the people are spoken for, and spoken to. We do not need to have recourse to models of conspiracy here, though the tilt of the pendulum in the state towards the coercive pole is often, itself, supported by conspiratorial nightmares. In formal democracies, where policies, especially if they are tough and constraining, require to be given the legitimacy of popular consent, moral panics can sometimes provide the basis by which a popular authoritarianism is actively constructed, the means, in short, by which the consent of the popular classes is won for the imposition of more than usual measures of control. We have undoubtedly, in the late 1960s and 1970s, seen both processes in operation, the movement towards a closure of control in the operations of the strong state which, in crisis conditions, must take the lead, give the semblance of the smack of firm government, and the construction of popular authoritarian ideologies. Both have operated within, but are not reducible to, the deepening of the world economic recession, which has bitten particularly hard and sharp in Britain itself. Whichever political party has been in power, the ideological terrain has undoubtedly been captured, defined, and colonized by this shift into popular authoritarianism. We find variants of it in the general assault on the whole concept of social welfare, in the militant advocacy of the virtues of social competition, self-reliant individualism, and what are called social market values. We find it in the concerted assault on progressive and comprehensive trends in education, the call for a return to standards, to the traditional curriculum, to discipline and authority in the classroom, even, if necessary, corporal punishment. We find it in the aggressive defense of traditional moral standards and values, above all, in the defense of the traditional family, and the opposition to every tentative movement in the liberalization of sexual mores or in the position of women. We find it in the moral backlash, the resistance to every vestige of the so-called permissive society, and the summons to worship and honor the traditional shrines and pieties. Race is only one of the elements in this wider ideological crusade to clean up Britain, to roll up the map of liberalism, and to turn the clock of history back to the times where the world was safe for Englishmen. Parties in power, of whatever political complexion, which fondly imagine they are in command of the forces and tendencies moving in popular consciousness, do not remotely appear to understand the degree to which they are not writing, but written, driven and directed by this authoritarian wave, how the historical stage and the political agenda is set, how the ideological terrain is defined by forces which they do not control, but with which they, nevertheless, frequently collude. Race is only one element in this struggle to command and structure the popular ideology, but it has been, over the past 2 decades, a leading element, perhaps, the key element. Since it appears to be grounded in natural and biological facts, it is a way of drawing distinctions and developing practices which appear, themselves, to be natural, given, and universal. It has, for example, become an acceptable explanation for some features of the racism of the British police in their interactions with the black population, to say that, since they are only a cross-section of the great British public, there is, naturally, a due proportion of racists amongst them. Race provides the structure of simplifications which make it possible to construct plausible explanations of troubling developments, and which facilitates the application of simplifying remedies. Who now wants to begin to explore the complex of economic and political forces which have perpetuated and multiplied the poverty of the working class districts of the inner cities? Who will have time for that complicated exercise which may require us to trace connections between structures of our society which it is more convenient to keep apart, when a simple, obvious, natural explanation lies to hand? Of course, they are poor because the blacks are here. It is not a logical proposition, but ideologies do not function by that kind of logic, they exhibit a logic of their own. Race thus provides, in times of crisis and upheaval, an apparently natural and self-justifying circle of explanations. But it is not this general syntax of racism which can be found in more than one of the many racisms which have flourished, but a very specific variant form which has become active in the post-war period. Not the racism of a confident class like the slave-holding plutocracy of the Americas, but a racism of a divided ruling class, a racism, not of economic dominance but of economic decline, a racism which, far from expressing as it does in South Africa the element of enforced cohesion and imposed unity by a ruling class unified by a racist ideology, is a racism which emerges out of the break-up of social cohesion and consensus. Though no doubt there are active racist elements among the dominant social classes in Britain, British racism has become, specifically, a racism for the working classes and the petty bourgeoisie. Its strident and active populism is one of its defining characteristics. In this sense, it has helped to disentangle and dislocate the existing ideologies of economic class demands and of the class struggle, and helped to reconstruct and recompose them into ideologies of the nation and the people. It has the effect of cementing together the perspectives and interests of groups which may well be, on other grounds, antagonistic or opposed to one another, into the great generic unities of nation, people, and race. The penetration of working class ideology and practice by racism thus represents a crisis for the working class itself, a crisis of its practice and its institutions, as profound as is the problem of race for the society as a whole. The working class now reproduces itself and is socially reproduced, racially structured in 2 segments. It is remorselessly divided into 2 fractions, opposed to one another through race. In this way, the growth of racism has helped to contain the representative strategies and struggles of the working class and of the organized labor movement, confining them to struggles which, being race-specific, cannot surmount racism. The class struggle is constantly turned back through its own internal divisions. Consequently, racism in Britain has had the effect of finding, in the very material conditions of this divided class, and in its unreconstructed common sense, an authentic popular basis. I hope I will not be misunderstood as attributing an innate and universal racism to the working class or indeed to any other class as such in the British social formation. The burden of my remarks has been to resist this universal, psychological attribution of a racist human nature, and concentrate specifically on the concrete process and circumstances which have produced an indigenous British racism, the real and specific problems to which racism provides a displaced mode of address, the real conditions of existence which are misrepresented in the apparently explanatory power of popular racism, how the practices which support it have actually come to constitute a powerful and active social force. Until this specificity of British racism has been understood, and practices developed which specifically address the real problems of the British social formation which are displaced through race, there isn't in my view a hope of turning the tide. It is the material conditions of the post-war crisis of Britain, economic, political, ideological, which provide the basis, the determining circumstances, which have enabled a popular racism to develop. It is the real conditions of existence of the poorer classes of society lived, through racism, in a thoroughly ideological and imaginary way which gives reality to its structure, which grounds its appeals and its rhetoric, which supports a racist common sense. It is to this crisis, in its full economic, political, and ideological dimensions rather than to proscriptions against the grandfathers and daughters of Britain's black working population, waiting to enter in at the pearly gates of Handsworth or Mosside, that we must look, and struggle for a solution. If not, the pace of popular racism is certain to accelerate, step in step with the crisis. And the dynamic and direction of popular racism will be dictated by that infernal dialectic between, on the one hand, the informal racism of the streets, which the National Front has been pioneering with some success, working directly at the very base of popular class support of the two major parties, and on the other hand, the formal racism which has shaped up partly as a response to this electoral bid, in the major political parties and at the center of the political culture itself. Chapter 5. Summer in the City. It can't happen here. But of course it can and has. And neither the tolerance of the British people, the flexibility of the Constitution, policing by consent, our genius for compromise, nor even a royal summer wedding, none of these great gifts of the divine to the nation could save British cities from riots, the petrol bomb, the CS gas canister and rubber bullets. The spectacle of decent working people, many of them, as it happens, out of work, helping themselves to color TV sets, made it seem for all the world as if Liverpool was Watts, Detroit, or Harlem. It can't happen here. But it has been happening here for some time now. Mrs. Thatcher has spent much of the summer sitting out the H-Block hunger strike, no doubt grateful for the unswerving support of the Labour spokesperson on Northern Ireland. But crises left unattended, like wounds not dressed, fester and infect the body politic. After watching rioting in the Falls Road as a nightly spectacle on television, persisting in believing that it is 10,000 light-years away and nothing to do with us, here we are with Toxteth and Brixton looking like a war-torn Northern Irish city where, for unaccountable reasons, people have risen up against the state. Can it possibly have happened? It has, and in all likelihood it will happen again. It is not the beginnings of Armageddon, it is not even the birth pangs of St. Petersburg, 1917. Perhaps the most significant, single consequence of the riots is that the police have finally achieved what some of their superior officers and the Police Federation have long been demanding: permission to appear on the streets in full anti-urban terrorist regalia, just like the French CRS. It is too early to call anything which has happened a victory unless it is a victory for the drift into a heavily policed authoritarian democracy. But it is without a shadow of a doubt the grinding noise of a social and political crisis in full swing. The riots have taken right and left alike by surprise. This was only to be expected and is indeed a correct response. We are right to be surprised when the whole tempo of political struggle suddenly and sharply moves into a higher register. On any other account, we cannot possibly be surprised. Anyone with their ears and eyes half open must know by now that violence between black people and the police has become a way of life in the cities. And when harassment and racism, move on, gollywog, step this way, nig-nog, become the routine ways in which police and policed relate to each other, sooner or later the situation is certain to blow. This point has been documented time and time again since the late 1960s. It is the lesson of the black experience in Britain. Not to have learned that lesson is to be guilty of bad faith or social loss of memory on a massive scale. The trouble is, white society, including most of the organized left and the labor movement, is so guilty. Accordingly, I so accuse every responsible authority, body, or group which claims to offer political leadership in our society and which has nevertheless either poured scorn on sociologists who predicted trouble, smeared as subversive agents of Trotskyism those social workers, black activists, local councillors, or civil rights campaigners who mentioned such a possibility, remained silent when the press has once again floated the conspiracy theory, equated the anti-Nazi League with the British movement as extremists of left and right, gave comfort to the view that if only the subversive, anti-police element would stay at home, blacks would be happy and content with their lot. The list is exceedingly long and growing. It should be headed by almost every chief constable of whatever religious or political persuasion or policing philosophy, men who not only enjoy high office but, it appears, cannot be removed from it by any means yet discovered. A number of us in the mid-1970s argued that young blacks in their deep alienation from white society were, in effect, being criminalized. We said that, as the recession deepened and things became tougher, blacks would find themselves in the front line of a policy calculated to increase the likelihood of violent counter-resistance. We suggested that this converged with a shift of the political culture, an increase in both respectable and street-fighting racism, and a government of the radical right which adopted iron policies, a free market, a strong state. Law and order measures would, in effect, give the ideological lead to the police to redefine the resultant social and political trouble as being merely a technical matter of more efficient policing. This dismal scenario we called policing the crisis. As recession bit deep into both white and black communities and the law increasingly became the means for disciplining wages, the unions, labor, and the working class, there was every likelihood that this process would rapidly encompass the white working class and urban unemployed. We take no pride whatsoever in pointing out that this forecast is what has come about. Whether the left has fully grasped the seriousness and depth of this turn remains in doubt. One immediate response to the riots has been the fashionable demand to begin with what is happening on the streets. Another equally pertinent starting point might be to have another look at monetarism not as an economic doctrine, but as a political economy, a regime of social discipline. Let us, however, start with the streets and with the severe case of social loss of memory. Have those who were surprised at trouble in the peaceful St. Paul's district of Bristol not read Ken Price's study of that area, Endless Pressure, 1979, that was published years ago? Those fortunate enough to own a pressure cooker will know that the inevitable outcome of applying endless pressure is that the lid blows a hole in the roof. Is it really a surprise, to those who can cast their minds back, to find that the docile Asian community of Southall will not sit at prayer and allow a group of racist swearing skinheads imported specially into the area to groove on Oi music and throw bricks through Asian shop windows for an encore? Those who sign themselves surprised, Brixton might inquire of a local resident for how long, and why, Railton Road has been known as the front line. Is it government spending cuts which prevented the Home Secretary from reading the indictment of police-black relations published by the Lambeth Council? The report documents the long list of so-called respectable but bewildered black adults forced by circumstances to remark that respect for the law is one thing, but systematic racist abuse and the failure of senior police officers to prevent physical assault in the local cop shop is another. This is not the voice of street subversives or doped-up Rastas. Lord Scarman seemed surprised that events in Brixton might have been triggered off by a police swamp. But the Lambeth report was itself an inquiry into the earlier disastrous swamp of November 1978, one of many such forays by the London SPG. The SPG set up roadblocks, conducted drug swoops and made such free use of the SUS charge that it unwittingly contributed to its eventual repeal. The officer in charge, Assistant Commissioner Kelland, is reported to have declared the operation to be highly successful, leading to a drastic reduction in crime and, no doubt, a corresponding deepening of the disaffection of the local community. Is it a surprise that such people feel they are policed like a colony population? In these areas, the black population have long ago been abandoned to tough policing. After all, the Prime Minister, who knows where the backbone of England is, has declared that they are an alien wedge. The police are willing and able, indeed anxious, to impose the neglect of the state on the people who live in such places, and to provide the disciplinary means by which the poor and working people are made to bear the brunt of Mrs. Thatcher's tough medicine. They take shelter behind scandalous apologetic, "We don't make the law, we only apply it, Britain is racist, we recruit a cross-section of the population so the police will be racist too." If chief constables are prepared to wear this latter excuse, they must also be prepared to accept its corollary, since some British people are criminals and we recruit a cross-section of the population, a number of the police will be criminals too. The latter, Sir Robert Mark prided himself on doing something about; the former, Sir David Mackney feels incapable of remedying. The overwhelming evidence of police harassment and casual racism is said to lack credibility. It is Manchester Chief Constable James Anderton's considered view that in the future, basic crime will not be the predominant police feature. What will be the matter of greatest concern will be the covert and ultimately overt attempts to overthrow democracy, to subvert the authority of the state and, to involve themselves in acts of sedition designed to destroy our parliamentary system. This not only carries credibility, it is tolerated as evidence of the political impartiality of the police. Is it surprising that the Expendables have taken the message and cast the police in the role they are so anxious to adopt, the thin blue line between the state and the community? One of the most significant developments brought to light by the riots is that though the repudiation of an oppressive and racist white society by blacks is widespread, anti-white feeling is neither an automatic nor an unselective response. Toxteth, a long-standing scandalous example of black police relations, is a case where white youth and adults were openly involved in both rioting and looting, and the tide of anti-police feeling among the white local population is as high as it is in the black community. Jimmy Kelly, whom readers will remember as the man from neighbouring Hyden, was not black. Nor were those treated by the Wiston Hospital casualty in that infamous week of June 1979 when the no-slay police seemed to go temporarily berserk. These complaints brought the police inspectorate hurrying to Merseyside for one of those many internal and impartial inquiries that always end in exoneration. Chief Constable Kenneth Oxford was convinced that public regard for our service has never been higher. The Toxteth tinderbox, like St. Paul's, Brixton, and elsewhere, required its spark. In this case it was the pursuit by the police of a black youth riding a motorbike, presumably on the grounds that all black youths on motorbikes must have stolen them. He hadn't. As it happened, Leroy Cooper's father is currently pursuing a civil suit against Mr. Oxford for alleged repeated harassment of himself and his family by the police. This coincidence is telling enough. Though perhaps in the long run not so telling as the fact that in Brixton the mere rumour that an injured black man was being interrogated by the police was enough to trigger off expectations of police harassment and spark serious rioting. Why else, apart from enforcement, would a black person spend more than 5 minutes in police company? Toxteth, however, also makes it clear that this is no longer an exclusive black-white or black police confrontation. The policing strategy in the Merseyside area, coupled with deepening social neglect, growing unemployment, deindustrialization, hopelessness, frustration, and the sense of a whole community being silently consigned to the scrap heap, have combined to generalize social disaffection through some white and black sections of the community and fuse resistance against the brunt of the crisis being hoisted onto the shoulders of working people of whatever color. Comparing Southall, where penetration of organized racism into skinhead culture over the past 2 years precipitated the conflict along black-white lines, with Brixton, where the lines of black-white cleavage are deep, but the black confrontation with the police overrode all, and Toxteth, where something of a black-white common front began to emerge, obliges us to acknowledge that the patterns revealed by the riots cannot be attributed to a single cause, least of all a pure economic one. The patterns are not simply various, they are uneven, but in a structured way. The multiple social disadvantages suffered by the blacks place them in the front line of the attempt to police the repression. But resistance is by now an historic tradition in black communities. It has been developing for 2 decades and has behind it a degree of know-how, experience, organization and leadership which the authorities wrongly attribute to outside subversive influences. What is more, it is fed and sustained by a deep and complex culture of resistance, with its roots in the black counterculture, reggae, street Rastafarianism, etc. It is this no mere economic spasm which accounts for the depth, intensity, and snowballing pattern of black rioting in the cities. Social deprivation, the profound sense of loss which arises when working men and women are deprived of jobs, and a white working class political culture equally as complex as, though different from, its black counterpart, also under particular circumstances, bring white people to riot and loot. Historically, riots of this kind, although unpredictable, are never without meaning, motive, or rationale. They are not mindless eruptions of unconscious violence. They are always precipitated by deep social causes that are complex in their working out. They are rarely sustained through manipulations by subversive demagogues and willful subversives, and they are almost never without their own forms of organization and discipline. One underlying factor is the ways in which for both communities, though differently in each rioting, violence and looting follow on from affronts to a sense of social justice, the way a deeply ingrained popular interpretation of fair treatment has been callously discarded and the rights and concessions that underpinned a sort of unwritten social contract have been scattered to the four winds. I do not mean to invoke some ideal period when police relations with working people were harmonious and the relations between ethnic groups in poor communities were sweetness and light. But there did emerge as the terms of a wide-ranging social settlement in the post-war period, some rough expectations of a quid pro quo between the authorities who regulate and police poor communities and the people in them, an assumption that social justice is a legitimate claim for them to make, even if somewhat harder for them to come by in practice. This contract, the basis of policing by consent, has been directly assaulted, broken up and destroyed by the political and economic strategies of the radical right in power. In the absence of such a contract, new forces and strategies appear to fill the vacuum: the populist appeal to accept more law and order, the crusades to create an authoritarian groundswell, the leading role assumed by the ideology and practice of tough, repressive social policing. The latter constitutes not just a means of oppression for black people, but a threat to the roots of popular democracy from within the state. It could not have appeared on its own, without its place being prepared by political and social forces. The police black front is the front line. Policing and the drift into authoritarian social control are frontline issues. Nevertheless, responding to the riots is not a matter of defending civil liberties or of being nice to black people. Rioting and civil disorder grow out of and reflect back on what is happening to the working class as a whole and to society as the crisis cuts into the latter at all levels. The riots are only the outward, if dramatic, symptoms of this inner unraveling of our social, political, and community life. Most frightening of all is that, with notable exceptions, the labor movement in general and the Labour Party in particular view these events only from the outside as an alternative government, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, and cannot articulate a sustained, popular response. It cannot take the side of the people, the oppressed elements in society. It does not seem to have a clue what such a response would require. Indeed, it often takes its lead straight from the mercilessly reactionary headlines of the Daily Express. We are, comrades, in deep trouble. Chapter 6. Drifting into a Law and Order Society. The 1979 Cobden Trust Human Rights Day Lecture. We are now in the middle of a deep and decisive movement towards a more disciplinary, authoritarian kind of society. This shift has been in progress since the 1960s, but it has gathered pace through the 1970s and is heading, given the spate of disciplinary legislation now on the parliamentary agenda, towards some sort of interim climax. This drift into a law and order society is no temporary affair. No doubt it is, in part, a response to the deepening economic recession, as well as to the political polarization, social tensions, and accumulating class antagonisms which are inevitably accompanying it. In difficult times, it is tempting to avert the gaze from problems whose remedy will require a profound reorganization of social and economic life and to fasten one's eyes, instead, on the promise that the continuity of things as they are can be somehow enforced by the imposition of social order and discipline from above. Nevertheless, in my view, the drive for more law and order is no short-term affair, nor is it a mere backlash against the permissive excesses of the 1960s. It has its roots in the structural backwardness of the British economy, a fact which has been with us since the closing decades of the last century, only temporarily obscured by a brief period of affluence resulting from post-war reconstruction. It also has its roots in the much augmented power and presence of the state, something which also, and not coincidentally, dates from the imperialist crisis of the 1880s and 1890s, but which has assumed a qualitatively new dimension in post-war British society. At the popular level, it feeds on the social anxieties and tensions generated by the Great Sea Change in Britain's position in the world. And it has been tutored and educated by a new philosophical rationale, that which seeks a restoration of social harmony through the return to a traditionalist morality and the unqualified respect for authority as such. This regression to a Stone Age morality is a theme to which some of the most articulate public spokesmen and women have turned their minds in recent months. Its counterpart, at the popular level, is what can only be described as a blind spasm of control, the feeling that the only remedy for a society which is declared to be ungovernable is the imposition of order, through a disciplinary use of the law by the state. Governments in trouble, might be said, always have a strong temptation to reach for discipline and regulation in times of social crisis. These are not times when human freedoms and civil liberties flourish. But the new aspect to this ancient habit is the capacity of those in power to use the augmented means of communication now available to them, in order to shape public opinion, constructing a definition of the crisis which has, as its inevitable corresponding echo, a popular demand for more law and order. The construction of this law and order consensus, the forging of a disciplinary common sense, is one of the most troubling features of the drift. For it draws attention to the ways in which the disciplinarians of the state, and their populist supporters, can couple to them the mass media of communication, those ventriloquists of the popular press, for example, who give voice to the silent majority, representing it in its most virulently traditionalist and authoritarian disguise, without a single memorandum passing from Whitehall to Fleet Street. By this means, first, by forming public opinion, then, disingenuously, consulting it, the tendency to reach for the law, above, is complemented by a popular demand to be governed more strictly, from below. Thereby, the drift to law and order, above, secures a degree of popular support and legitimacy amongst the powerless, who see no other alternative. And this leads to a sharp closure in the whole movement. Free economy, strong state. Against this background, we must speak, not only of the tendency towards authoritarian state, but rather of the production of an authoritarian populism. In such a climate of closure, to raise the question of rights and civil liberties is tantamount to declaring oneself a subversive. We have come to a dangerous pass when the reaction of the chairman of the Police Federation to the news that the report of the death of a Merseyside man while in the hands of the police has been passed to the DPP is to tell local policemen that critics of the police, who brought this worrying case to public attention, are either mischievous or misguided. Or when as experienced a senior police officer as the last Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Robert Mark, feels free to put in print his considered opinion that the National Council of Civil Liberties is a self-appointed political pressure group with a misleading title, usually trying to usurp the function of the democratically appointed agencies for the achievement of political change. Mark 1978, 133. All this may seem paradoxical in the context of the recent return to power of a populist government of the radical right, with a militant hostility to what it describes as the creeping collectivism of an overweening state, and committed to the policy of rolling the state back. But this is only a seeming paradox. The new laissez-faire doctrine, in which social market values are to predominate, many would say, like the old laissez-faire, is not at all inconsistent with a strong, disciplinary state. Indeed, if the state is to stop meddling in the fine-tuning of the economy, in order to let social market values rip, while containing the inevitable fallout, in terms of social conflict and class polarization, then a strong, disciplinary regime is a necessary corollary. In social market doctrine, the state should intervene less in some areas, but more in others. Its preferred slogan is "Free Economy, Strong State." There is much talk, within this doctrine, of liberty. But here, too, the definition is highly selective. It is the liberty of property and contract, of the free movement of capital, of unbridled market forces and of competitive man and possessive individualism to which this slogan refers. It is not the liberty of those who have nothing to sell but their labor to withdraw it. Make no mistake about it, under this regime, the market is to be free, the people are to be disciplined. Undermining welfare rights. We can see how this profound shift in public sentiment has been engineered by looking at an area where the language of rights has gained, at best, little more than a temporary toehold, that of the welfare state and of welfare rights. The welfare state was one of the founding principles of the post-war political settlement. It marked the boundaries of a consensus within whose limits both major political parties agreed to contend. True, as the economic storm clouds have gathered, both the consensus about, and the materiality of, the welfare state have been steadily eroded, by governments of both political stripes. Yet the principle remained, until recently, tattered but intact. Now, the fact is that the welfare state entailed a major, substantive redefinition and expansion of social rights. Without this expansion, it is doubtful whether the achievement of universal rights of political representation, accomplished only as the result of a protracted, bitter and deeply divisive political struggle by the unenfranchised, and not concluded until the achievement of women's suffrage in the early years of this century, would have been enough to give the state a substantive basis of popular legitimacy, especially amongst the poor, the powerless, and the dominated classes. Welfare rights are not a new form of public charity. They are at the core of the social contract which has made it possible for the popular classes and the poor to consent to be governed as they are within a class-divided society. They cannot be withdrawn, any more than the franchise can be limited, without eroding that pact of social association which makes democratic class society a viable proposition. The foundation of welfare rights gave a new definition and content to the concept of the citizen. Nevertheless, we have witnessed in recent months, not merely the savaging of welfare provision, but a steady undermining of the philosophy of welfare rights, and of the welfare state itself. It is not difficult to see where this concerted assault on the principle of welfare is primarily coming from. In social market philosophies, welfare is one of those so-called rigidities from which free market men and women seek to be liberated. In the context of such doctrines, it has become acceptable for a paper like the Daily Telegraph to describe Britain in the 1970s as a land fit for scroungers, to comment not only on the waste which welfare represents but on its damage to the natural character, and to recommend that supplementary benefits should be what it used to be known as in a less euphemistic era, assistance. It should be a safety net, strictly for emergencies, not a featherbed for every hard luck case around. Here we see how a popular base is laid for that substantial destruction of the welfare state which is now on the cards. And nothing has been more effective in coupling this regressive social doctrine with popular anxieties and discontents than the massive investment which the mass media have made in recent months in stories about scroungers. Hardly a week passes without another cluster of stories about the scrounger and welfare state rip-offs. These stories have been heavily embroidered with epithets drawn from the stock of populist demonology, the work-shy, the feckless poor, the surly rudeness, the feigned infirmities, the mendacity, lack of gratitude, scheming idleness, endless hedonism, and something-for-nothing qualities of Britain's army of dole-queue swindlers. So the welfare state has been constructed in the media as a populist folk devil, Britain's undeserving poor, the great majority of whom, if the Mail and the Sun are to be believed, spend most of their days, between signing on, lolling about on the Costa Brava. The fact is, of course, that proven welfare frauds represent a tiny proportion of those claiming benefits and a very small percentage of the sums expended. Of the 662,000 odd claims for family allowance and child benefits, proven frauds account for only 0.42% of the total. Of the 5,548,000 claims for supplementary benefits, fraud accounts for only 0.59% of the total. By contrast, of the 2 million people estimated as eligible for supplementary benefits, only 60 to 65% take them up. In short, the really worrying problem about the welfare state is not the number of proven fraudulent claims, but the vast numbers who need to exercise welfare rights in order to survive, and the significant number whom the welfare state, for one reason or another, is not reaching. This is the problem which needs public discussion and official action. It is, in fact, the normal problem in democratic class societies, of making the formal rights of the powerless practically and materially effective. Scroungers as folk devils. But this is not how the media have constructed the problem of welfare. They have exploited the scrounger as a popular folk devil. They have trawled their lines in the rich and murky pool of popular myth, dredging up the man who wants something for nothing, the scrounger who lives at the expense of others, who has abandoned the Puritan ethic of reward for hard graft and disappeared down the hole of endless protracted pleasure abroad. What could be more undermining of the national character, the moral fiber of the nation? And, if the welfare state and welfare rights are principally represented through this composite hate figure, you can see how the people themselves can be won to consent to, if not actively mobilized behind, the government, when the cutting and the savaging and the dismantling begins. Here, a critical area of social rights has become progressively vulnerable, not only to economic erosion and regressive social doctrines, but to what can only be described as ideological subversion. Of course, ordinary people are not simple dupes of the media. They don't believe everything they are told. In an era of racing inflation, a pretty large proportion of the 2 million people eligible for supplementary benefits know how much they need it. But we must not underestimate the critical role of the media in holding the pass between the governing classes and the governed. They provide the inside knowledge, the privileged opinion, the larger view on which the definitions of social problems depend. By representing a problem, systematically, in a certain way, for example, by representing the welfare state in the personification of the scrounger, the media can, and do, construct public opinion, which they then represent, in militantly populist and traditionalist accents. It is not surprising that, when popular opinion is then consulted, it tends spontaneously to coincide with regressive opinion. It can then be declared to be what the people want. Thus the people also come to be represented, as consenting to the erosion of their own hard-won and barely secured rights, in a society where massive inequalities of power, property, and wealth continue to be secured. This is how a consensus against social rights is ideologically constructed. This is one of the mechanisms of authoritarian populism at work. Rights outcome of struggle. I have deliberately used the language of social rights in an area somewhat outside that of the litany of more traditional liberties so frequently invoked. But the question of terminology deserves a little deeper consideration. There are at least two problems, as I see it, with the language of rights. First, it is clear that rights can be advanced as enclaves of defined liberties within, or as exceptions to, the dominant and determinate tendencies of a society without necessarily altering the structures, or the basic disposition of wealth, property, and power within which those rights have to be exercised. Social rights to welfare intruded the language of needs into a system whose dynamic still dominantly depends on the discourses and practices of property, competitive exchange, and profit maximization. They were a check against the savage distribution of wealth which the market and private accumulation accomplishes when left to their own devices. It made significant inroads. Its effective establishment represented the countervailing power of the propertyless, the poor, and the dependent ones, but not until they had gained, through extended struggle, the right of political representation. They have thus profoundly modified, but not so far transformed, the system within and against which they operate. Certainly, they have helped to humanize and democratize modern capitalism. They have also, as I argued earlier, come to constitute that minimal basis through which the dominated classes secure a measure of economic representation in a society based on private property and thus form a critical element in making democratic class society viable. The question of whether this countervailing principle and power can profoundly modify, or merely marginally deflect, the driving tendencies of the social system is not, of course, written into their status as newly won rights. It depends on the level and character of continuing struggle by which they are defended, maintained, and expanded. Society may recuperate these rights to its dominant tendencies and the welfare state, failing on the whole to transform the private corporate property system, had indeed come to institute, as well as a limit, one of its principal legitimating supports. But that recuperation is always a point of contention, conflict, and struggle to define. The state, in that sense, is not a monolithic thing, nor is it a neutral engine, representing the interests of all, equally. It is constantly conformed and conforming relations to the economic system on whose viability the social order ultimately depends. But it is also a space of contending forces. And it is the outcomes of those struggles which define and limit the degree to which rights can be expanded into the basis for a new kind of society, a different form of the state, or effectively neutralized. However, as we shall see in a moment, the language of rights is frequently deployed to obscure and mystify this fundamental basis which rights have in the struggle between contending social forces. It constantly abstracts rights from their real historical and social context, ascribes them a timeless universality, speaks of them as if they were given rather than won and as if they were given once and for all, rather than having to be constantly secured. The second problem is, then, just this sleight of hand, this legerdemain, by which the historical process through which rights are defined, won or lost is commonly misinterpreted. Of course, they are prized as what makes our society a halfway decent place to live in. They differentiate democratic class societies from more authoritarian and arbitrary regimes. But they do appear in this discourse as if descended from heaven, bestowed on their grateful recipients through the goodwill and beneficence of their rulers as if this granting was unproblematic. But this is to collapse a protracted and bloody series of historical engagements into a wig myth of inevitable progress. Rights formal and substantive. This naturalization of the historical process may have something to do with the belief that those rights which we now enjoy are the direct legacy of the doctrine of natural right. Now natural rights were generated in the struggle of the rising commercial classes against arbitrary and absolutist power. They constitute one of the great historic achievements of a rising bourgeoisie. But they were, of course, predicated on a particular form of society, market societies, societies of private property, of contract and free exchange, and rooted in a possessive individualist image of human nature. Not only were the poor, the propertyless, the unenfranchised and women not thought fit and proper subjects of this naturalistic universe, the very form in which liberty was conceived was intrinsically hostile to democracy. Professor Macpherson, 1962-1977, has shown, definitively, that this main liberal tradition was either undemocratic or anti-democratic. These natural rights had to be profoundly transformed, and others which were utterly foreign to the universe of natural rights had to be defined and fought for, in order that, in the form of the liberal democratic society we have today, a scheme of democratic government could be fitted onto a class-divided society with some minimal expectation, not that antagonisms would disappear, but that they could be largely contained within a framework of legal regulation, on the basis of a measure of popular consent. The so-called right to express opinions and to publish cannot be understood outside of the struggle of the radical and working class press against the actions of a succession of profoundly illiberal governments, and its progress has to be trailed through the prisons and the courts through charges of sedition and imprisonment, as well as through the legislature. And then, today, this formal freedom to publish, vital as it is, has to be seen in the context of the vast, substantive unfreedom constituted by the size and scale of corporate capital, at the disposal of a very few citizens, on which the right to publish effectively substantively depends. Still, more than half a century after the winning of a universal franchise, we have several national newspapers which claim to speak to working people, as well as at them, none which is by them or for them. I don't discard this formal right lightly. But it must also be insisted that, here as elsewhere, freedoms precious to our form of society were wrested from vested power and property, not given by them. And they continue to operate within a system of real and substantive power, to which, in the end, every formal right must be referred. Conquest of violence. The paradox is that, nowadays, this real history is not defined as the basis for taking such further measures as would make our formal freedoms practically and substantively more effective, or for the deepening and expansion of their democratic content. Instead, the same history has been rewritten as the legitimating excuse for an increased exercise of regulation and control. The argument runs that, in previous times, when the state was an instrument of government largely at the disposal of the powerful and propertied classes, social conflict and class antagonisms were often legitimately expressed in the form of militant collective action, and the forces of public order, which so frequently appeared on the scene, were, it can now be acknowledged, with convenient hindsight, largely functioning as an extended arm of propertied interests. But, so the argument runs, now that these rights have been universalized and institutionalized, the state has become fully representative, a state of popular sovereignty, and, for that reason, it not only has the sole, legitimate monopoly of the means of violence, but has itself the right to limit and discipline any further conflict over rights which might arise. This is the famous thesis of the conquest of violence, which is supposed to have occurred magically sometime between 1880 and 1920, a period, incidentally, of deep and extensive class conflict in which the so-called rights to combine and to strike were constantly at issue, and where the critical struggle to contain and educate the challenge of organized labor within the framework of representative democracy was conducted with a considerable measure of practical success. The Conquest of Violence is an updated Whig fiction much loved by historians of public order and the police, and a historical thesis to which senior police spokesmen are particularly addicted. We are arguing, then, that the civil rights and freedoms which make our society what it is are rights which were defined and won in struggle against the dominant interests in society, not bestowed on society by them. These rights, crucial as they are in securing for the powerless and unpropertied classes a measure or representation within the state, are constantly subject, in practice, to the real and substantive dispositions of power, wealth, and property, the systems of real relations within which they have to be exercised. Insofar as they can or have been given a substantive democratic content, they have run counter to society's main dynamic and therefore have to be constantly secured and defended. And, since the society is both a representative democracy and a class society, such rights may be used as a defense against the exercise of arbitrary power, but they cannot provide the basis, in themselves, of the dissolution of class antagonisms and social conflict. They hold out no promise of a harmony of social interests. To abrogate them is tantamount to dismantling the fragile basis on which what can only be the legal regulation of conflict depends. The freedom of organized labor. One critical test case is the freedom of those who have only their labor, mental or manual, to sell, to withdraw that labor under the conditions of a breakdown in the legal regulation of class conflict. Lord Denning, Master of the Rolls, will immediately enter the lists, as he did recently at Birmingham University, to remind us that there is no such right known to the law. And in the literal sense, of course, he is correct. The French and Italian constitutions define a positive right to strike. There is no such freedom proclaimed in Britain. Nevertheless, as is so often the case, that freedom is positively expressed, as a series of exceptions from the common law, and, as is again so frequently the case, it was established by a protracted struggle, whose progress is staked out by a series of fateful legal decisions, and some remarkable reversals. The freedom to combine and organize dates back to the repeal of the Combination Acts in 1824, but for another 50 years, until the Conspiracy and Protection of Property Act of 1875, strikers were frequently brought before the law on charges of criminal conspiracy. The Act of 1875 was the direct result of the enfranchisement of the urban working class following the agitations of the 1860s. It was almost immediately replaced by a switch to attack under the charge of civil conspiracy, within the law of tort. This in turn was bitterly contested, through the labor unrest of the 1880s and 1890s, in the period of the unionization of the unskilled, right up to the infamous Taff Vale judgment, and only brought to an end with the Trade Disputes Act of 1906. Those who have followed its subsequent career through Rooks v. Barnard, the trade union and labor relations legislation of the 1970s, including the attempts of the Heath government to recruit the law, again, directly into the management of the economic struggle, the intense campaign against the overweening power of the unions of recent years, bringing us to the threshold of yet another attempt to deploy the law to limit and contain the power of organized labor, will, no doubt, have some difficulty in recognizing in this sordid progress the clean lines of the conquest of violence or the growth to social harmony. And yet, as Sir Otto Confreund has argued, there can be no equilibrium in industrial relations without a freedom to strike. In protecting that freedom, the law protects the legitimate expectation of workers that they can make use of their collective power. It corresponds to the protection of the legitimate expectation of management that it can use the right of property for the same purpose on its side, quoted in Davies and Friedland 1983, 292. This lucid statement has the considerable advantage of not being bemused by the religion of a social harmony of interests or the myths of the conquest of conflict. It has not allowed itself to fall into the pit of false illusions that, in a capitalist system, the economic class struggle will disappear if only one systematically renames it instead, industrial relations. Any approach to the relations between management and labor is fruitless unless the diversity of their interests is plainly recognized and articulated, Sir Otto has also argued. The conflict between capital and labor is inherent in an industrial society and therefore in the labor relationships. Conflicts of interest are inevitable in all societies. There are rules for their adjustment, there can be no rules for their elimination, quoted in Davies and Friedland 1983, 28. The rights to organize, to combine, to withdraw labor and to picket are rights, established only by means of a brutal and extended struggle, which set some minimal exceptions to the rights of property against labor. The bargain to contain and regulate the conflicts of interest by negotiation rests, ultimately, on this ultimate freedom to contest the rules of the game themselves. But this inevitable structural conflict continues in and through the rights which organized labor have won. Against this background, the postulation of a pre-established harmony of management and labor, now the received doctrinal wisdom of ministers of the Crown, newspaper and television editors, judges and public spokespersons is, as Sir Otto put it, sheer utopia and dangerous nonsense besides, quoted in Davies and Friedland 1983, 28. The attempts, by labor and conservative governments alike, in their efforts to secure particular economic policies, to tamper with and whittle away this freedom, progressively employing the law and the police as the principal instruments of disciplinary regulation, must be seen as nothing more or less than an attempt to intervene in the economic struggle between the classes, and to do so in a way which settles that inevitable conflict of interest at the expense of working people and to the profit of the dominant classes and their interests. The police, law and order front line. We come, finally, to the most contentious area of all, the role of the law itself and the police as the hard front, the pioneer corps, the disciplinary arm, the shock troops of the law and order society. This is a tough charge to make and sustain, and I am aware of the imminent danger of falling into either Mr. Jardine's mischievous or his misguided category and, most probably, into both at once. The effort, nevertheless, must be undertaken, for the matter is exceedingly serious. The problems of exercising the policing function in a period of growing social conflict must certainly not be overlooked. Wherever the law draws the line, the police are required to hold it. Conflicts with the state, with employers, with specific laws and regulations, with policies and conditions, are inevitably displaced onto the police in any serious confrontation. As a society, we lay on them the responsibility for discharging what may be mutually irreconcilable responsibilities. They must enforce the law impartially, defend the liberties of the citizen, while maintaining public order and the Queen's peace. These tasks have become more pressing in a period of declining recruitment, when manpower is stretched to the limit. Increasingly, it is the public order role which comes to the fore, and this brings the police into the public eye in the role which most clearly aligns them with the interests of the state, the powers that be and the status quo. It may be this which, for example, led Sir Robert Mark to itemize the pressures on the Metropolitan Police Force in 1973 as consisting of 72,750 burglaries, 2,680 robberies and 450 demonstrations, Mark 1978, 138. All the same, it is a worrying illusion where public demonstrations can be associated so easily, and without qualification, with crime. Demonstrations are not yet, so far as we know, a criminal offense. Indeed, from the perspective we have been trying to elaborate, the right of political manifestation is one of those freedoms on which the viability of class democracies fundamentally depends. It is therefore a worrying, telltale slide. The fact is that, increasingly, the police are not only to be seen policing industrial conflict in a tough manner, but actively involved in formulating official views which are publicly hostile to the rights of workers to strike and to picket. Sir Robert did not hesitate to make public his view that the Shrewsbury pickets had committed the worst of all crimes, worse even than murder, the attempt to achieve an industrial or political objective by criminal violence, Mark 1978, 325. Mr. George Ward, of Grunwick fame, however, he regarded as someone who courageously and successfully stood firm against politically motivated violence. He is not alone in this tendency for the police to intervene publicly in a highly contentious area, where the government intention to legislate is certain to provoke divisive contention within the society. The Chief Constable of Greater Manchester is also on record as holding the view that mass picketing is necessarily intimidatory. "I can't understand the reluctance to make this area of the law precise," he said. "The government has since abandoned any such reluctance." Sir Robert gave, in his autobiography, In the Office of Constable, Mark 1978, the political independence of the police as one of his 3 conditions for the British tradition of successful policing with consent. But there has clearly emerged in recent months what one can only call a police view in the sensitive matter of policing industrial conflict and picketing, and this viewpoint is not a whit less political in its effect because it appears to have been adopted on grounds of technical efficiency. The rights of workers to withdraw their labor, and to make that withdrawal effective through peaceful picketing, is too serious a matter to be discarded as a consequence of convenience to the police. The second area in which the police have come to play a highly visible and prominent role is in the policing of racial conflict. This is not a matter which requires, at this point, detailed elaboration. Since the late 1960s, a sort of war of attrition has been going on between the police and black people in areas of high urban concentration, and, despite the consistent adverse publicity which this has attracted, those who know these communities at first hand will attest that it shows little sign of abating. The sordid history of these relations runs from the singling out of the mangrove for special treatment, through the campaigns against black muggers, the two consistently identified as indistinguishable by the police and the media, the saturation tactics of the Special Patrol Group in Lewisham and other parts of London, in Birmingham and Manchester and other cities, all the way through to the revelations, to which both the Runnymede Trust study and Home Office research have given substantiation, of the clear bias against black youth in the pervasive application of arrest on suspicion (SUS), to give it its familiar name, under the ancient statutes of the Vagrancy Act of 1824. I have no wish to repeat here this terrifying tale of the use of police powers to contain and constrain, and in effect to help to criminalize, parts of the black population in our urban colonies. Not all the stories and rumors are, of course, true. Not all of them are traceable to racism within the local police forces. But when all the reasonable allowances have been made, this series of episodes leaves us with no other conclusion than that the police have undertaken, whether willingly or no, to constrain by means which would not long stand up to inspection within the rule of law, an alienated black population and thereby, to police the social crisis of the cities. What defies explanation, in a police force which prides itself on the practice of policing by consent, is why they seem unable to remedy this situation to any significant degree, if not for the sake of justice to black people then for the more limited reason of securing their own legitimacy. It is now sometimes argued apparently in mitigation that, since the police inevitably reflect society, and British society is undeniably racist, the police are bound to have their proportion of racists too. This is an utterly cynical and quite unacceptable proposition. The same thing could be said of the criminal population. And, indeed, the last 10 years have revealed the quite appalling degree to which the criminal penetration and corruption of the police has advanced. But no chief constable could afford to be so cavalier about the criminalization of his own force. Indeed, Sir Robert Mark's tenure of the office of Chief Constable was distinguished by the lengthy, arduous, and by no means as yet completed cleaning up of the Augean stables within major sections of the force and at worryingly senior levels. This was undertaken to put our own house in order. I know of no evidence that the equally clear evidence of racism within the police forces in sensitive black urban areas is a matter to which similar attention has been given. The third area which must now be the source of serious concern is the manner in which the technical factors associated with the problems of policing an increasingly restless society have become the legitimate basis for a far-reaching administrative restructuring of the policing function, virtually without reference to the public and certainly without that legislative debate which alone would give substance to Sir Robert's claim to be the most accountable and therefore the most acceptable. Police in the World, Mark 1977, 56. Both the Home Office Working Party in 1973 and, more recently, the National Security Committee, a title to give most civil libertarians pause, resisted the idea of the creation of a so-called third force in the paramilitary style so infamous on the continent. And yet, it is now clear that, after the substantial revision of riot and public order training and reorganization undertaken in 1972, the Special Patrol Groups have substantially changed their role and function from that of a support anti-crime squad to an advanced and highly equipped responsive or reactive force of a distinctly public order kind. Its functions are conceived, as the Chief Constable of Devon and Cornwall himself has said, within the framework of a quasi-military reactive concept, quoted in Bunyan 1981, 167. The swamping role of the SPGs in the black areas, their notorious, and exceedingly low-yield, stop-and-search activities, and their highly questionable presence and role at the flashpoints of a whole series of public demonstrations, Red Lion Square, Southall, etc., are well beyond the framework of traditional policing as practiced in Britain, activities, as the 1972 Metropolitan Police Commissioner's report noted, at demonstrations at which militant elements were thought likely to cause disorder, and in protracted industrial disputes involving dockers and building workers, and without so much as a public by your leave. Since the Reformation and equipping of the SPGs and the Spaghetti House disaster, it has become increasingly clear that the claim that the British police remains substantially an unarmed force, the only one in the world, is largely a semantic quibble. The fact that the accessibility to arms and similar equipment is still limited does not undermine the substantive fact that, for good or ill, in all those cases where it matters, the British police are now in effect an armed and fully equipped technical force. I have searched the pages of Hansard in vain for the days when this momentous move was debated by those to whom senior policemen insist they are ultimately accountable. I may have missed it. Otherwise, I feel bound to say that this profound change in the character and exercise of the policing function has been accomplished, as so much else in this society these days, under the apparently neutral sign of technical rationalization and modernization. Administrative rationale has become one of the principal means by which even formal representative democracy is being short-circuited. The extensive and unchecked amassing and computerization of information, much of which, to judge from the tidbits which have become available, of a hearsay or otherwise dubious and unreliable character, is another field in which the rights of the public, of democratic accountability and the fundamental exercise of the police function under the civil power, has been subject to technological updating. The encroachments on the liberties of the citizen, on civil rights and on democratic control and accountability which stem from these and related developments, hardly need to be more extensively spelled out. It may well be, as we were assured in a recent radio discussion of the Chief Constable of Devon and Cornwall's book, Policing Freedom, Alderson 1979, that law-abiding citizens have nothing to fear from these developments. The evidence does not, unfortunately, support this optimistic view. And it is no longer possible and, so far as democratic rights are concerned, no longer advisable, to take these matters on trust. The massive campaign which the police waged against any increase in the independent element in its own complaints investigation procedure is not calculated to inspire confidence. The plain fact is that these worries and concerns about the arbitrary extension of police powers and the exercise of police discretionary justice in private have been escalating in recent months, much of it on the basis of hard and disturbing evidence, which would never have come to light but for the persistence of some journalists, crackpot civil libertarians, and the sense of outrage of victims and their relatives and friends. When members of the public come forward with evidence, which has to be taken seriously, of having received physical injury while in the hands or custody of the police, we have gone beyond the moment when civil assurances will do. Frankly, one such case is one too many. These, then, are only some of the ways in which the police forces themselves are being progressively transformed for a wider disciplinary and law and order role at the present time. But I want to end by drawing to your attention an equally important, but in some ways even more disquieting change, the emergence of the police as what can only be described as an organized ideological force. Sir Robert himself pioneered a substantive shift in the attitude of senior policemen to public opinion, the media, and entering directly into public debate. He became, indeed, a relentless and effective publicist. Sir David Macnee is less effective at it and has chosen a lower profile. But this has been more than compensated for by the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester, Mr. James Anderton, whom a Sunday Telegraph, and favourable, profile describes as Britain's toughest policeman, with the gift of feeling the pulse of the public and then making it beat quicker, and an uncannily successful populist. As the issues of policing become big news and attract the publicists, so we have come to know more and more about the highly conservative and traditionalist views and values of our most senior policeman, Mr. Anderton's view of his job as an extension of his Christian mission to raise the moral quality of life, his preoccupation with moral standards, his clean-up pornography crusade, his somber views of the over-influence of the libertarian lobby, his commitment to tough sentencing, his militant evangelicalism, Sir David Macnee's fundamentalism or Sir Robert's common gauge traditionalism. Policemen, too, are entitled to their views. We, in turn, are entitled to ask whether it is just by chance that those who get the lion's share of the publicity are all committed to such deep social conservatism, and whether it is altogether right that there should be so blurred a line between their personal viewpoints and their professional roles. Such publicity has undoubtedly helped to stamp the police indelibly with the inscription of a force of social traditionalism. But that, as they say, is their right. What cannot be treated so lightly is the constitution of the police as an active law and order lobby, an ideological force, mobilizing public opinion behind a very special and particular set of law and order policies. The extensive evidence which the police have submitted to the Royal Commission on Criminal Procedure is, in its sober way, little short of a disciplinary manifesto. The campaigns which Sir Robert initiated when in office, against suspects' rights and the judges' rules, for majority verdicts and extensive police discretion, have found their way into the philosophy which inspires the evidence. The same philosophy is to be found in the widely publicized views of the Association of Chief Police Officers, and, with an accession of pungent imagery which was only to be expected from that quarter, from the Police Federation, if someone had drawn up these rules, their chairman, Mr. Jardine, told a recent conference, and sent the idea to the makers of Monopoly as a new board game, Waddingtons would have turned it down because one player, the criminal, was bound to win every time. These, and similar sentiments now constitute a well-formed and actively publicized police view. But this is only one throw in what has been, in fact, a substantial public campaign on law and order, launched by the Police Federation in 1975, and culminating in the provocative Law and Order advertisement and open letter to all general election candidates from the Police Federation which appeared during the general election of last year. The Police Superintendents Association has, in fact, expressed its fears that only the police and a small minority of the legal profession will speak for law and order. Of course, the police are entitled to form views about the best way to carry out the duties with which they are saddled. And certainly, they are, and are bound to be, constantly consulted by senior ministers of government on public order questions. But there is a long tradition that, in this area, it is critical that the making of law and its enforcement be strictly separated. With the ideological mobilization of the police as the best informed, most knowledgeable and now most organized voice, campaigning in a consistently law and order direction, forming a core element in the law and order bloc, that strict separation of powers and functions is becoming seriously blurred. The police themselves are beginning to shape the identity of public opinion on these crucial questions. They are beginning to wield a deep ideological influence, and they are consistently exerting that influence in the disciplinary direction. The Police Federation, to take only one case, now functions in the public domain as a professional association representing the men in blue, the body which was constructed out of the debris of the police strikes for the right to unionize, which were rooted. But it also functions as expert, neutral witnesses on policing problems and as an active, militant, law and order campaigning force. These are, to put it mildly, two functions too many. And the third is the most dubious of all. It blurs a distinction which, if the role of the police under the civil power is to be maintained, and our liberties could come, one day, to depend on its being so maintained, cannot be permitted to be confused. The police cannot both constitute a powerful crusading part of the law and order lobby and maintain for long the semblance of social and political impartiality. They cannot both claim to police by consent and be so actively and publicly involved in constructing public opinion, in shaping consent and producing it, in its most traditionalist and disciplinary form. If the police now form a sort of vanguard in the drift towards the disciplinary society, they are by no means the only social or political force propelling us along this road. I have singled them out for comment because, in its widest sense, the question of who polices the police is a matter which has been, historically, at the very heart and center of our civil liberties. But also because they have so successfully cast anyone who raises questions about the police, the law, civil liberties, and democratic rights in the role of the subversive element, the mischievous and the misguided. And the fears of being so labeled and pricked, marked, and damned, has undoubtedly had the effect of rendering the liberal and libertarian public conscience quiescent on these important but controversial matters. I cannot think of a better occasion than the Human Rights Day lecture for making the bid to induce those who still regard the rights of true-born Englishmen and other non-patrials as the society's most valuable possession, out of their corner. It is time to constitute a force for the expansion, the democratic deepening and extension of the rule of law. I'm afraid that will also mean constituting a social force against the law and order brigade. But things are at a pretty pass when Sir Robert Mark can, with impunity, refer, in that derogatory manner, to the so-called NCCL and those who take it upon themselves to keep a vigilant eye on our civil liberties. He suggests in that statement, despite his great experience, that he does not understand the social and historical nature of that consent on which, he claims, English policing is based. Yet without a vigilant eye on our civil liberties, consent is just another empty nod of approval in the general direction of unchecked authority. In that general direction, the civil rights of men and women have passed down a long, winding trail to oblivion before now. It may seem, in our present difficulties, the only and easiest path to take. The road to the disciplinary state, to the law and order society, creeping there crab-like and sideways, of course by sudden advances and retreats, in that empirical fashion which befits the practical, common-sense English. It is time, citizens, to take a different route. Chapter 7. The Whites of Their Eyes. Racist Ideologies and the Media. In this essay I want to address two, related, issues. The first concerns the way the media sometimes deliberately, sometimes unconsciously define and construct the question of race in such a way as to reproduce the ideologies of racism. The second is concerned with the very difficult problems of strategy and tactics which arise when the left attempts to intervene in the media construction of race, so as to undermine, deconstruct, and question the unquestioned racist assumptions on which so much of media practice is grounded. We need to think about both these questions together, the often complex and subtle ways in which the ideologies of racism are sustained in our culture, and the equally difficult question as to how to challenge them in the practice of ideological struggle. Both form the basis of a wider anti-racist strategy which I argue here neglects the ideological dimensions at our peril. For very complex reasons, a sort of racist common sense has become pervasive in our society. And the media frequently work from this common sense, taking it as their baseline without questioning it. We need, urgently, to consider ways in which, in addition to the urgent and necessary political task of blocking the path to power of the openly organized racist and right extremist organizations, we can also begin to construct an anti-racist common sense. This task of making anti-racist ideas popular is and must be part of a wider democratic struggle which engages, not so much the hardline extremists of the right, or even the small numbers of the committed and converted, but the great body of common sense, in the population as a whole, and amongst working people especially, on which the struggle to build up an anti-racist popular bloc will ultimately depend. Questions of strategy and tactics are not easy, especially when what is at issue is the winning of popular positions in the struggle against racism. There are few shortcuts or ready-made recipes. It does not follow that, because our hearts are in the right place, we will win the struggle for hearts and minds. And even the best analysis of the current situation provides few absolute guidelines as to what we should do, in a particular situation. Neither passionate left-wing convictions nor the immutable laws of history can ever replace the difficult questions of political calculation on which the outcome of particular struggles ultimately turns. This essay is written in the firm conviction that we need to be better prepared, both in our analysis of how racist ideologies become popular, and in what are the appropriate strategies for combating them. Both, in their turn, depend on a more open, less closed-end finalist debate of positions among people on the left committed to the anti-racist struggle. In discussing the second aspect, I will draw on some recent experiences of attempts to intervene politically in the area of racism and the mass media. In 1979, the Campaign Against Racism in the Media, CARM, won the opportunity to make a program putting its case in the BBC's Access television slot, Open Door. The program, It Ain't Half Racist, Mum, was transmitted twice, in February and March of that year, in the usual corners of the schedule reserved for clearly labeled minority programs. The program produced a significant response. It was widely reviewed. CARM received over 600 letters, the great majority of them favorable. The program also triggered off an internal storm within the BBC and an appeal by one distinguished program presenter, Robin Day, to the BBC Appeals Tribunal on the grounds that his performance in a debate on immigration, which he chaired, had been misrepresented in the program. Since then, the program has been widely used by a variety of anti-racist groups and in schools and colleges, as a way of triggering off a discussion of racism and the media, though the BBC has kept an extremely tight grip on the program's distribution and has been something less than helpful in promoting it. The CARM group, composed largely of anti-racist media workers, worked for some time preparing and discussing the approach to the program, viewing extracts and bargaining with the reluctant broadcasters to allow the extracts we wanted to criticize being used in the program. Many, including ITN and BBC News, refused. I was invited, at a fairly late stage in the process, to help prepare a script and to present the program jointly with Maggie Steed. It Ain't Half Racist, Mum has been well received on the whole, by the left and anti-racist groups. It has also been severely criticized, on several occasions, by Carl Gardner and Margaret Henry, original members of the CARM team, who thought the program seriously misdirected and leaky with missed opportunities. See Gardner 1979a, 1979b, Gardner and Henry 1979. This experience provides us with a useful opportunity to reconsider both the general issue of racism and the media, and the even more serious and knotty problem of strategies of left interventions in mainstream television programming. In 1980 I was invited by Alan Horrocks and his small team in the Thames Television Schools Department to help prepare and script a series of 4 programs on the media and social problems, to be transmitted for schools as the second Viewpoint series in Thames's English program. The first Viewpoint series had also been concerned with representations of social issues on television, and contained the excellent and much shown double program on sexual stereotypes, Superman and the Bride. It had also proved highly controversial and ran into trouble with the Independent Broadcasting Authority, IBA, who would not agree to repeat the series, despite its highly favorable reception, until a number of changes had been made. The IBA especially required changes to those parts which made the links between programming policy and television company ownership, and to the style of presentation which, in its view, did not sufficiently clearly acknowledge that this was only one of many possible viewpoints on the subjects treated. The vast majority of unsigned and now-thought programs transmitted nightly are, presumably, viewed only through the universal all-seeing, neutral, balanced and impartial eye of God. The making of the second Viewpoint series was, therefore, something of a tricky exercise. One of the programs we made also covered the handling and presentation of race in the media, though from a different point of view from that adopted in the CARM program. This program, The Whites of Their Eyes, has also been transmitted twice in the usual ITV school program schedule, moving up to attract 30% of the school viewing audience. This was for a different audience from that which we aimed for in the CARM program. It was intended for an audience, in a controlled viewing situation, in schools, viewed with a teacher, and allowing for considerable follow-up work in the classroom. A special project booklet for the series was produced for classroom use by Andrew Bethel. The CARM program, on the other hand, aimed at the general viewing public, or that part of it still able to keep its eyes open late at night or on a sleepy Sunday. Together, these programs form the background to this article. Before discussing these programs in more detail, however, we might usefully begin by defining some of the terms of the argument. Racism in the media touches directly the problem of ideology, since the media's main sphere of operations is the production and transformation of ideologies. An intervention in the media's construction of race is an intervention in the ideological terrain of struggle. Much murky water has flowed under the bridge provided by this concept of ideology in recent years, and this is not the place to develop the theoretical argument. I am using the term to refer to those images, concepts, and premises which provide the frameworks through which we represent, interpret, understand and make sense of some aspect of social existence. Language and ideology are not the same, since the same linguistic term, democracy for example, or freedom, can be deployed within different ideological discourses. But language, broadly conceived, is by definition the principal medium in which we find different ideological discourses elaborated. Three important things need to be said about ideology in order to make what follows intelligible. First, ideologies do not consist of isolated and separate concepts, but in the articulation of different elements into a distinctive set or chain of meanings. In liberal ideology, freedom is connected, articulated, with individualism and the free market. In socialist ideology, freedom is a collective condition, dependent on, not counterposed to, equality of condition, as it is in liberal ideology. The same concept is differently positioned within the logic of different ideological discourses. One of the ways in which ideological struggle takes place and ideologies are transformed is by articulating the elements differently, thereby producing a different meaning, breaking the chain in which they are currently fixed, e.g., democratic equals the free West, and establishing a new articulation, e.g., democratic equals deepening the democratic content of political life. This breaking of the chain is not, of course, confined to the head, it takes place through social practice and political struggle. Second, ideological statements are made by individuals, but ideologies are not the product of individual consciousness or intention. Rather, we formulate our intentions within ideology. They predate individuals, and form part of the determinate social formations and conditions into which individuals are born. We have to speak through the ideologies which are active in our society and which provide us with the means of making sense of social relations and our place in them. The transformation of ideologies is thus a collective process and practice, not an individual one. Largely, the processes work unconsciously, rather than by conscious intention. Ideologies produce different forms of social consciousness, rather than being produced by them. They work most effectively when we are not aware that how we formulate and construct a statement about the world is underpinned by ideological premises, when our formations seem to be simply descriptive statements about how things are, i.e., must be, or of what we can take for granted. Little boys like playing rough games. Little girls, however, are full of sugar and spice is predicated on a whole set of ideological premises, though it seems to be an aphorism which is grounded, not in how masculinity and femininity have been historically and culturally constructed in society, but in nature itself. Ideologies tend to disappear from view into the taken-for-granted naturalized world of common sense. Since, like gender, race appears to be given by nature, racism is one of the most profoundly naturalized of existing ideologies. Third, ideologies work by constructing for their subjects, individual and collective, positions of identification and knowledge which allow them to utter ideological truths as if they were their authentic authors. This is not because they emanate from our innermost, authentic, and unified experience, but because we find ourselves mirrored in the positions at the center of the discourses from which the statements we formulate make sense. Thus the same subjects, e.g., economic classes or ethnic groups, can be differently constructed in different ideologies. When Mrs. Thatcher says, "We can't afford to pay ourselves higher wages without earning them through higher productivity," she is attempting to construct at the center of her discourse an identification for workers who will cease to see themselves as opposed or antagonistic to the needs of capital, and begin to see themselves in terms of the identity of interests between themselves and capital. Again, this is not only in the head. Redundancies are a powerful material way of influencing hearts and minds. Ideologies therefore work by the transformation of discourses, the disarticulation and rearticulation of ideological elements, and the transformation, the fracturing and recomposition, of subjects for action. How we see ourselves and our social relations matters, because it enters into and informs our actions and practices. Ideologies are therefore a site of a distinct type of social struggle. This site does not exist on its own, separate from other relations, since ideas are not free-floating in people's heads. The ideological construction of black people as a problem population and the police practice of containment in the black communities mutually reinforce and support one another. Nevertheless, ideology is a practice. It has its own specific way of working. And it is generated, produced, and reproduced in specific settings, sites, especially, in the apparatuses of ideological production which produce social meanings and distribute them throughout society, like the media. It is therefore the site of a particular kind of struggle, which cannot be simply reduced to or incorporated into some other level of struggle, for example, the economic class struggle, which is sometimes held to govern or determine it. It is the struggle over what Lenin once called ideological social relations, which have their own tempo and specificity. It is located in specific practices. Ideological struggle, like any other form of struggle, therefore represents an intervention in an existing field of practices and institutions, those which sustain the dominant discourses of meaning of society. The classic definition of ideology tends to regard it as a dependent sphere, which simply reflects in ideas what is happening elsewhere, for example, in the mode of production, without any determinacy or effectivity of its own. This is a reductive and economistic conception. Of course, the formation and distribution of ideologies have determinate conditions, some of which are established outside of ideology itself. Messrs. Murdoch and Trafalgar House command, through the Times, Sunday Times, and the Express Group, the resources of institutionalized ideological power in ways which no section of the left could currently aspire to. Nevertheless, ideologies are not fixed forever in the place assigned to them by the economic, their elements, as Lacan has argued, 1977, have no necessary class belongingness. For instance, democracy belongs both to ruling class ideology, where it means the Western system of parliamentary regimes, and to the ideologies of the left, where it means or refers to popular power, against the ruling power bloc. Of course, though the heads of small shopkeepers are not necessarily filled exclusively with petty bourgeois thoughts, certain ideological discourses do have or have acquired, historically, well-defined connections with certain class places. It is easier for a small shopkeeper, than for an assembly line worker in British Leland, to think of his or her interests as equivalent to those of an independent self-employed small capitalist. These traces, as Gramsci called them, and historical connections, the terrain of past articulations, are peculiarly resistant to change and transformation, just as it is exceedingly hard, given the history of imperialism, to disinter the idea of the British people from its nationalistic connotation. New forms of ideological struggle can bring old traces to life, thus Thatcherism has revivified liberal political economy. Even in such well-secured cases, transformations are possible, the people coming to represent, not the nation, unified under the ruling class, but the common people versus the ruling class, an antagonistic relation rather than an equivalent and unifying one. The corollary of this is that there is no fixed, given and necessary form of ideological consciousness, dictated exclusively by class position. A third of the British working class has regularly seen itself, in terms of how it votes, as rightfully subordinate to those who are naturally born to rule over others. The famous working class deference Tory vote shows they do not necessarily see themselves as their class position would lead us to suppose, e.g., as the majority exploited class which ought to supplant the class which rules over us. At the last, 1979, election, Mrs. Thatcher clearly had some success in getting skilled and organised workers to articulate together, their own opposition to incomes policies, wage control, and the demand for a return to collective bargaining, with her own, very different, conception of letting market forces decide wage levels. Just as the working class is not impervious to reactionary or social democratic ideas, so it is not a priori impervious to racist ideas. The whole history of labor socialism and reformism is a refutation of the idealistic hope, rooted in economism, that the economic position of the working class will make it inevitable that it thinks only progressive, anti-racist or revolutionary ideas. Instead, what we have seen over the past 2 decades is the undoubted penetration of racist ideas and practices, not only into sections of the working class, but into the very organizations and institutions of the labor movement itself. Let us look, then, a little more closely at the apparatuses which generate and circulate ideologies. In modern societies, the different media are especially important sites for the production, reproduction, and transformation of ideologies. Ideologies are, of course, worked on in many places in society, and not only in the head. The fact of unemployment, as the Thatcher government knows only too well, is, among other things, an extremely effective ideological instrument for converting or constraining workers to moderate their wage claims. But institutions like the media are peculiarly central to the matter, since they are, by definition, part of the dominant means of ideological production. What they produce is, precisely, representations of the social world, images, descriptions, explanations, and frames for understanding how the world is and why it works as it is said and shown to work. And, amongst other kinds of ideological labor, the media construct for us a definition of what race is, what meaning the imagery of race carries, and what the problem of race is understood to be. They help to classify out the world in terms of the categories of race. The media are not only a powerful source of ideas about race. They are also one place where these ideas are articulated, worked on, transformed and elaborated. We have said ideas and ideologies in the plural. For it would be wrong and misleading to see the media as uniformly and conspiratorially harnessed to a single, racist conception of the world. Liberal and humane ideas about good relations between the races, based on open-mindedness and tolerance, operate inside the world of the media among, for example, many television journalists and newspapers like The Guardian, alongside the more explicit racism of other journalists and newspapers like The Express or The Mail. In some respects, the line which separates the latter from the extreme right on policies such as, for example, guided repatriation for blacks, is very thin indeed. It would be simple and convenient if all the media were simply the ventriloquists of a unified and racist ruling class conception of the world. But neither a unifiedly conspiratorial media nor indeed a unified racist ruling class exist in anything like that simple way. I don't insist on complexity for its own sake. But if critics of the media subscribe to too simple or reductive a view of their operations, this inevitably lacks credibility and weakens the case they are making because the theories and critiques don't square with reality. They only begin to account for the real operation of racism in society by a process of gross abstraction and simplification. More important, the task of a critical theory is to produce as accurate a knowledge of complex social processes as the complexity of their functioning requires. It is not its task to console the left by producing simple but satisfying myths, distinguished only by their super left-wing credentials. If the laws and tendencies of the capitalist mode of production can be stated in a simplified form because they are essentially simple and reducible, why on earth did Marx go on about them for so long? 3 uncompleted volumes, no less. Most important of all, these differences and complexities have real effects, which ought to enter into any serious political calculation about how their tendencies might be resisted or turned. We know, for example, that the broadcasting institutions are not independent and autonomous of the state in the way suggested in the official wisdom. But if we neglect to ask why the question of independence and the media's relative autonomy are so important to their functioning, and simply reduce them to what we think of as their essential nature, pure instruments of ruling class or racist ideology, we will not be able to deconstruct the credibility and legitimacy which they, in fact, carry, which depends, precisely, on the fact that autonomy is not a pure piece of deception. Moreover, we will have an over-incorporated conception of the world, where the state is conceived, not as a necessarily contradictory formation, but as a simple, transparent instrumentality. This view might flatter the super-radical conscience, but it has no place in it for the concept of class struggle, and defines no practical terrain on which such struggles could be conducted. Why it has passed so long for Marxism is a mystery. So we must attend to the complexities of the ways in which race and racism are constructed in the media in order to be able to bring about change. Another important distinction is between what we might call overt racism and inferential racism. By overt racism, I mean those many occasions when open and favorable coverage is given to arguments, positions, and spokespersons who are in the business of elaborating an openly racist argument or advancing a racist policy or view. Many such occasions exist. They have become more frequent in recent years, more often in the press, which has become openly partisan to extremist right-wing arguments, than in television, where the regulations of balance, impartiality and neutrality operate. By inferential racism I mean those apparently naturalized representations of events and situations relating to race, whether factual or fictional, which have racist premises and propositions inscribed in them as a set of unquestioned assumptions. These enable racist statements to be formulated without ever bringing into awareness the racist predicates on which the statements are grounded. Both types of racism are to be found, in different combinations, in the British media. Open or overt racism is, of course, politically dangerous as well as socially offensive. The open partisanship of sections of the popular press on this front is an extremely serious development. It is not only that they circulate and popularize openly racist policies and ideas, and translate them into the vivid populist vernacular, e.g., in the tabloids, with their large working-class readership, it is the very fact that such things can now be openly said and advocated which legitimates their public expression and increases the threshold of the public acceptability of racism. Racism becomes acceptable and thus, not too long after, true just common sense, what everyone knows and is openly saying. But inferential racism is more widespread and in many ways, more insidious, because it is largely invisible even to those who formulate the world in its terms. An example of this type of racist ideology is the sort of television program which deals with some problem in race relations. It is probably made by a good and honest liberal broadcaster, who hopes to do some good in the world for race relations and who maintains a scrupulous balance and neutrality when questioning people interviewed for the program. The program will end with a homily on how, if only the extremists on either side would go away, normal blacks and whites would be better able to get on with learning to live in harmony together. Yet every word and image of such programs are impregnated with unconscious racism because they are all predicated on the unstated and unrecognized assumption that the blacks are the source of the problem. Yet virtually the whole of social problem television about race and immigration, often made, no doubt, by well-intentioned and liberal-minded broadcasters, is precisely predicated on racist premises of this kind. This was the criticism we made in the CARM program. It ain't half racist, mum, and it was the one which most cut the broadcasters to their professional quick. It undermined their professional credentials by suggesting that they had been partisan where they are supposed to be balanced and impartial. It was an affront to the liberal consensus and self-image which prevails within broadcasting. Both responses were, in fact, founded on the profound misunderstanding that racism is, by definition, mutually exclusive of the liberal consensus, whereas, in inferential racism, the two can quite easily cohabit, and on the assumption that if the television discourse could be shown to be racist, it must be because the individual broadcasters were intentionally and deliberately racist. In fact, an ideological discourse does not depend on the conscious intentions of those who formulate statements within it. How, then, is race and its problems constructed on British television? This is a complex topic in its own right, and I can only illustrate its dimensions briefly here by referring to some of the themes developed in the two programs I was involved in. One of the things we tried to show in the whites of their eyes was the rich vocabulary and syntax of race on which the media have to draw. Racism has a long and distinguished history in British culture. It is grounded in the relations of slavery, colonial conquest, economic exploitation, and imperialism in which the European races have stood in relation to the native peoples of the colonized and exploited periphery. Three characteristics provided the discursive and power coordinates of the discourses in which these relations were historically constructed. 1. Their imagery and themes were polarized around fixed relations of subordination and domination. 2. Their stereotypes were grouped around the poles of superior and inferior natural species. 3. Both were displaced from the language of history into the language of nature. Natural physical signs and racial characteristics became the unalterable signifiers of inferiority. Subordinate ethnic groups and classes appeared, not as the objects of particular historical relations, the slave trade, European colonization, the active underdevelopment of the underdeveloped societies, but as the given qualities of an inferior breed. Relations secured by economic, social, political, and military domination were transformed and naturalized into an order of rank, ascribed by nature. Thus, Edward Long, an acute English observer of Jamaica in the period of slavery, wrote, in his History of Jamaica, 1774, much in the way the Elizabethans might have spoken of the great chain of being of three ranks of men, sick, white, mulatto and black, dependent on each other, and rising in a proper climax of subordination, in which the whites hold the highest place. One thing we wanted to illustrate in the program was the forgotten degree to which, in the period of slavery and imperialism, popular literature is saturated with these fixed, negative attributes of the colonized races. We find them in the diaries, observations, and accounts, the notebooks, ethnographic records and commentaries of visitors, explorers, missionaries, and administrators in Africa, India, the Far East and the Americas. And also something else, the absent but imperializing white eye, the unmarked position from which all these observations are made and from which, alone, they make sense. This is the history of slavery and conquest, written, seen, drawn and photographed by the winners. They cannot be read and made sense of from any other position. The white eye is always outside the frame but seeing and positioning everything within it. Some of the most telling sequences we used was from early film of the British Raj in India, the source of endless radio reminiscences and television historical showpieces today. The assumption of effortless superiority structures every image, even the portioning in the frame, the foregrounding of colonial life, tea time on the plantation, the background of native bearers. In the later stages of high imperialism, this discourse proliferates through the new media of popular culture and information, newspapers and journals, cartoons, drawings, and advertisements, and the popular novel. Recent critics of the literature of imperialism have argued that, if we simply extend our definition of 19th century fiction from one branch of serious fiction to embrace popular literature, we will find a second, powerful strand of the English literary imagination to set beside the domestic novel, the male-dominated world of imperial adventure, which takes Empire, rather than Middlemarch, as its microcosm. I remember a graduate student, working on the construction of race in popular literature and culture at the end of the 19th century, coming to me in despair. Racism was so ubiquitous, and at the same time, so unconscious, simply assumed to be the case that it was impossible to get any critical purchase on it. In this period, the very idea of adventure became synonymous with the demonstration of the moral, social, and physical mastery of the colonizers over the colonized. Later, this concept of adventure, one of the principal categories of modern entertainment, moved straight off the printed page into the literature of crime and espionage, children's books, the great Hollywood extravaganzas, and comics. There, with recurring persistence, they still remain. Many of these older versions have had their edge somewhat blunted by time. They have been distanced from us, apparently, by our superior wisdom and liberalism. But they still reappear on the television screen, especially in the form of old movies. Some old movies, of course, continue to be made. But we can grasp their recurring resonance better if we identify some of the base images of the grammar of race. There is, for example, the familiar slave figure, dependable, loving in a simple, childlike way, the devoted mammy with the rolling eyes, or the faithful field hand or retainer, attached and devoted to his master. The best-known extravaganza of all, Gone with the Wind, contains rich variants of both. The slave figure is by no means limited to films and programs about slavery. Some Indians and many Asians have come onto the screen in this disguise. A deep and unconscious ambivalence pervades this stereotype. Devoted and childlike, the slave is also unreliable, unpredictable, and undependable, capable of turning nasty, or of plotting in a treacherous way, secretive, cunning, cutthroat once his or her master's or mistress's back is turned, and inexplicably given to running way into the bush at the slightest opportunity. The whites can never be sure that this childish simpleton Sambo is not mocking his master's white manners behind his hand, even when giving an exaggerated caricature of white refinement. Another base image is that of the native. The good side of this figure is portrayed in a certain primitive nobility and simple dignity. The bad side is portrayed in terms of cheating and cunning, and, further out, savagery and barbarism. Popular culture is still full today of countless savage and restless natives, and soundtracks constantly repeat the threatening sound of drumming in the night, the hint of primitive rites and cults. Cannibals, whirling dervishes, Indian tribesmen, garishly got up, are constantly threatening to overrun the screen. They are likely to appear at any moment out of the darkness to decapitate the beautiful heroine, kidnap the children, burn the encampment, or threatening to boil, cook and eat the innocent explorer or colonial administrator and his lady wife. These natives always move as an anonymous collective mass in tribes or hordes. And against them is always counterposed the isolated white figure, alone out there, confronting his destiny or shouldering his burden in the heart of darkness, displaying coolness under fire and an unshakable authority, exerting mastery over the rebellious natives or quelling the threatened uprising with a single glance of his steel blue eyes. A third variant is that of the clown or entertainer. This captures the innate humor, as well as the physical grace of the licensed entertainer putting on a show for the others. It is never quite clear whether we are laughing with or at this figure, admiring the physical and rhythmic grace, the open expressivity and emotionality of the entertainer, or put off by the clown's stupidity. One noticeable fact about all these images is their deep ambivalence, the double vision of the white eye through which they are seen. The primitive nobility of the aging tribesman or chief, and the native's rhythmic grace always contain both a nostalgia for an innocence lost forever to the civilized, and the threat of civilization being overrun or undermined by the recurrence of savagery, which is always lurking just below the surface, or by an untutored sexuality, threatening to break out. Both are aspects, the good and the bad sides of primitivism. In these images, primitivism is defined by the fixed proximity of such people to nature. Is all this so far away as we sometimes suppose from the representations of race which fill the screens today? These particular versions may have faded, but their traces are still to be observed, reworked in many of the modern and updated images. And though they may appear to carry a different meaning, they are often still constructed on a very ancient grammar. Today's restless native hordes are still alive and well and living as guerrilla armies and freedom fighters in the Angola, Zimbabwe, or Namibian bush. Blacks are still the most frightening, cunning and glamorous crooks, and policemen, in New York cop series. They are the fleet-footed, crazy-talking undermen who connect Starsky and Hutch to the drug-saturated ghetto. The scheming villains and their giant-sized bully boys in the world of James Bond and his progeny are still, unusually, recruited from out there in Jamaica, where savagery lingers on. The sexually available slave girl is alive and kicking, smoldering away on some exotic TV set or on the covers of paperbacks, though she is now the center of a special admiration, covered in a sequined gown and supported by a white chorus line. Primitivism, savagery, guile, and unreliability all just below the surface can still be identified in the faces of black political leaders around the world, cunningly plotting the overthrow of civilization. Mr. Mugabe, for example, up to the point where he happened to win both a war and an election and became, temporarily at any rate, the best, because the most politically credible, friend Britain had left in that last outpost of the Edwardian dream. The old country white version is still often the subject of nostalgic documentaries. Old Rhodesia, whose reliable servants, as was only to be expected, plotted treason in the outhouse and silently stole away to join ZAPU in the bush. Tribal man in green khaki. Black stand-up comics still ape their ambiguous incorporation into British entertainment by being the first to tell a racist joke. No royal tour is complete without its troupe of swaying bodies, or its mounted tribesmen, paying homage. Blacks are such good movers, so rhythmic, so natural. And the dependent peoples, who couldn't manage for a day without the protection and know-how of their white masters, reappear as the starving victims of the Third World, passive and waiting for the technology or the aid to arrive, objects of our pity or of a Blue Peter appeal. They are not represented as the subjects of a continuing exploitation or dependency, or the global division of wealth and labor. They are the victims of fate. These modern, glossed and updated images seem to have put the old world of Sambo behind them. Many of them, indeed, are the focus of a secret, illicit, pleasurable but taboo admiration. Many have a more active and energetic quality, some black athletes, for example, and of course the entertainers. But the connotations and echoes which they carry reverberate back a very long way. They continue to shape the ways whites see blacks today, even when the white adventurer sailing up the jungle stream is not Sanders of the River, but historical drama reconstructions of Stanley and Livingstone, and the intention is to show, not the savagery, but the serenity of African village life, ways of an ancient people unchanged even down to modern times, in other words, still preserved in economic backwardness and frozen in history for our anthropological eye by forces unknown to them. And, apparently, unshowable on the screen. Adventure is one way in which we encounter race without having to confront the racism of the perspectives in use. Another, even more complex one is entertainment. In television, there is a strong counterposition between serious, informational television, which we watch because it is good for us, and entertainment, which we watch because it is pleasurable. And the purest form of pleasure in entertainment television is comedy. By definition, comedy is a licensed zone, disconnected from the serious. It's all good, clean fun. In the area of fun and pleasure it is forbidden to pose a serious question, partly because it seems so puritanical and destroys the pleasure by switching registers. Yet race is one of the most significant themes in situation comedies, from the early Alf Garnett to Mind Your Language, On the Buses, Love Thy Neighbor and It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. These are defended on good anti-racist grounds. The appearance of blacks, alongside whites, in situation comedies, it is argued, will help to naturalize and normalize their presence in British society. And no doubt, in some examples, it does function in this way. But, if you examine these fun occasions more closely, you will often find, as we did in our 2 programs, that the comedies do not simply include blacks, they are about race. That is, the same old categories of racially defined characteristics and qualities, and the same relations of superior and inferior, provide the pivots on which the jokes actually turn, the tension points which move and motivate the situations in situation comedies. The comic register in which they are set, however, protects and defends viewers from acknowledging their incipient racism. It creates disavowal. This is even more so with the television stand-up comics, whose repertoire in recent years has come to be dominated, in about equal parts, by sexist and racist jokes. It's sometimes said, again in their defense, that this must be a sign of black acceptability. But it may just be that racism has become more normal, it's hard to tell. It's also said that the best tellers of anti-Jewish jokes are Jews themselves, just as blacks tell the best white jokes against themselves. But this is to argue as if jokes exist in a vacuum separate from the contexts and situations of their telling. Jewish jokes told by Jews among themselves are part of the self-awareness of the community. They are unlikely to function by putting down the race, because both teller and audience belong on equal terms to the same group. Telling racist jokes across the racial line, in conditions where relations of racial inferiority and superiority prevail, reinforces the difference and reproduces the unequal relations because, in those situations, the point of the joke depends on the existence of racism. Thus they reproduce the categories and relations of racism, even while normalizing them through laughter. The stated good intentions of the joke makers do not resolve the problem here, because they are not in control of the circumstances conditions of continuing racism in which their joke discourse will be read and heard. The time may come when blacks and whites can tell jokes about each other in ways which do not reproduce the racial categories of the world in which they are told. The time, in Britain, is certainly not yet arrived. 2 other arenas which we tried to illustrate in both programs related to the harder end of television production news and current affairs. This is where race is constructed as problem and the site of conflict and debate. There have been good examples of programs where blacks have not exclusively appeared as the source of the problem. ATV's Breaking Point is one example, and where they have not been exclusively saddled with being the aggressive agent in conflict. The London Weekend Television London programme and the Southall Defence Committee's Open Door programme on the Southall events are examples. But the general tendency of the run of programs in this area is to see blacks, especially the mere fact of their existence, their numbers, as constituting a problem for English white society. They appear as lawbreakers, prone to crime, as trouble, as the collective agent of civil disorder. In the numerous incidents where black communities have reacted to racist provocation, as at Southall, or to police harassment and provocation, as in Bristol, the media have tended to assume that right lay on the side of the law, and have fallen into the language of riot and race warfare which simply feeds existing stereotypes and prejudices. The precipitating conditions of conflict are usually absent the scandalous provocation of a national front march through one of the biggest black areas, Southall, and the saturation police raiding of the last refuge for black youth which triggered off Bristol, to take only 2 recent examples. They are either missing, or introduced so late in the process of signification that they fail to dislodge the dominant definition of these events. So they testify, once again, to the disruptive nature of black and Asian people as such. The analysis of the media coverage of Southall contained in the National Council of Civil Liberties Unofficial Committee of Inquiry Report, 1980, for example, shows how rapidly, in both the television and press, the official definitions of the police Sir David McNee's statement on the evening of April 23, and the ubiquitous James Jardine, speaking for the Police Federation on the succeeding day, provided the media with the authoritative definition of the event. These, in turn, shaped and focused what the media reported and how it explained what transpired. In taking their cue from these authoritative sources, the media reproduced an account of the event which, with certain significant exceptions, translated the conflict between racism and anti-racism into a contest between Asians and the police, and b. a contest between 2 kinds of extremism, the so-called fascism of left and right alike. This had the effect of downgrading the two problems at the center of the Southall affair: the growth of and growing legitimacy of the extreme right and its blatantly provocative anti-black politics of the street, and the racism and brutality of the police. Both issues had to be forced onto the agenda of the media by a militant and organized protest. Most press reports of Southall were so obsessed by embroidering the lurid details of roaming hordes of colored youths chasing young whites with a carving knife a touch straight out of Sanders of the River, though so far uncorroborated that they failed even to mention the death of Blair Peach. This is selective or tunnel vision with a vengeance. A good example of how the real causes of racial conflict can be absorbed and transformed by the framework which the media employ can be found in the nationwide coverage of Southall on the day following the events. Two interlocking frameworks of explanation governed this program. In the first, conflict is seen in the conspiratorial terms of far left against extreme right, the anti-Nazi League against the National Front. This is the classic logic of television, where the medium identifies itself with the moderate, consensual, middle road, average viewer, and sets off, in contrast, extremism on both sides, which it then equates with each other. In this particular exercise in balance, fascism and anti-fascism are represented as the same, both equally bad, because the middle way enshrines the common good under all circumstances. This balancing exercise provided an opportunity for Martin Webster of the National Front to gain access to the screen, to help set the terms of the debate, and to spread his smears across the screen under the freedom of the airwaves. Well, he said, let's talk about Trotskyists, extreme communists of various sorts, raving Marxists, and other assorted left-wing cranks. Good knockabout stuff. Then, after a linking passage, Southall, the day after, to the second framework, rioting Asians vs the police. I watched television as well last night, Mr. Jardine argued, and I certainly didn't see any police throwing bricks. So don't start making those arguments. The growth of organized political racism and the circumstances which have precipitated it were simply not visible to nationwide as an alternative way of setting up the problem. In the CARM program It Ain't Half Racist, Mum, we tried to illustrate the inferential logic at work in another area of programming, the BBC's Great Debate on Immigration. It was not necessary here to start with any preconceived notions, least of all speculation as to the personal views on race by the broadcasters involved, though one can't expect either the BBC hierarchy or Robin Day to believe that. You have simply to look at the program with one set of questions in mind. Here is a problem, defined as the problem of immigration. What is it? How is it defined and constructed through the program? What logic governs its definition? And where does that logic derive from? I believe the answers are clear. The problem of immigration is that there are too many blacks over here, to put it crudely. It is defined in terms of numbers of blacks and what to do about them. The logic of the argument is immigrants equals blacks equals too many of them equals send them home. That is a racist logic. And it comes from a chain of reasoning whose representative, in respectable public debate and in person, on this occasion, was Enoch Powell. Powellism set the agenda for the media. Every time, and on many more occasions than the 5 or 6 we show in the program, the presenter wanted to define the baseline of the program which others should address. Mr. Powell's views were indicated as representing it. And every time anyone strayed from the logic to question the underlying premise, it was back to, as Mr. Powell would say, that they were drawn. It certainly does not follow, and I know of no evidence to suggest, that Robin Day subscribes to this line or agrees with Mr. Powell on anything to do with race. I know absolutely nothing about his views on race and immigration. And we made no judgment on his views, which are irrelevant to the argument. If the media function in a systematically racist manner, it is not because they are run and organized exclusively by active racists. This is a category mistake. This would be equivalent to saying that you could change the character of the capitalist state by replacing its personnel, whereas the media, like the state, have a structure, a set of practices which are not reducible to the individuals who staff them. What defines how the media function is the result of a set of complex, often contradictory, social relations, not the personal inclinations of its members. What is significant is not that they produce a racist ideology, from some single-minded and unified conception of the world, but that they are so powerfully constrained spoken by a particular set of ideological discourses. The power of this discourse is its capacity to constrain a very great variety of individuals, racist, anti-racist, liberals, radicals, conservatives, anarchists, know-nothings and silent majoritarians. What we said, however, about the discourse of problem television was true, despite the hurt feelings of particular individuals, and demonstrably so. The premise on which the great immigration debate was built and the chain of reasoning it predicated was a racist one. The evidence for this is in what was said and how it was formulated, how the argument unfolded. If you establish the topic as the numbers of blacks are too high or they are breeding too fast, the opposition is obliged or constrained to argue that the numbers are not as high as they are represented to be. This view is opposed to the first two, but it is also imprisoned by the same logic, the logic of the numbers game. Liberals, anti-racists, indeed raging revolutionaries can contribute freely to this debate, and indeed are often obliged to do so, so as not to let the case go by default, without breaking for a moment the chain of assumptions which holds the racist proposition in place. However, changing the terms of the argument, questioning the assumptions and starting points, breaking the logic, this is a quite different, longer, more difficult task. One element of the struggle, then, is to try to start the debate about race somewhere else. But this depends on making visible what is usually invisible, the assumptions on which current practices depend. You have to expose, in order to deconstruct. This is certainly not the only kind of intervention, and one of the problems with the discussion of strategy on the left is exactly the left's inflexibility, the assumption that there is only one key to the door. That, at any rate, was the main, though not the only, reason why the group involved in making the final version of the CARM program decided not to go for the all-out, overarching resume of the anti-racist case, in 25 minutes, but instead to adapt to the given terrain. We don't choose our own battlegrounds, and take a very specific target. In short, to do a program about the media and racism, on the media, against the media. This, however, is one of the main criticisms leveled at the CARM program by its critics, that it was too confined to and preoccupied with exposing the media, and didn't make the general anti-racist case. About this opinions can and do genuinely differ, though the critics, I'm afraid, preferred to attribute these differences, not to the genuine problems of political calculation, but to bad faith on our part. See, for example, Gardner and Henry 1979. I did think that the limited opportunity provided by Open Door, with all its problems, out of prime viewing scheduling, low budgets, little time in the studio, restricted access to equipment, etc., should best be used to hammer a particular target, to make the media, for once, speak against the media's dominant practice, and thus reveal something about how they normally function. This means limiting the topics covered, going for a narrow-gauge approach rather than a scatter-fire program covering the history and causes of racism in general. It may have been the wrong choice. It wasn't necessarily because we lost our left-wing nerve, as I think is the main, and familiar, imputation. A second line of criticism is about the audience aimed for. Gardner and Henry, for example, criticize CARM for going for the general audience, which, they argue, is to adopt the traditional media view of the audience as an undifferentiated, passive mass. They would have preferred the program to equip the black, left-wing and anti-racist movements with the tools and knowledge about the workings of television racism, 1979-75. Again, a genuine matter of disagreement. Another view, the one I took, is that black, left-wing and anti-racist groups, already active in the anti-racist struggle, are the last people who need to be instructed about how media racism works, least of all in a 25-minute program on a public TV channel. Such organized activists have far more effective, internal channels for such purposes. What such groups face is the stark fact of a growing racist common sense and the lack of access to the means to engage with this type of popular consciousness. But I'm afraid that, To enter the struggle on this popular level is a quite different order of political task from that of confirming the already confirmed views of the converted. It means struggling over the muddy and confused middle ground, the ground where Powellism, Thatcherism and the National Front have, in recent years, made such remarkable headway. I suspect that behind this criticism lies a much deeper debate about political strategy which these critics did not openly engage. The left confronts very sharp alternatives now between the broadening and deepening of democratic struggle, pressing on with class against class confrontations as if nothing had happened to left vanguardism since the heroic days of May 1968, although the whole terrain of popular struggle has shifted decisively against the left offensive. Ultimately, then, the debates about strategies turn on the analysis of political conjunctures. And it is this which should be openly debated rather than caricatured into an eternal conflict between the true and the false left. Not only the middle ground but liberal consciousness itself must be an object of struggle if what we intend is the winning of positions in a protracted war of position. Indeed, if the CARM program had a target audience, I would unhesitatingly define it, not as the casual or confirmed racist, who are unlikely to be converted by 25 minutes on BBC Two, but precisely the liberal consensus. For the liberal consensus is the linchpin of what I called inferential racism. It is what keeps active and organized racism in place. So this was one, at least, of the targets we aimed for. And recognizing, from our analysis, that one kind of common sense is not displaced in an evening, we deliberately tried to think realistically about what the program could and could not do. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, there is nothing worse, for the left, than mistaking a tiny skirmish for the final showdown. For, if optimistic voluntarism raises hearts and hopes for a little while, it is followed, as day follows night, by a corresponding gloom and pessimism. Gramsci is excellent on the oscillations of high optimism and deep pessimism on the left in periods of rapidly shifting fortunes. CARM's intervention could not be anything but a tiny movement in a long war of position, on the stony ground which television, regularly, delivers to the wrong side. Political calculation begins with defining the target of action, the limits of the terrain, an accurate assessment of the balance of forces and a correct estimation of the enemy's strength. Horses for courses. The third major criticism was that the program's style and form reproduced that of the standard formats of dominant television practice trying to beat the professionals at their own game, rather than consciously breaking those frames. In fact, this is predicated on a much more complex, though largely unstated, argument that it is the forms rather than the content and premises of ideological discourses which constitute their effectivity. Therefore, the main task is to deconstruct the forms of the television discourse. We wanted the program to be offensive, Gardner and Henry argued. This is a complicated issue, and a contentious one, by no means the simple either/or alternative in which it is presented. I myself thought we should go further in the direction of deconstruction than the material constraints on program production eventually allowed. So that is to concede one major weakness in the program's conception. But after that, argument, not assertion, needs to take over. Is it true that ideologies work exclusively by their forms? This position depends on an anti-realist aesthetic, a fashionable position in debates about ideology in the early 1970s. In its absolute form, it needed to be, and has been, quite effectively challenged and qualified. It represented at the time a certain justified formalist reaction to the over-preoccupation with content and realism on the traditional left. But it was and is open to very serious criticism. For one thing, it was founded on a rather loony and quite ahistorical view of the narrative and presentational forms in television. They were said all to belong to the same type of realism. The realism of the realist text, was the phrase which, apparently, was introduced in the 14th century and had persisted, more or less, right up to Man Alive. This highly specious account was sealed quite incorrectly with the signature of Brecht. In this absolutist form, the thesis has proved quite impossible to defend, and many of those who first proposed it have since either backed away from its excesses or fallen into an eloquent silence. The view that lumps together the latest, banal, TV documentary and the TV drama documentary on the general strike of 1926, Days of Hope, is so historically naive and simplistic, and so crude politically, as to give it the status of a blunderbuss in a war conducted by missile computer. This is not to deny the importance of form in the discussion of ideology. Nor is it to deny that programs which simply reproduce the existing dominant forms of television do not sufficiently break the frames through which audiences locate and position themselves in relation to the knowledge which such programs claim to provide. But the argument that only deconstructivist texts are truly revolutionary is as one-sided a view as that which suggests that forms have no effect. Besides, it is to adopt a very formalistic conception of form, which, in fact, accepts the false dichotomy between form and content, only, where the left has traditionally been concerned exclusively with the latter, this view was concerned only with the former. There were other calculations to be made. For example, that using the existing format of the typical program which viewers are accustomed to identify with one kind of truth, one could undermine, precisely, the credibility of the media by showing that even this form could be used to state a different kind of truth. A second consideration is this: if all the dominant television forms are realist and realist narratives are bad, does it follow that all avant-garde or deconstructivist narratives are good? This is also a rather loony position to take. The history of culture is littered with non-revolutionary avant-gardes, with avant-gardes which are revolutionary in form only, even more, with avant-gardes which are rapidly absorbed and incorporated into the dominant discourse, becoming the standard orthodoxies of the next generation. So, breaking and interrupting the forms is no guarantee, in itself, that the dominant ideology cannot continue to be reproduced. This is the false trail along which some of the French theorists, like Julia Kristeva and the Telkel group, tried to drive us, by a species of polite intellectual terrorism, in the 1970s. In hindsight, the left was quite right to resist being hustled and blackmailed by these arguments. This is no abstract debate, restricted to intellectuals of the left bank exclusively. It relates to political choices, harsh ones, to which there are no simple solutions, but which confront us every day. In any left bookshop today, one will find the imaginatively designed, style-conscious, frame-breaking, interrogative avant-garde little journals of the left, interrupting the dominant ideologies in their form at every turn and remorselessly restricted to a small, middle-class, progressive audience. One will also find the traditionally designed, ancient-looking, crude aesthetics of the labor movement journals, Tribune, the Morning Star, Socialist Challenge, for example, remorselessly restricted to an equally small and committed audience. Neither appears to have resolved the extremely difficult problem of a truly revolutionary form and content, or the problem of political effectiveness, by which I mean the breakthrough to a mass audience. This is not simply a problem of the politics of popular communication on the left, a burning issue which no simple appeal to stylistic aggressiveness has yet been able to solve. If only the social division of labor could be overcome by a few new typographical or stylistic devices. Actually, however, it would be wrong to end this piece with a simple defense of what was done, which simply mirrors by reversal the criticisms leveled. We knew we had an exceedingly rare opportunity, not something the left can afford to squander. We knew the program could have been better, more effective, including using more effectively ideas we did or had to jettison. These are genuinely matters of debate and properly the subject of criticism. I want, instead, to draw a different lesson from this episode. It is the degree to which the left is unable to confront and argue through constructively the genuine problems of tactics and strategy of a popular anti-racist struggle. To be honest, what we know collectively about this would not fill the back of a postage stamp. Yet, we continue to conduct tactical debates and political calculation as if the answers were already fully inscribed in some new version of Lenin's What is to be done. Our mode of political calculation is that of the taking of absolutist positions, the attribution of bad faith to those genuinely convinced otherwise, and, thereby, the steady advance of the deathwatch beetle of sectarian self-righteousness and fragmentation. It somehow enhances our left-wing credentials to argue and debate as if there is some theory of political struggle, enshrined in the tablets of stone somewhere, which can be instantly translated into the one true correct strategy. The fact that we continue to lose the key strategic engagements and, in the present period, have lost very decisive terrain indeed, does not dent, even for a moment, our total certainty that we are on the correct line. My own view is that we hardly begin to know how to conduct a popular anti-racist struggle or how to bend the twig of racist common sense which currently dominates popular thinking. It is a lesson we had better learn pretty rapidly. The early interventions of the Anti-Nazi League in this area, at a very strategic, touch-and-go moment in the anti-racist struggle, was one of the most effective and imaginative political interventions made in this period by groups other than the already engaged groups of black activists. It is an experience we can and must build on not by imitating and repeating it, but by matching it in imaginativeness. But even that leaves no room for complacency as we watch the racist slogans raised on the soccer stands and listen to racist slogans inflect and infect the chanting of young working-class people on the terraces. Face to face with this struggle for popular advantage, to fight on only one front, with only one weapon, to deploy only one strategy and to put all one's eggs into a single tactic is to set about winning the odd dramatic skirmish at the risk of losing the war. Part 2: The Politics of Intellectual Work Against Racism. Chapter 8. Teaching Race. Editor's note: this is an edited transcript of an informal talk given to the London branch of the Association of Teachers of Social Science on Wednesday, April 30, 1980, at Isladon Teachers Centre, Highbury, London N1. What I broadly want to do is to address 4 sets of problems. First of all, I want to identify what seem to be some of the difficulties with teaching about race, and then I want to say something about the economic, political, and ideological aspects of race. These remarks are not directly addressed to the kinds of specific curriculum interests that might arise in schools or indeed the kinds of questions that might be posed in examinations, but instead I have tried to organize them to address the issues with which one needs to engage when teaching in this area. First of all, there are pedagogical difficulties which are especially important because it is an area about which people feel very strongly indeed. One of the strategies which some teachers adopt is to try to sidestep the explosive nature of the subject itself and walk around it, to catch it unawares, except that it usually catches you unawares rather than the other way round. It is not possible to do very much with the area at a steadily high classroom temperature, but several points are important. You have to recognize the strong emotional ideological commitments people have to positions about race. This isn't an area where people simply think they know things, but it is very strongly charged emotionally, and this fact has to be recognized and be brought out. Whatever your own commitments and feelings are about the area, and all of us have feelings about it, they have to be made clear in the way in which we handle the topic and the kinds of things we say about it. It's not a topic where an academic or intellectual neutrality is of much value. Nevertheless, I do think you have to create an atmosphere which allows people to say unpopular things. I don't think it is at all valuable to have an atmosphere in the classroom which is so clearly, unmistakably anti-racist that the natural and common-sense racism which is part of the ideological air that we all breathe is not allowed to come out and express itself. What I am talking about here are the problems of handling the time bomb and doing so adequately so that it connects with our students' experience. That experience has to surface in the classroom, even if it is pretty horrendous to hear. Better to hear it than not to hear it, because what you don't hear you don't engage with, and this is after all part of the very material about which we are teaching. We are not talking here about an abstract topic with which we are entertaining ourselves or over which we are stretching our minds. We are talking about very real concrete social, political and economic issues which touch the students' lives, which they experience. So we have to consider the problem of how to create an atmosphere in which those questions can be openly and honestly discussed, one in which your own position can emerge without people feeling overweighted by its authority, although that authority is always exerted whether you are at the front or back of the class. Now to move on more substantively to the empirical, conceptual, and theoretical problems which are involved when teaching in this area. Because the subject is so exceedingly complex, it is very difficult to teach about it clearly. One of the curious paradoxes about the area is that people know very simply what they feel and where they stand, but when it comes to explaining the phenomena, i.e., relations between different ethnic groups, racist practices, racist beliefs, racial prejudice, however you want to put it. It becomes a great deal more complex because it requires putting together explanations from different areas of knowledge. All the attempts at a simple explanation must fail. There are two obvious examples. One is to argue that racism has to do with race, which actually is not quite as obvious as it sounds. Here the statement is taken in its own right in an attempt to explain social phenomena in this area of concern by applying single-mindedly the categorical criteria of relations between races, but it does not provide an adequate explanation. The other, which is a mirror reflection of it, is to say that the whole question of race is an epiphenomenon of more classical traditional kinds of structures and practices, especially economic and class ones, and that one can on the whole dissolve questions of race by looking at them in terms of economic relations and social and economic structures, etc., of a more familiar kind. This will take you some of the way, but it certainly won't take you all the way. It does involve a greater theoretical argument, which I won't engage in here, but I certainly don't think that in a general theoretical sense racism is attributable in a simple way to capitalism, although it would be impossible to study racism in isolation from the economic and social structures in which it functions and operates. Now, if you take those two examples on the basis of their double negatives, you begin to see that to try to explain phenomena in this area, one has to look at the relations or articulations between two things which appear in our world closely linked, and are linked in important ways, but are not dissolvable one into the other. Whichever way round you try to do it, to dissolve class relations into race relations or vice versa, there are so many things you still can't explain. We are concerned here with handling quite complex social phenomena which are produced by different sets of determinations and which, though linked, have different and in some ways distinct histories. It is, though, not always possible to separate or isolate out ethnic relations from the other social relations and the social structures in which you find them. I am very much opposed to constituting this as a kind of specialist area of social science, the race relations problem as it were. This is by definition a phenomenon which one only begins to understand when one sees it in terms of the different institutions, processes and practices of whole societies in their full complexity, in which race becomes a pertinent aspect of the social structure, the way in which its relations work and the way in which the social relations and institutions are linked and connected with one another. These relations will always exist differently in different social formations. I suppose the first point that I'm making is that there is something really intrinsically difficult and complicated about the area. The questions of explanation are ones which we all hope will inform our ability to transform racist societies and racist situations, whether you are handling them at a simple or sophisticated level. We have a kind of wager or bet that if we understand things better we might be able to unlock or shift them. One does have to recognize the complexity of the analytic and explanatory problems we have in dealing with these phenomena, while at the same time trying to use them to connect back to questions of politics and practice. It is not possible in the end to deal with this issue in a wholly analytic way, that is to say, in a way which does not raise the questions of changing the existing structures that we are examining. I might have implied a moment ago that it doesn't matter how you set up the teaching situation, whether in terms of racism or ethnic relations or racial prejudice or discriminatory attitudes and actions or whatever. I do, however, think it matters crucially. There is a kind of liberal common sense way of approaching the topic which fastens onto questions of discriminatory attitudes between people from different ethnic populations, prejudicial actions, beliefs and opinions, etc. One tendency in teaching is to take these immediate surface manifestations of the problem at face value and to look at how these prejudices arise through a kind of attitudinal or social psychological explanation of what the phenomenon is. There is a second strategy which says that all of that is just the surface and we should rather go to the structures which generate particular kinds of relations, which generate particular kinds of racial structures, etc., and on the whole I tend to go for the second of these alternatives. We have to uncover for ourselves in our own understanding, as well as for the students we are teaching, the often deep structural factors which have a tendency to persistently not only generate racial practices and structures, but reproduce them through time, which account for their extraordinarily immovable character. One of the things I want to come back to when I talk about racism and ideology is the deeply based way in which racism in a particular society manifests itself and its deeply resistant character to attempts of amelioration, good feeling, gentle reform, and so on. For that reason I turn to the structural questions, although it would be a mistake not to bring whatever explanations you are dealing with back to what I just a moment ago called the surface phenomena. One has after all to explain what students will be most sensitive to, i.e., the interplay of feelings between the groups which are structured around the awareness of racial difference. No matter how deep you go into structural factors, you need to show that they do generate particular interactions between groups of people, but you have to be able to show that you can get a deeper understanding of those surface relations. Teaching strategies which engage people's most obvious, uncomplicated, unreflexive apprehension of the problem are important, but if having engaged them at that level you try to change attitudes and prejudices by putting good attitudes and good prejudices against them, what you get is a kind of ding-dong of, well, you believe that and I believe this, you see it that way and I see it this way, and it becomes extremely difficult to move on in any sort of productive way. Social science is about deconstructing the obvious. It is about showing people that the things they immediately feel to be just like that aren't quite just like that. The really crucial question is, how do you begin to make that move away from the level of prejudice and belief? One needs to undermine the obvious. One has to show that these are social and historical processes and that they are not written in the stars, they are not handed down. They are deep conditions which are not going to change if we start tinkering around with them. We must not give our students that kind of illusion. We can, however, begin the process of questioning what the structures are and how they work. 2. Having said that, let me say a bit more about economic and industrial factors. Here again I issue a kind of warning or qualification. There is a tendency in this area either to think that the structural economic features explain pretty much all that one needs to know, or, on the other hand, that to deal with the structural economic features is to collapse into a kind of economistic account of a phenomenon which is more complex than that. I don't think that any structural or generative account of racism could afford to leave out the crucial determinations which emerge from the economic relations of a society like this one. Although it is not a sufficient explanation of the phenomena, it will take us a good deal further than anti-economistic or anti-reductionist sociologists would like to think. This is one area where the economic dimensions do explain a good deal, particularly if you think of the kinds of questions which systematically appear on examination papers, questions about the tendency of racial groups to cluster or concentrate, whether it is in the occupational or industrial sectors, or in terms of class structures more generally, or in terms of housing, or of differential relations in education, etc. There is a long history to the British situation which happened overseas, but what you are trying to explain is the identifiable growth, at a certain stage in the post-war period, of the black Commonwealth migrant workforce. One can of course find black enclave populations in Britain centuries before that, but what we are trying to explain from the early 50s onwards is a qualitatively new phenomenon. It undoubtedly had a very close relationship to the kind of labour demands of British industry at that particular period. It would be impossible to try to explain the full factors, those which opened the doors for working people from the Asian subcontinents, the Caribbean, and parts of Africa without looking at the particular labour needs of British industry at that stage. Only if you go back to the debates about whether in fact the black overseas population should be recruited in that way, there was an interesting debate which was kept under wraps for a long time before the decision was taken to encourage black migration on any substantial scale. Will you see that paramount in people's minds at that time was a relative shortage of labor? This provides a starting point not only to explain the internal movements in terms of the economic, the need for certain kinds of surplus labor. This will explain the particular clustering of the black working population in specific areas. It enables one to look at the way recruitment into particular industries, particular occupations, and at particular occupational levels clearly have a very strong economic substratum to them. The real question is how much you are going to try and explain that way. You can attempt to match up in a very fine-tuned way either the rise in indigenous racism or the shifts in particular legislative policies with particular economic movements. For instance, what are the correlations between economic movements and, say, the introduction of the very early race legislation? How much was it due to the fact that at that stage already the demand for that kind of labor was beginning to tail off in the British economy? How much did it have to do with the fact that already the first wave of black migration, certainly from the Caribbean, was beginning to tail off before those economic dips became manifest? How much does it have to do with the fact that, already from the late 50s, certainly from 57 and 58 onwards, there was beginning to be an explicit political and social problem around race which must have had its bearing on both the decision to legislate in the area, the making of it into a manifest political topic about which politicians were going to conduct a debate on how to legislate their policies, etc., this obviously affecting the way in which those issues would be debated in the society as a whole? I am not convinced that the question of economic determination can provide either adequate explanations or the sort of fine-tuned intermesh that I was talking about a minute ago. If, for instance, you try to explain the movements of black populations and their settlement and position in the British social structure by kinds of functional explanation, it won't do. If you constitute the devilish collective mind of capital, if only you could tell me where the committee meets sometime, if you could just imagine it meeting occasionally and saying, as it were, what do we need next, chaps, and where do we need them from? Your understanding will not progress. If you look at what is happening in detail, you will see that the relationships between functional and dysfunctional features, that is to say the contradictions which are sometimes built into what is happening economically and what is being legislated and discussed politically, are too divergent to constitute anything like a neat functional fit. The important questions are concerned with the ways in which one begins to conceptualize the relationship between surplus populations of this kind and the dynamic movements of the economy. The questions of surplus populations and the notions of the surplus labor force or reserve labor force are both generative and productive ideas, which move the relationship between the patterning of race and the dynamic of the economy into a somewhat deeper and more adequate theoretical or explanatory level. The moment you do that, you are beginning to shift away from any sort of explanation which would identify race exclusively as the element which you have to consider. At that point you do, for matters of teaching strategy as well as for reasons of explanation, have to identify other surplus or reserve populations, including the native unemployed and women and the Irish, all three of whom in British history constituted and played something of the same functional role in relation to the expelling needs and the sucking in needs of different developments within capitalist industry. Nothing in this area is assisted by identifying the racial question, either negatively or positively, as in some way abstractable from the other dynamic and historical processes of the society. One should be attentive to the important ways in which one can speak of an Irish racism in Britain, and one should be attentive to the ways in which racism and sexism as ideologies are more comparable in some ways than either racism or sexism and class, because there are ways in which both racism and sexism as ideologies depend on the processes of naturalization and tend more easily than class relations in terms of their ideological syntax to refer themselves to what Mother Nature did. There is, of course, that tendency in class relations too, to think that they were really born that way, but a social structure is harder to find in the early books of the Bible than either of the other two. The other two are really right there from quite early on and can be ascribed to nature. It is part of that naturalization that gives those two ideologies their deep-seated structuration, which makes them very hard to remove. Use the evidence of your eyes, don't you see they are different? I am not attempting to privilege race and sex over class. I am trying to account for certain differences one can make in the functioning of different kinds of ideology. One of the ways in which ideologies function is to naturalize themselves. They disguise the fact that they are historic and symbolic constructions by appearing to be part of what nature is. Some ideological formations find it easier to make that move of naturalization, giving them a long and deep persistence, although that is not the only mechanism of ideology. There are other ideologies and other ideological forms which function in ways which give them a greater kind of efficacy. I am only comparing race and class ideologies in terms of their power to disappear behind nature, and I am drawing the similarity between sex and race, which is very often appealed to in terms of you can see the difference, and if you looked at the syntax of class in that kind of obvious sense, the cues and signs would be more complicated. They are not so immediately and manifestly obvious, although it is a very fine distinction, as people do not use exactly natural and symbolic and material cues to try and place people and locate them socially. It is not only correct to connect race with other dimensions in terms of what it can explain, but also in terms of the underlying politics of your teaching in this area, because, unless one can show those correspondences and differences and be sensitive to them, one can't deal with the question which a good student trained in your hands is going to ask you. Yes, I now understand it, what do we do about it? 3. Now let me say something about the more political aspects. Having tried to take questions of economic structure and the relation of the needs of labor and types of labor force, you can see why it is that particular forms of migrant labor form especially flexible reserve army, especially in the early phases when that black labor force came more or less fully reproduced. It was ready for work, to put it crudely, whereas in the next generation, what is happening right now is that you have to reproduce them, I mean reproduce them socially. You have to born them, and then grow them, and teach them, and educate them, and train them, and discipline them before you get them in at all, and by then there are actually no jobs for them to go to. So then you have to look after them in unemployment, reproduce them through enforced leisure, and police them quite hard, and then, unfortunately, like other people they faintly resemble, they are going to get old and go on living. They live quite a long time. West Indian women particularly are strong and long survivors. So the reproduction costs of this labor force look particularly attractive in 1951 and look particularly unattractive and expensive in 1971, when in any case you have less money in your pocket and fewer schools to reproduce them through and less plots in the cemeteries and so on. You are short of everything, as it were. The reproduction costs begin to turn back on you. There is an argument that says that one of the ways to understand the legislative policies of race in Britain is that as the cost of reproducing the black part of the labor force has grown, as Britain had to take the fact seriously that they are here to stay and to settle throughout the full life cycle, so the legislation has tended to try to reconstitute that black population more as a really authentic migrant force, like southern Italian labor whom you send back home for Christmas and deny the right to vote and so on. If you have tried to travel on the train from South to North Italy during the Swiss industrial holiday, you will know what keeps those clocks going. They travel up and down. The reproduction costs are in Calabria, and they are in the north coast of Africa, and they are in the interior of Turkey behind the NATO line. They have managed to maintain that system of backwards and forwards movement partly because of geographical factors, but partly also by making it difficult to bring families and making it unattractive for them to stay. This backwards and forwards movement was quite common in a previous period of migration, i.e., that between the Caribbean and North America, until it was limited by legislation during the latter part of the war. In the early part of the 1950s, there was a constant movement of migrant labor moving backwards and forwards to the southern states, and if they were able to stay for the whole part of a year, they took very substantial earnings to the family back home. Part of that argument says that what is happening here is a retrospective political enforcement of migrant status on a settled black population. This involves discouraging anybody else from coming and especially discouraging the formation of extended black families, curtailing the non-laboring part of the population, the aged, and then encouraging repatriation after you've worked it out, shove off back where you came from. Leaving the black population here not exactly like, but very much more like, a long-term guest worker. It is more sensitive not only to economic dimensions but also to the political climate in a period when there is not a shortage of labor, but a growing unemployment coupled with the economic problems of welfare, reproduction, and social reproduction and so on, when far from the need for such a force there is the need to expand the areas for employment opportunities for the white population, tending to generate much higher levels of unemployment among blacks in general and especially among black school leavers. In this situation, you are politically making the black population into a more flexible and responsive labor force. This is the more sophisticated way of trying to extend what is basically an economic argument to account for political developments. One of the best statements of this argument, which is worth looking at, is Sivanandan's short pamphlet From Immigration Control to Induced Repatriation, published by the Institute of Race Relations, 1978. I think, however, that, although it provides part of the explanation, it doesn't adequately deal with the dynamic political and ideological factors attached to questions of race and racism in Britain which have to be introduced into the explanations that you are dealing with. I don't want to say a great deal, but I do want to say something about the political level. I want to point, on the one hand, to the lurchy rise to visibility of the question of race as an indigenous theme of British political life and political relations. We have to examine how it happens, when it happens, in response to what factors and how it is brought about, and it cannot be exclusively explained in terms of the early clashes in North Kensington or Enoch Powell himself as an individual, etc. When attempting to explain the politics of race in Britain, we do have to give some attention to the institutional basis in which that politics has developed. We have to look at those particular sections of political leadership which have chosen to make statements about race and which have made a deep political investment in the topic of race, which have, with Powellism as a phenomenon, actually used race to open up quite a wide range of political themes, some of which had very little to do with race at all. We have to look at the very real and growing importance of the media and especially of the press, and above all the popular press, in a quite specific campaigning role around issues of race, around very primitive appeals to the notions of a British way of life, of British and alien cultures, etc. This is a very complicated operation, particularly in the functioning of the media, and I don't have time to go into that in detail, but I don't think we should talk as if the politics of race fell out of the sky. It does have its institutional implications. 4. Ideological questions are one of the ways in which we return to what we previously spoke of as attitudes, prejudices and beliefs. The difficulty with focusing on attitude and beliefs is that you eventually come back to a notion that these are individual emanations of good and bad, that they are to do with the differential perceptions of other people. Before long you can fall into the position of, well, don't we all like to hang about among our own, and don't we all make differences and jokes about people who are different from ourselves? You begin to sketch out a world which ought to have eaten itself from end to end because of multiple racism, brown and black hair, green and pink eyes, etc. Any difference? One really has to stop that runaway route into difference and ask why some of those differences have consistently become historically pertinent. It's along that channel that populations divide, that societies structure themselves, that perceptions crystallize, and that people bring out truncheons. We must beware of dissolving the question of race into an infinite scatter, an inventory of all the possible differences that people can make, and show that it has served a very powerful social and historical function in various societies at different stages in history. As far as questions of race are concerned, what matters much more than the differences are the already available languages which surround us from birth in this society, powerfully charged, well-developed languages which have consistently tried to come to understand the historical relation between the people of this nation and other nations, this economy and other economies, in ways connected with race which made those relations work, made them pertinent, and which have been in existence for a very long time. The way in which we begin to think racially and to perceive racially has a great deal to do with the languages of racism available in societies like ours. The elements of those languages can be used to put together ideological explanations of phenomena which are really quite different. It isn't that anybody confuses in their head old-style imperialism with the indigenous racism of the 70s and 80s, but this language of racism has been used to explain the sorts of structural differences which were implied in plantation society, then the sorts of structural differences which were implied in the gap between a rapidly developing, primarily industrializing capitalist society and the rest of the globe, and then to explain a set of relations between a truly imperial power and its imperial relations. It's a well-minted, well-developed language which is around and which people draw on in order to explain to themselves new situations. There is no sense in which you could try to explain the distribution of racist ideologies in a simply class-structured way. There is no way in which relations between Britain, either as a slave-owning or as an imperial economic and political power, and the rest of the world could have been lived out over long periods of time, leaving one whole class sector of the population saturated with those ideas and the rest of the population totally free of them. It's an inconceivable notion, not only in terms of how ideologies penetrate societies but also when you look at actual ideological and political practices. Racism in our society is in part sustained by the defensive institutions of the working class as much as the rampant and offensive institutions of the capitalist class. The fact that certain forms of working class and trade union racism differ in their extent, in their modality, in their grip on people's imaginations from other types, say, National Front racism, the fact that it is quite significantly different in its articulation, is not the same thing as saying that it would be possible to make a cut through the British population and come out with goodies on the one hand and baddies on the other. Those differences have to be confronted because, if you go back to the politics of race and to the resistance to racism, they have been one of the most pertinent factors which have consistently divided the working class politically within itself and throughout the whole of the period that I am talking about. It has prevented the emergence of anything that even remotely resembled a mass non-racial political organization or struggle, whose principal kind of thrust was the internal unity of classes across the divide constituted by race. In fact, the history of the period is the history of the continued internal segmentation of the laboring force, and one of the principal ways in which that segmentation has expressed itself politically and ideologically is around questions of race. That has been one of its crucial political and ideological effects, and in an increasingly non-expanding economic and political climate, racism of a virulent kind has been able to provide a kind of adequate explanation, not so much for people at the top of the society but more for people at the bottom of the society, as to what it is they are experiencing and why it is that a kind of racist politics makes sense. This is not safe but combustible material that you are dealing with, and if you try to stop the story about racial politics, racial divisions, racist ideologies short of confronting some of these difficult issues, if you present a kind of idealized picture which doesn't look at the way in which racism has combined with, for example, sexism working back within the black population itself, if you try to tell the story as if somewhere around the corner some whole constituted class is waiting for a green light to advance and displace the racist enemy and constitute a non-racist society, you will have done absolutely nothing whatsoever for the political understanding of your students. You can also tell the story I have just been trying to sketch out in a way which so undermines the possibility of building and developing social and political movements around those issues, that it doesn't do them any good either. One has to walk a very fine line here, and not tell a story which is really nice for the fireside, makes you glow inside, which lines up the goodies and baddies, for that will not explain the real world which you and I live in, a world which is not unified around those ideological symbols in the way which we would like. We want to change or transform the world as it is so that it begins to approximate more to that, but that is something which has to be done, it isn't something which is written into the conditions which we inherit. If on the other hand you tell the stories so that the students come out saying, well, everybody is racist, we all are and we have been from ever since, there is nothing you can do about it and it has disabled us, we have been able to develop politically around this, the forms of resistance which develop in the black community are containable, etc., you are simply preventing the possibility of acting on the situation. Somehow one has to steer that difficult line whilst not selling short the complexity of the issues with which you are dealing. Instead of thinking that the questions of race are some sort of moral duty, moral intellectual academic duty which white people with good feelings do for blacks, one has to remember that the issue of race provides one of the most important ways of understanding how this society actually works and how it has arrived where it is. It is one of the most important keys, not into the margins of the society, but right into its dynamic center. It is a very good way of getting into the political and social issues of contemporary British society because it touches and connects with so many facets. That does make it a difficult problem to handle and to explain adequately, and one mustn't try to go for simple explanations, because one does want to create a dynamic which involves people in the problems of trying to build anti-racist politics. Chapter 9. Pluralism, Race, and Class in Caribbean Society. This paper deals exclusively with the non-Hispanic Caribbean. I have resumed here a more detailed and extended argument. Its basic aim is to complement the fuller and more detailed papers by Henriques and Mignoni, 1977, and A. Cooper, 1977, with the cruder, more typological look at the role which race and its symbol, color, M. G. Smith 1965, plays in the structuring of group relations across Caribbean society. As has been universally noted, these societies present a picture of complex, and changing, social structures with varying degrees of cultural pluralism and ethnic diversity. In terms of a broad breakdown along stratification patterns, Lowenthal, 1972, has proposed the following rough descriptive scheme. 1. Homogeneous societies without distinctions of class/color, e.g., Carriacou, Barbuda, Caicos. 2. Societies differentiated by color not class, e.g., Saba, Anguilla, Desirade. 3. Societies stratified by class/color, this includes most of the territories, all those of any size, e.g., Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, St. Vincent, Grenada, St. Kitts, Martinique, etc. 4. Societies lacking white Creole elites, e.g., Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica. 5. Stratified societies containing additional ethnic groupings of some size, e.g., Trinidad, Guyana, Suriname, Honduras. The islands in groups 1 and 2 are very small in size, with virtually homogeneous class and ethnic composition. Those in group 4 vary from those in group 3 by not having a white Creole elite. They are, however, like group 3 stratified by class/color. Singham, 1968, notes that a white minority need not be present to produce this pattern, as in Grenada the brown middle class maintain their links with the metropolitan power as well as their own Creole society. However, the black mass find it difficult if not impossible to cross the class-color barrier. Those in Group 5 are distinct in that they contain substantial and distinct ethnic segments different from those, but in addition to those, found elsewhere in the dominant class/color systems. Trinidad and Guyana, which contain large East Indian groups, are also fully stratified on class/color lines. We assume, then, that we are dealing with a stratification system complexly composed of class and color elements which is modally appropriate to all but the tiniest of the island societies. In color terms, this mode is composed of the graded differentiation by class plus the graded differentiation between white and African in some combination. All Caribbean societies, with the exception of the very small ones, belong to this modal type. Societies in Group 4 fundamentally belong to this type, though they represent truncated versions of it. The white element at the very top of the spectrum is literally absent, though, in another sense, it remains symbolically present, so to speak, by extrapolation and projection. Societies of the fifth kind also belong to the type, but have the significant variation of sizable ethnic segments. Let us note, however, that societies, like Jamaica, which belong clearly to the modal type, also contain small ethnic enclaves other than those ranged on the black-white continuum, so that it may be essentially the size and historical role of the ethnic segments in Trinidad, Suriname, Guyana, and Honduras which constitute their difference. In essence, the pivotal contrast, then, is between societies stratified by color/class and societies which, being stratified by color/class also contain ethnic groups with what may possibly be described as a segmental relation to the dominant class/color mode of stratification. The questions are, what fundamentally distributes the populations of these societies into this kind of relation between groups? What, especially, is the role of race/color in the distribution of groups and the maintenance of the social order? How have these structures evolved and what role has the race/color element played in this transformation? Finally, how are we to understand the relation to these factors of the societies with large ethnic segments? Overall, the aim is to try to comprehend what the specific role of the race/color element is in relation to class in the stratification matrix. How, then, is this matrix affected by what here, as distinct from race/color, we would call, for our purposes, the ethnic element? 2. In the English context, this debate has, in recent years, been dominated by the concept of plural societies. This concept, stemming from the work of Furnivall, 1948, has been considerably expanded and developed, most notably by M. G. Smith, 1955, 1962a, 1965, with extensive reference to the Caribbean and, more recently, some extrapolation to African societies, Cooper and Smith 1969. Some brief consideration of the plural society concept is, therefore, obligatory. To what extent can the modal type of stratification in the Caribbean be described as generating plural societies? L. Cooper, among others, has recently noted that, from its inception, the plural society concept has suffered from its confusion with the theories of the American pluralist school, L. Cooper 1971, 1972. While the concept of pluralism assumes extensive consensus and social cohesion, adaptation and accommodation between the different groups, and the emergence of an integrative central value system, the notion of plural society stresses differentiation and separateness, the maintenance of parallel but not overlapping institutions, assumes the role of conflict between the segments, and notes that social order is maintained by the monopoly of political power by one of the segments and its superimposition over all other segments by the exercise of control and coercion. Still, the sense of unity in differentiation continues to haunt the plural society idea, even in its later forms. In his classic statement, Smith, 1965, remarks on the racial, color and ecological complexity of Jamaican society. He notes that 4/5 of Jamaican society is black, 9/10 of the rest is colored, of mixed ancestry, and tiny minorities are white, Chinese, East Indian, Syrian, Jewish and Portuguese. This presents considerable racial complexity. But, arguing that race concepts are cultural facts and their significance varies with social conditions, Smith goes on to select institutions as the basic focus for his analysis. The basic institutions of a given population are the core of the people's culture. It is, then, to the culturally varied institutional structure of Jamaican society that he turns. His argument is that, with respect to each institutional subsystem in Jamaican society, kinship, family, magico-religious systems, education and occupation, etc., there are diverse alternatives, and the three main cultural sections, white, brown and black, exhibit very distinct patterns of behavior. This institutional arrangement is part of a class society that is transposed, without very extensive argument, into a cultural pattern. Although usually described as a social class, the population which practices a distinctive set of institutions is best described as a cultural or social section. The great strength of this plural society framework is the attention it focuses on the extraordinary complexity and differentiation of Caribbean society. It has, however, certain crucial weaknesses. For our purposes, three criticisms are relevant. 1. The patterns of race/color stratification, cultural stratification, and class-occupational stratification overlap. This is the absolutely distinctive feature of Caribbean society. Its stratification systems and the relations between social groups are massively overdetermined. It is this overdetermined complexity which constitutes the specificity of the problem requiring analysis. It does not help, here, to depress some factors of this matrix, e.g., race/color, class, in favor of others, e.g., culture, and then, analytically, to subsume the former into the latter, since it is precisely the generative specificity of each, plus the overdetermined complexity of the whole, which is the problem. Thus all class societies exhibit enormous cultural complexity as between the class segments and fractions. They may not be as sharp as the distinction to be found in Caribbean society, but there is certainly no cultural one-dimensionality as between, say, working class, middle class, and aristocratic segments in English society. So the Caribbean example is distinct, not because there is class cultural differentiation, but because, a. this class cultural differentiation is peculiarly sharp, and because, b. it is coincident to a high degree with race/color stratification. 2. Second, The plural society model blurs the distinction between parallel or horizontal and vertical or hierarchical segmentation. Societies where substantial cultural differentiation exists, perhaps along ethnic lines, between segments which are parallel, but where power in the political sphere is monopolized by one segment, are radically different from societies which are culturally and racially differentiated, but where the segments are hierarchically arranged, within so to speak a single pyramid of domination. In the former case, there might be two forms of, say, institutional marriage, each with equal status in the overall value structure, and exhibiting some genuine parallelism. Societies of this type, if they can be found, could be said to conform to the plural type. But societies of the latter case are not plural in this sense. True, the three classes or groups, say, white, brown, and black, may exhibit a cultural preference for three variants of the marital institution. But, just as the groups are ranked hierarchically, in terms of economic and political power and status, so the marital institutions will be ranked hierarchically in terms of the structure of legitimation. This consideration forces us to attend to the pivotal feature of Caribbean societies which is otherwise repressed and deflected by the plural model, namely, what it is which maintains the dominant structure of legitimations through this apparent complexity, what produces the structures of these societies as structures in dominance. Althusser 1969, Althusser and Balibar 1970. A closely related point is how, given this structure of domination and legitimation, did the culturally variant patterns emerge? For the plural society model also tends to displace the historicity of the structure, even when, in its detail, it is attentive to historical variation. We may put this point in the following form. Hindu marriage, which persists in some of the East Indian ethnic communities of Trinidad and Guyana, is an inherited cultural form. The indentured East Indians brought this marital form from their homeland, where it is widespread, indigenous, and preferred, and to some extent the pattern has been preserved, though no longer as the exclusive marriage form of this ethnic group, into and through the period of indenture and after. Hindu marriage thus exists, by virtue of its antecedent forms, its importation and preservation, as the mark of distinct cultural continuities alongside and parallel with the dominant marriage of the Western type, and other variants, i.e., whether or not sanctified by religious observance or by the law. Provided this Hindu marriage was conceived in the folk systems of the society as equal in standing though different to marriage of the Western type, we would call this form of Hindu marriage a plural cultural form. In fact, most writers on the subject seem to acknowledge that it is only in the case of the East Indians that plural cultural institutions can be said to exist, in this strong sense, in the Caribbean, i.e., where the ethnic minority is, a. large, distinct, ethnically identifiable, b. comes from a well-articulated, strong cultural tradition, which, c. has not been broken or destroyed, as African cultural traditions were destroyed under slavery, and where the ethnic minority, d. enters the socio-economic system late, after its basic structures have been formed, and, e. has not been obliged, by law or coercion, to conform or acculturate to the dominant forms, but, f. lives and works under conditions where ethnic homogeneity and cultural continuity enable inherited cultural patterns to be preserved, transmitted, honored and actively practiced. Crowley 1960, Class 1961, Depre 1967, M. G. Smith 1962a, 1965. Where East Indians exist in small numbers, e.g., in Jamaica, the institutions and patterns of cultural pluralism are nowhere as distinct. Moreover, many would argue, e.g., Crowley, that substantial numbers of the East Indian population have assimilated to the Creole patterns, that, where Indian institutions separately exist, they are no longer pure Hindu but are themselves Creolized versions of the Indian Hindu institution, and that, from the point of view of the major value system, i.e., that defined by the interaction of white, brown, and black groups along the Creole spectrum, a great deal of actual difference is perceived as non-existent or disappearing, despite East Indian resistance to Creolization. Class 1961. There are strong pressures to assimilate the plural cultural pattern into the overall Creole value system and accord it a status within it. And, of course, even where cultural pluralism is strong and intense, and has found active expression even in the political domain, e.g., Guyana, many social relations between the different ethnic segments are articulated by broker institutions, such as the communications media, trade unions, labor organizations, agencies of public service, religious and ethnic associations, and political parties, Desprez 1967. In societies which are culturally plural in the weaker sense, that is, where social relations between white, brown, and black are differentiated, and stratified, but belong within one socio-economic and political system, it has been widely noted that there are widely differing sectional differences of family organization and mating pattern. The small, dominant section white observes contemporary West European norms of marriage. The intermediate section brown practices a creolized version of Victorian marriage. The third section black typically mates outside the context of marriage. M. G. Smith 1965. But the marital variant of the intermediate section, brown, for example, is not a distinct, preserved, differentiated form, as it is in East Indian communities, but a modified version of the dominant pattern, as Smith himself acknowledges, a creolized version of Victorian marriage. It is different from, but also a transformation of, the dominant pattern, whereas, in societies with large ethnic segments, the Hindu marriage form would be both different, and distinct in its root and origin, from any of the variants on the dominant type. The typical form of mating and marital arrangement in the third, black, section is, of course, radically distinct. It is, predominantly and typically, the preferred mating pattern of the most numerous, black, African group. But few historians would make the case that this is a mating form preserved and transmitted, with little or no modification, from the African tribal past. It is clearly the product and legacy of the slave period and the subsequent history of this group within plantation society. Thus, though the black variant is highly distinctive, it has been formed and shaped in relation to the dominant, white, institutions. Its persistence cannot be accounted for outside the complex and differentiated unity of the society as a whole, as a historical formation. It is not, in the sense in which we said above that Hindu marriage was, a plural institution, though, of course, the fact that three, highly different mating and marital forms exist within the same so-called society, and the fact that these are distributed, like most other cultural forms, through the society in a pattern which almost perfectly matches the three broad color race and class groupings, is of the highest interest, and requires further clarification. In a curious way, then, some taint of the pluralist model has, after all, even if negatively, in its absence lingered on within the plural model. For it seems to be assumed as a tacit premise of the plural model that, indeed, societies are either highly homogeneous and unified in their cultural and institutional forms, mores, attitudes and belief systems, or they are culturally segmented and plural. In fact, very few societies, if any, are culturally homogeneous in this way. Most societies with complex social structures achieve their unity via the relations of domination/subordination between culturally different and class differential strata. What we are required to think is the nature of the difference which constitutes the specific unity and complexity of any social formation. The unity of a social formation is never a simple, undifferentiated unity. Once we grasp the two ends, so to speak, of this chain differentiated specificity/complex unity, we see that we are required to account, not simply for the existence of culturally distinct institutions and patterns, but also for that which secures the unity, cohesion, and stability of this social order in and through, not despite, its differences. Whereas the focus on plural differentiations requires us to concentrate on plural institutions, complexity and unity requires us to concentrate on the mechanisms of power, legitimation, and domination, of hegemony. Gramsci 1972. 3. Our third argument is, then, closely related to our second. It is that the concept, in the plural society model, which suggests that the overall cohesion of the society is achieved via the domination of one segment, by coercion, in the political institutional order, though correct in acknowledging the centrality of questions of power and conflict, conceives these questions in too limited and segmentary a fashion. Imperative coordination is not achieved in such societies exclusively via the means of political institutionalization. It is achieved via the hegemonic domination of one sector over all the others in every feature of organized social life. The plural model concentrates our attention on plural cultural values, but not on the structure of legitimation. In the period when white settler groups predominated in the political sphere, their values, customs, language, social patterns, etc. also monopolized the sphere of legitimation, an order of current and historical dominance, the exact reverse of their relative numerical strength. M. G. Smith 1965. Indeed, since in some respects these groups continue to exercise profound economic power long after they have been politically displaced, it is questionable whether, even now, after decolonization and independence, the political institutions, as a distinct segment, can be said to exercise anything like the leading role reserved for them in the plural society model. Our specific criticism here is that the whole conception of cultural power, of legitimation, of domination and hegemony in its enlarged sense, is badly foreshortened by the manner in which it is conceptualized in the plural society model. Nothing which we have said so far should be taken to imply that the widely differing degree of social and cultural pluralism which characterizes Caribbean societies of the modal type does not represent significant features of these societies. But a model which accounts for and takes account of this diversity, but which cannot account for its structure in dominance, has, in some fundamental sense, missed the point. As Lowenthal, 1972, observes, the shape and structure of West Indian societies depend on three basic elements: class hierarchy, social pluralism, and cultural pluralism. The rigidity of stratification varies from place to place, but the social pyramid is almost everywhere identical. A small upper class controls access to power and rewards, successively larger middle and lower classes have less and less status, wealth, and self-esteem. It is to the intersection of class, race, color, and ethnicity in the generation, maintenance and modification of this pyramid that we must turn our attention. 3. History has been absolutely decisive in constructing the modal type of Caribbean social structure in its most rigid, simplified and dichotomous form. Though all these societies have a long, and largely undiscovered, pre-conquest history, pre-conquest society is everywhere virtually extinct within a century of European colonization. There is, in some islands, a period when economic production is largely sustained by white indentured labor, but the need for labor on the cotton and sugar plantations led almost immediately to the slave trade. It is in slave society, or, to put it more precisely, in slave plantation society, that the paradigm of Caribbean social structures is first laid down. Every subsequent development or stage represents, in our view, a modification and transformation, but not a structural break, with this generative model. The structures of Caribbean slave societies need not be rehearsed here. Fundamentally, they distribute the populations into two broad and dichotomous groups along rigidly racial, color and status lines: white owners and managers, black unfree slave labor. Since the line between slave and masters was dictated by law, physical and social coercion and separation, there was absolutely no social mobility between these caste-like groups. We have said that the formative context for this social structure is slave plantation society because its most typical features are to be seen in the separate worlds of the plantations, which both laid down the prevailing pattern of social relations for the rest of the society and served to maintain and preserve and ultimately to modify it. Fundamentally, it is economic production which draws these two social groups into a relation of domination/subordination, conquest, and the institutions of slavery which define the relations, and the extrinsic composition of the two groups, neither belong ethnically to the region, and the decimation of pre-conquest populations and pre-conquest society which give to this structure such clearly delineated origins. No single society quite conforms, for long, to this typological schema, but virtually all the societies of any size and social complexity approximate closely to it. Instead of a detailed description of this slave plantation-dominated social structure, Beckford 1972, E. Brathwaite 1968, 1971, Curtin 1969, Gavia 1965, D. Hall 1962, 1964, Patterson 1967, let us abstract a number of points which directly relate to our immediate concern. 1. It is in this crucible period that the absolute identification between race, color, and caste status is established. It is important to observe that this is also true of the structure of legitimations. The slave caste is, from the viewpoint of dominant white plantation society, unfree, chattels and goods not people, black, African and powerless. The whole idiomatic framework of normative degradations is cast by the syntax of slave society. When all that has been said about white bias, black towards white European society, has been said, we need to remark the widespread evidence of black bias, negative, white towards slave society. Insofar as direct coercion was not employed to maintain this internal caste system, R. T. Smith 1967, the authority structure was massively framed by the legitimations derived from this overdetermination of secondariness of the slave population in white eyes. 2. Slave plantation society transforms and ruptures the inherited African cultural forms. What of the inherited pattern is retained persists only through its accommodation to the conditions of slave society. The exact degree of African preservation is still in dispute, but most commentators quarrel about the degree to which Africanisms were retained within emergent socio-cultural forms of slave society, not about their absolute preservation. Thus, the culture and institutions of the slave population are rigidly differentiated from that of the master class, and African traces enter into the structure of these institutions. These cannot, however, be called plural in the strong sense, since their formative context is the adaptation to an emergence within the slave society context. These are the institutions, the culturally differentiated patterns of the dispossessed, the enslaved, they are not the institutions of a racially and culturally distinct segment. We might say that, though both white European owners and overseers and black African field hands derive from inherited, and distinct, cultures, the differentiation between the cultural institutions which arise within slave society is a differentiation of slave society itself. The adaptation and creolization of both cultures, European and African, is a prominent and persistent feature of these societies since slavery. Of course, whites and blacks in the West Indies were at first ethnically and culturally as well as socially distinct, but the African slaves were stripped of their ethnic identities, were left with only scattered remnants of their cultural heritage, and were forced to undergo creolization. Slave culture became in large measure a creolized form of European culture. Lowenthal 1972. To put it crudely, the world of the slave house and the village and the world of the plantation great house are two socio-cultural worlds which form differentiated parts of a single socio-economic system. They are not plural segments of parallel but distinct cultures. To put it another way, the unity of slave plantation society required the differentiation between the world of slave and master. What matters is not simply the plurality of their internal structures, but the articulated relation between their differences. In the socio-economic system of Caribbean slavery, the slave is unfree because, as well as in order that, the masters are free, the one is the condition for the realization of the other. The two sides of a socio-economic system based on the exploitation of labor, as Marx convincingly showed, depends, not on the immediate identity between the terms, but on the articulation of the differences which make them a differentiated unity, a complexly structured social formation, rather than a simple, unitary, expressive totality. S. Hall 1974. In slave society, as in colonial society which followed, and to some degree in decolonizing society today, the relation between the terms of this couple is always articulated in the form domination/subordination. We can see this clearly if we revert to our example of kinship and mating patterns. Among themselves, slaves lacked any generally acceptable mode of establishing permanent mating relationships. In the areas of their origin, permanent mating relationships were established for spouses by their kinship or lineage groups, which vary in type and constitution from one tribe to another. It is obvious that such heterogeneous collections of individuals, shipped to slavery in the West Indies, would be unable to develop common procedures for establishing marriage since they would lack the lineage and kinship groupings. Marriage as a legal institution had no place in slave society, since slaves were prohibited from forming legal relationships of marriage which would interfere with and restrict their owners' property rights. Hence, mating of slaves was typically unstable. Polygamous mating associations were widely practiced. Absence of any formal procedure for establishing unions was paralleled by the informality with which unions were dissolved. Half-siblingship predominated. The woman normally acted as the sole permanent element in the slave family whether or not her male partner was polygamous. M. G. Smith 1965. Now we can understand how this pattern may be defined as culturally pluralistic, in the sense that it contained sections which practiced different forms of the same institution. It is much more in doubt, however, whether this can be extended, as Smith does extend it in the next sentence, to mean that this was a plural society, i.e., a society divided into sections, each of which practiced different cultures, for this formulation disguises the connection between the different institutional forms, it disguises the determinant role which master society played in the development of slave variants, and it identifies different institutional forms with different cultures. 3. There is some occupational and status differentiation in white master society, as between, say, plantation owners, white overseers, attorneys and skilled workers. White society, during slavery, produces stratification on class lines. There are parallel distinctions in the slave society, as between, say, domestic slaves, field hands, carpenters, masons, boilermen, gang slaves, etc. Inter alios, Patterson 1967, but, in relation to white society, slaves as a group are closer to a caste than a class. These distinctions of rank and position highlight the hierarchical framework into which the social and cultural relations between the different groups in slave plantation society were inserted, and thus the connections which linked these differentiated statuses and cultural forms into what we would describe as one socio-cultural economic system. The two major factors which modify the strict internal caste lines of this rigidly unified, rigidly stratified society are, a. the ending of slavery and the shift from unfree to free labor, and b. the growth of an intermediary colored social group, whether from freed slaves or the progeny of mixed liaisons between white masters and black slave women. This intermediary group is, characteristically, halfway in status as it is typically halfway in racial composition and in color, both, in some islands, carefully marked and graded, and its mechanisms of adaptation, modification, and acculturation to the white dominant forms and values makes it very dubious indeed as to whether it can be defined as in any sense constituting a distinct cultural segment practicing its own culture, even in the early period of its formation. 4. The most profound alternative cultural process to cultural domination, which begins as slave plantation society develops, and which continues into the period of colony society, is creolization. Insofar as cultural crossties develop which to some degree cut into the hierarchical disposition of groups, and institutional patterns, their most authentic form is Creole culture. The term itself is hard to define, its ambiguity being, itself, an index of its complex articulation with the structured form of the cultures and some groups with which it intersects. A Spanish word, originally designating African slaves born in the New World, it was extended to anyone, black or white, born in the West Indies. It was then extended to things, habits, and ideas, plants grown, goods manufactured, and opinions expressed. Recently the term has reverted to its earlier association, and in some areas Creole is now a euphemism for colored or black. But its meaning varies locally. In Jamaica, Creole designates anyone of Jamaican parentage except East Indians, Chinese and Maroons. In Trinidad and Guyana it excludes Amerindians and East Indians. In Suriname it denotes the civilized colored population as apart from tribes of rebel slave descent. In the French Antilles, Creole refers more to local-born whites than to colored or black persons. In French Guiana, by contrast, it is used exclusively for whites. Lowenthal 1972, see also E. Brathwaite 1971, Negre 1966. The restriction, everywhere, of the term Creole to some combination or other of the white-black spectrum, plus nativization and the exclusion of preconquest or large-scale indentured groups within its range of meanings is an additional reason for assuming that the white-black, European-African scale constitutes the dominant cultural scale, and that its parts are not, simply, distinct cultural segments. 4. The major typological shift comes with the ending of slavery and the birth of colony society, often but not always based on the plantation economy, almost universally, in the case of the British West Indies, on some form of crown colony government. The ending of slavery is also the ending of legally enforced caste barriers between slave and master society. It marks the end of unfree labor and the beginning of a rudimentary market society and of a peasant class in the countryside, especially where ex-slaves formed free villages in large numbers, CFD Hall 1959, and of the exploitation of free labor. Thus we may think of this as the transition point between caste and class society in the Caribbean. The indenture of East Indian labor, however, forms a distinct intermediary stage between slavery and free labor and, where the development of the sugar plantation economy is relatively late, and East Indians rather than black slaves form a sizable proportion of its labor base, as in Trinidad, Guyana, and Suriname, indenture provides a watershed between caste and class which has shaped social structures profoundly since. Some significant variations must be noted. In the West Indian territories, the white slave owners tolerated and recruited to their side free people of color much more easily and willingly than in North American slave society. This no doubt reflects the great imbalance, in the Caribbean, between the small number of whites and the great majority of black slaves, the relative absence of white women. In every Caribbean society, the emergence during and after slavery of strata of people of free color is of critical significance. But since color, race, and status remain pivotal to the stability of post-slave colony society, the mediation of the free-colored group, while opening up intercourse between white and black groups, also institutionalizes, in a customary if not in an official way, the symbolism of race, color, and status as the idiom of social stratification and mobility. As colony society develops, there is movement along its more diverse occupational structure, and what Lloyd Braithwaite has described as a tilting of the ethnic composition of class and status groups. Some people of color appear in menial occupations or in peasant areas, some blacks penetrate into middle-ranking occupations. These are the marks of a degree of social mobility across the race-color frontiers. It remains true, however, that the numbers of each are not large, compared with those left behind. Typically and overwhelmingly, whites, Europeans, and those able to assimilate closest to the white plutocracy in looks, color, manners, language, dress, education, and values rank highest on every social, cultural, and economic dimension, and are legitimated as such. The coloreds, mixed, again, typically and overwhelmingly, occupy intermediary occupations and statuses, and are graded within the legitimation system in terms of their approximation to the dominant group, overwhelmingly and typically, the poorer classes, Africans, are in the lower and more menial occupations in town and countryside, and the positions with least rank are occupied by blacks, even where their ethnic inheritance is no longer pure. The persistence of this pattern, through the tumultuous historic changes which transform slave society into colony society and unfree slaves into free labor, is remarkable. It testifies to the profound stability of a system of stratification where race, color, status, occupation, power, and wealth overlap and are ideologically mutually reinforcing. This is not to deny the enormous territorial variation which this basic paradigm society permits. In islands where the plantation dominates, a substantial white minority plutocracy is present, with considerable local political, economic, and cultural power, and the system is peculiarly inflexible, and though the free coloreds form a distinct, intermediary group, the barriers between them and white settler society remain high. One consequence is that this intermediary colored stratum tries even harder to assimilate and to distinguish itself from those poor blacks beneath, Barbados. In other islands, where the plantation economy dominates, but where there is also a peasantry, an independent agricultural sector and urbanization, and where the white plutocracy is powerful but small, the free-colored group win an independent role for themselves, and are more easily assimilated to elite society, though never identified with it. Occupational diversity is greater, and so the movement of coloreds up the scale into previously dominated white social enclaves, and of blacks into middle-class, colored statuses, is greater, Jamaica. In others, where the white settler group is small or non-existent, and the economy is not wholly dominated by the plantation, coloreds are considerably evolved culturally, and gain a prominent role in political society, since, as Colin McInnes recorded of Trinidad, planter no bother, sailor and soldier not stay long, white trash too stupid, black slave is chained. That leave we, McInnes 1969. The classic description of stratification in a colony class society is L. Braithwaite's study of Trinidad, 1953, and some of its features relevant to our purposes are probably best summarized by adapting some of his diagrams. See Figure 1. Figure 1. Stratification in Trinidad, B, C, and D adapted from Braithwaite 1953. The stratification system which Braithwaite describes is, of course, a late variant of what we have called here colony society. Its stages can best be marked by the changing political status of Caribbean societies in relation to the metropolitan power, the early phase when a good deal of political power goes, locally, to the assemblies, in which the white plutocracy and, in some islands, free-colored planters are strongly represented, the Crown Colony period when Whitehall and London govern in a more direct sense, but with local legislative councils, on limited franchise, with powerful planter and elite. White and colored interests, the period towards independence, when the franchise is widened and a good deal of power is devolved to the local political elites. It is in this third phase of colony society that the classic institutions of class society are formed and emerge in the political domain, trade unions, political parties, the full parliamentary system, the civil service and government administrative apparatus. Again, there are variations on this basic pattern in the different islands and territories, where English colonization is early and the white planter class strong, local assemblies are powerful early and the plutocracy retains a good deal of political influence in the legislative councils. Barbados, where large numbers of colored men have been assimilated into the local elite, the ethnic composition of the legislatures is more mixed. Jamaica. In both cases, however, the political representatives are more mixed, ethnically and in terms of color, than the planter class. Members of the colored elite preponderate over the white planters in the political domain, though the latter retain economic and social power. As in all class societies, the character, composition, and trajectory of the most powerful classes cannot be deduced directly from the character and composition of the political elite which governs. This is a crucial point, which has often been missed. And it should warn us against reading too much into the role of the political segment, in terms of the overall structure of power, authority, and hegemony in the societies as a whole. L. Braithwaite's models refer to the latest stages of colony society, to societies in the transition to independence. Once again it is noticeable that, though he is dealing with Trinidad, and therefore gives a great deal of attention to the position of the Indian group in the stratification system, he assumes, we believe correctly, that a dominant, national stratification system exists and that, here, race, color and class strongly and powerfully overlap. In his diagrams, for example, taking the white-colored black spectrum, the lines of ethnic mobility are an exact representation of social class mobility. We have argued that, in this period, Caribbean societies moved from caste to class societies. This question is more usefully discussed in relation to the third, and present, stage, the post-independence stage, or what we are calling decolonizing society. The main point to underline with respect to colony society, however, is the means by which stratification is registered and publicly accomplished. In this period, race, color, and status form a basic stratification matrix. Race and color have, here, to be taken together. Since no legal boundaries exist which prevent blacks from rising in the social hierarchy, and the population is already ethnically mixed, the mechanisms of social mobility are largely informal. Race is not a pure category in the Caribbean as it is, say, in South Africa, where it is legally defined and defined genetically rather than socially. In the Caribbean, even where a strong white local elite is present, race is defined socially. Thus it enters into the mechanisms of social mobility and stratification via its visible registrations, physical characteristics, pigmentation, in some more indeterminate way, culture. Of these, color is the most visible, the most manifest and hence the handiest way of identifying the different social groups. But color itself is, also, defined socially, and it, too, is a composite term. Black men with good, i.e., straight, European, hair or features would rank higher in the ethnic scale than colored men with clearly negroid features. Color, then, includes physical characteristics, associated with race, other than skin pigmentation. However, in the trading of stratification insignia in the symbolism of social mobility factors other than race color, however defined, are taken into account. Thus, black men with clearly negroid features and hair who are either wealthy or educated or in middle-class occupations rank higher in the stratification scale than the colored poor and uneducated. So that the race color element combines with the usual elements of non-ethnic stratification systems, education, wealth, occupation, income, lifestyle, values, to compose the stratification matrix. We would argue that this is not, usefully, considered as an ethnic or race-based or even race-color-based social system, but a social class stratification system in which the race-color elements in the stratification matrix constitute the visible index of a more complex structure. Of course, where class, status, race, and color so strongly coincide, the stratification system is overdetermined, its public signification is more explicit than in societies, e.g., European class societies, where no ethnic index exists. It is a more rigid system, since any member of the society rising in status has to negotiate more than one system of status symbolism. The calculus of social mobility is far more complex. Passing from one status position to another means negotiating the public signification of the social structure along several dimensions. The society as a whole, both those passing and those who are static in it, is preoccupied with this activity of status signification. It is the double or triple articulation of the systems of status symbolization which makes Caribbean society one of the most complex social systems on Earth. But this complexity and, especially, the role of the race color or ethnic signifier within this complex should not permit us to reinterpret this as a system of cultural pluralism. For the positions between black and white form a single spectrum. The complex cultural notations of African and European and Creole are hidden composites of this system of social notation. Once again, these concealed cultural elements are not pure. African does not mean African, but the highly modified, adapted, and transformed cultural patterns, relations and institutions of New World blacks. We have suggested that the formative context for these institutions is not Africa but slavery, even where African survivals and influences remain profound. The African elements have been transformed and reworked, nativized and naturalized as essentially black, folk, Caribbean cultural forms. The nature and complexity of this cultural syncretism can be observed, not only in institutions like kinship, the family, and marital arrangements, but in the practice of religion and in music. Similarly and more rarely observed, the European element is no longer pure. Local white society represents, culturally, the absent paradigm. Its representatives are, so to speak, stand-ins for the invisible and ideal culture which validates the whole graded structure by its very absence. Europe, more particularly, the metropolitan culture, as an ideal value system. A great deal of European culture has been nativized, naturalized, and creolized in local planter or settler society, a fact which is observable, once again, not simply in institutional terms, but in terms of customs and language. In short, though in the status signification system African refers to Africa, Europe to Europe and, in terms of color, the symbol for race, black connotes African/slave and white refers to and connotes European/plutocracy terms, so to speak, outside or extrinsic to Caribbean society. The operational value of the terms black, colored, white refers directly and dominantly to the internal status system. They connote the internal social dynamics of Caribbean society, not the societies, with their complex ethnic and cultural meanings, external to it. This internalization of external forces, influences, and conditions is, in many ways, the paradigm Caribbean cultural experience, and marks its deeply structured cultural dependency. In what sense, then, is decolonizing society the phase of national independence a class society, in which ethnic, racial, and cultural elements play a crucial role, and in what sense is it a society of a significantly different type? This requires a rapid sketch of the social structure of the Caribbean variant of societies of this type. Independence is relatively recent. Further, it has been accomplished under the reigning ideology of nationalism, which has the effect of obscuring some of its most significant features. Since the function of a nationalist ideology is to weld all the social groups together and to distinguish society as a whole from metropolitan dependency, the nature and mechanisms of internal division and conflict are often unsignified. The unity of classes and groups in the struggle for independence is oversignified. The work required to describe this decolonizing national society therefore remains to be done, and few models which find general acceptance, and which refer to the specificity of Caribbean conditions, have been generated. Broadly speaking, with Jamaica here as the paradigm example, the old white plutocracy still exists, but its economic and political role has substantively declined. This is often attributed to the decline of sugar in the world market, with which its fortunes were closely tied. But it also has to do with the changing structure of sugar itself as an economic domain. Sugar has long since ceased to be an economic domain in which the plantation represented a sort of semi-independent microcosm, and where the individual planter and his family dominated. The production of sugar is organized, on a world market level, by the multinational incorporated companies. Family plantations have been forced to combine and to integrate and subordinate their own production to their relation with these global units, and sugar has had to negotiate its sale and market price as a national entity on a global scale. In short, the white planter class has long since lost its real independent economic base. In sugar and other cash crops, this class remains as an older, near-feudal class, anachronistic to the modern mode of production. This is not to deny its pivotal, and continuing, social role. It remains the repository of many social values and ideals. The great house and the values and way of life associated with its culture exert a powerful influence on the ritualization of social values in the society. Its role is not unlike that of the British feudal aristocracy. It has been noted that, in England, the bourgeois classes seal their hegemony by assimilating themselves to feudal aristocratic values and ways of life. The summit of a successful business career is still to disappear into the gentry or country house life. This is no mere surface phenomenon or social snobbery. It marks the deep and profound coalescence of the class fractions and, beneath that, the combination of more than one mode of production under which, in fact, the industrialization of English society was accomplished. Anderson 1966, Gramsci 1972, Marx, Passim. Where planter society remains, it is the bearer of profound social symbolism and the source of legitimation not accounted for simply by looking at its economic base and role. To survive the death of sugar as king, however, many of the sons of this group have thrown their fortunes into business and forged alliances with the emergent political elite. If their style of life remains plantation feudal, they have become, economically, a bourgeois aristocracy, if the term is not too far-fetched. In keeping with the shift of economic gravity from the plantation to business, commercial activities, and trade, the most visible parts of white society are expatriate or local whites in business, in commerce, or in tourism. The growth of commercial society and of government and administration has also transformed the middle classes. As in other modern capitalist class societies, one can distinguish here a range of lower middle class status occupations, service industries, teachers, the secretariat and salariat, considerably expanded, a traditional middle class, very much stemming from the older free-colored intermediary group, and subscribing to the values of Victorian respectability, white bias, and the preservation of distinctions between brown people of good color and the peasantry or black masses. This is a declining social group, in power, authority, and status, if not in actual numbers. The most startling change is in the emergence of the new commercial and administrative classes, connected with business and government, of the new professionals alongside the older professions, medicine, the law, and of a university-trained native intelligentsia. This is the national bourgeoisie, a confident, thrusting free enterprise social stratum, much more ethnically mixed because it subscribes more to a national and less to an ethnic ideology, with its commitments to the nation-state, cosmopolitan, and consumption-oriented in outlook. This is the class which underpinned and now inherits the thrust towards national independence, which has gained most financially and socially out of the diversification of the economy and development, and which is most identified with a national bourgeois revolution. Here, the older symbolism and matrix of stratification and mobility counts for far less than education, income, status, and style of life. In ethnic composition, though it is an emergent class as compared with the traditional and declining middle classes, it is widely constituted in ethnic, racial, and color terms. Blacks, more than coloreds, have advanced farthest under its banner. Below this class, the working classes and the peasantry are also, relatively, diversified. In addition to small farmers on peasant and other holdings, the rural proletariat on the plantations or in mining, and in domestic service, there are those in service occupations, in small-scale factory work, the urban and rural poor and the urban lumpen class, all still overwhelmingly black or near black in terms of their ethnic composition, though in some of the smaller islands there is a higher proportion of coloreds and the ethnic distribution is, in any event, historically different. E.g., Dominica. This is not a class society in any simple dichotomous sense. There are precious few actual societies which are. The social structure briefly and modally outlined here is complex, but no more so though in a different way than modern industrial social structures. The difficulty with applying a class analysis to societies of this type lies, we believe, not so much in the empirical reality to which the class concepts would apply, but in the nature and crudity of the conceptual scheme itself. M. G. Smith long ago argued, 1965, for the plural society model against the crude application of economic determinism to Caribbean society by the economic historians. L. Cooper, more recently, Cooper 1971, 1972, has argued for the lack of fit between Marxist concepts of class as applied to plural societies. But it may be that the whole conceptualization of the nature and complexity of class concepts, and their application to specific historical formations, has been inadequately applied. Cooper, for example, argues that in plural societies the predicted class solidarity across ethnic and culturally segmented lines does not appear. But there has never been, in sophisticated Marxist analysis, any simple and predetermined necessity that class solidarity always does and must appear, for this would be to make consciousness automatically coincident with objective economic position, and structure superstructural relations simple and transparent. The distinction between classes in themselves and classes for themselves is pivotal to the analysis, and the whole domain of ideology and of political class practices, not to mention the more difficult concept of false consciousness, intervenes to effect crucial and massive displacements. The theory of automatic class solidarities and of transparency of structure-superstructure relations is mechanistic in the extreme. If there is no predictable class solidarity, then there are certainly no ethnic or cultural solidarities either. A great deal of political mobilization in recent years in the Caribbean has been conducted under the slogans of Black Power, and the mediation of ethnic concepts like this one, in the formation and mobilization of consciousness, is profound, specific and not to be dissolved. However, since, in the adopted black rhetoric of independence nationalism, black includes coloreds, it has, so to speak, been socially and politically redefined. To take this at its face value would imply the solidarity of interests, however defined, between the black rural proletariat or the black urban lumpen classes of the cities and the black bourgeoisie. It has often been said that the more strictly Marxian analysis of class, as opposed to social class/occupational/income stratification models, does not cohere with the actual complexity of Caribbean class systems. But, once again, there has always been a distinction drawn, in all but the most mechanistic models, between the modal distribution of classes and the distribution of means of production by the mode of production, productive forces plus social relations of production, and the actual historical distribution of classes and class fractions into empirical groups in specific societies. The difference, say, between Marx's analysis in Capital and of French society in civil war in France or the 18th Brumaire. In any event, we cannot, here or elsewhere, speak properly of a single subject ruling class, but of class fractions and coalitions. Ruling blocs. Caribbean society has few instances of the first, many of the second, just as we cannot speak of mode of production but of modes of production in some specific combination. Further, where the mechanistic model applies a straight alignment between economic power/position and class composition of the ruling political elite, modern applications of the theory acknowledge the major displacements between these two domains. Finally, the role of ethnic and other complexifying factors in the formation of self-images, social symbolism, identity, and culture presents an insuperable difficulty only to a reductionist model, in which consciousness is taken to proceed directly and immediately from social being. Such an idea would not survive for long in any sophisticated contemporary application of a Marxist class analysis. While no such analysis, using these sophisticated variants, has been employed, it is not clear that the undertaking is impossible. This task cannot be undertaken here, it remains as a pivotal next stage. Such an analysis would have to pay considerable attention to the ethnic, cultural, and ideological factors which are at play in modern Caribbean societies in their national bourgeois stage, but it would not abandon a class analysis of such societies in favor of a less powerful plural or a more loosely defined ethnic analysis. The comparison between Caribbean societies, where cultural ethnic factors are significant, with other modernizing societies at the same national bourgeois phase of their development is at least as important, now, in refining comparatively the model of Caribbean society as comparisons between similar societies within the area. In this respect, for example, Beckford's comparative analysis of Caribbean with other plantation economies/societies is extremely illuminating, not least with respect to the incomplete insertion of ethnic segments into the national patterns, though this is not in fact his major concern. Beckford 1972. Since the UNESCO program of which this is a part has very wide basis for comparative analysis, in Latin America, Africa, and the Far East, it may be that work of this comparative kind, based on cross-regional comparisons, might prove of considerable interest and value. Such cross-comparisons would have to be based on similar regional modal-type models, but such work would prevent the generalization of models of the plural society type on the basis of too rapid a process of conceptualization. Chapter 10. Africa is alive and well in the diaspora. Cultures of resistance, slavery, religious revival, and political cultism in Jamaica. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea we wept, when we remembered Zion. For there, they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us requires of us mirth, saying, Sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing in the Lord's song in such a strange land? Psalms 137, quoted by the Ras Tafari Brethren. I do not have the knowledge of or familiarity with Southern Africa such as would enable me to write usefully about it. I have therefore chosen to express my solidarity with the aspirations of the peoples of Southern Africa and the liberation movements leading their struggle for freedom by more indirect means. My references are to the Caribbean, specifically to Jamaica and the experiences and struggles of the Afro-Caribbean masses. I hope that something useful and important can be learned about the role of culture in practical struggle, both from the parallels and from the differences between our two situations. Against this Afro-Caribbean history and context, I have addressed myself to some of the principal themes signaled for your deliberation. I have tried to look at the question of traditional culture and its survival, tracing both its tenacity and its fluidity of forms. I have tried to suggest how essential culture is in providing the ground base to the historical and political actions of an oppressed class, but also, how profound are the modifications, the cultural transformations and contradictions which arise as conditions change, as the logic of history imposes itself upon cultural forms. I look at the complicated interplay, the cultural dialectic, between the cultures of domination and the cultures of resistance. I examine, in passing, the difficult issues of cultural preservation and survival, cultural syncretism, cultural hierarchies, and cultural polarization. Above all, I am concerned with cultures of resistance, the extent to which they preserve, borrow, alter, and transpose elements in order that the historically developing and emergent trajectory of the masses and classes in struggle can find articulation. I have two themes principally in view in this paper. The first is the extraordinary variety of forms which, from one historical conjuncture to another, the cultures of resistance assume. The second is the complex historical and contemporary relation between the struggles of the black masses in Africa, and the struggles of the masses of the African diaspora. Both these themes are touched on in the magisterial contribution made to the 1972 UNESCO meeting on the theme Race, Identity, and Dignity by Amilcar Cabral, from which this meeting, quite properly, takes its point of departure. I salute the richness and the clarity of Cabral's contribution on this topic, and would be more than satisfied for my contribution to stand as a footnote to his. Since I have, of necessity, to refer to a history and to details of another part of the world, with which participants will not necessarily be familiar, I have adopted the procedure of argument and illustration via a selective historical narrative. This allows me to exemplify my arguments at the same time as I make them. I have chosen to structure this narrative, principally though not exclusively, around the theme of religion. Religion, in its many forms, has played a crucial role in the history of the Afro-Caribbean people. It links them both with their African and their European contexts. I have treated religion here not as revealed truth but as a historical and cultural form. I am concerned with religion. Religions is more accurate as a material and practico-social force, as a powerful ideological domain. I am concerned with its appropriation, its modification, its transformation, as it is inflected by the actions of the masses. I do not resolve the extremely complicated issue of its adequacy as a form of knowledge, either about the spiritual realities to which it claims to refer, nor to the secular realities upon which it manifestly works and which it refracts. I analyze religious cultures as bearers of the collective aspirations of collective historical actors, and thus as parts or aspects of cultures of resistance. It follows from the argument, though it is not argued through, that, as circumstances change, so developing struggles discover new and more appropriate cultural forms in which their aspirations can be framed and expressed. As Cabral, 1971, 19, remarked, to be sure, the exercise of imperialist domination demands cultural oppression, and the attempt at direct or indirect liquidation of what is essential in the subject people's culture. But this people is able to create and develop a liberation movement only because it keeps its culture alive in the teeth of permanent and organized repression of its cultural life. Only because, its politico-military resistance being destroyed, it continues to resist culturally. And it is cultural resistance which, at any given moment, may take on new forms. My aim has been to expand and amplify on this profound observation about the nature and forms of resistance, and to explore how necessary, but also how complex and contradictory is that return to the sources among the black descendants of old Africa in the diaspora of the New World. The indigenous culture of the Carib and Arawak peoples in the Indies was destroyed during the period of Spanish tutelage, long before the British established their hegemony over Jamaica, 1655. The growth of the slave trade, early 1700s onwards until abolition in 1807, and the establishment of a slave plantation economy under British colonization thus provided the essential conditions in which Jamaican culture coalesced and developed. It set the pattern for the succeeding 3 centuries. There were, principally, 2 major cultural forces brought together under the conditions of slave plantation society. The culture of the European colonizers, plantation owners, some white estate workers, overseers, merchants, and lawyers, and the colonial administrators, and the cultures of the enslaved and colonized first, those transported directly through the Middle Passage from the West African kingdoms and sold into slavery in the New World, and, subsequently, the slave populations born and bred in the New World Creole slaves. These constituted 2 internally differentiated, but mutually exclusive cultural castes, the basis of what Curtin, 1955, calls the 2 Jamaicas. Gradually, the number of the offspring of white-black unions grew, the basis of the intermediary colored strata, ranked between black and white according to a complicated ladder graded by color and blood: Sambo, Mulatto, Quadroon, Musty, Mustifini, Quintroon, Octoroon. Legally, all coloreds counted as mulattoes. Many of them remained slaves, though many were freed, remaining, however, without civil rights as such. Those with the least stain of Negro blood, octoroons, were automatically free coloreds. Cohen and Green, 1972. On very rough estimates, there were about 59,800 coloreds in Jamaica in 1830, of which about 15,000 were still slaves. Dunker, 1960, Brathwaite, 1971. Gradually many of these free coloreds assimilated to the intermediary positions in slave society: artisans, clerks, tradesmen, wharfingers, schoolmasters, etc. They were to become the basis of the more fully assimilated Jamaican Creole culture and the backbone and basis of the modern Jamaican middle class. The vast majority of Africans taken into Jamaica were drawn from the West African kingdoms, the Coromantee, from the Ashanti region of the Gold Coast, Igbos from the Niger Delta, the Mandingo, from the area between the Niger and Gambia, and slaves from the Dahomey Kingdom. These people bore an African cultural heritage with them into slavery in the New World. They formed the basis of that gigantic African diaspora halfway across the globe. But how much of this African culture survived the conditions of enslavement? Clearly, the conditions were not propitious for the survival of African cultures as coherent entities. Slaves were transported from all the catchment kingdoms with scant regard for their tribes or kingdoms of origin. Peoples of different languages and religions were herded together in the slave ships of the Middle Passage. On arrival, they were bought and sold on the basis of physical stamina, not of culture, though a racist folk system did arise among the plantation owners as to the stereotyped characteristics of the different slave peoples, ranked of course, exclusively in relation to their economic potential for the slave system. The Ashanti were reputed physically strong but rebellious, the Igbo as more docile but cunning and deceitful. Curtin, 1955. Once purchased, slaves were apprenticed into the productive social relations of plantation forced labor and into the social world of slave society, conditions different in almost every respect from those which had sustained their distinctive ways of life. There was a lively inter-island trade in slaves which helped further to fragment each shipment. Though there was less of a consistent effort to diseducate the African of his cultural heritage and retrain him for plantation life than might be imagined, the very severe conditions of slave plantations served, objectively, to perform this work of progressive destabilization of the cultural heritage of the African slaves. The driving motive of slave society was the economic one of production under conditions of forced labor, yet these conditions of economic necessity created the world of the plantation, and this was a world in which, as a matter of conscious slave-owning policy, the African character of the slave population played a purely contingent role. The slave economy imposed its own internal differentiations within and between the tribal groups, marking out field hands and drivers from skilled slaves and house niggers. The successive waves of importation introduced a further differentiation between newly arrived African slaves and Creole slaves born into slavery in the New World. Slaves themselves remarked these differences in their daily lives, and plantation owners and overseers exploited them. Finally, the very condition of forced labor produced a never-ending problem of controlling the slave population, controlling rebellion, preventing escape, maintaining the discipline of whip and reward. Plantation owners quickly recognized the African element as a key factor in this matter. The more slaves preserved something of their heritage or renewed it through contact with recent arrivals, the stronger the memory of Africa, the greater was their hunger for freedom, the more rebellious and recalcitrant to hard labor they became. Africans, though regarded as something less than human, had nevertheless to be broken to slavery, and one of the most effective instruments at the slave owner's command was the destruction of what remained of their indigenous culture and way of life. It is therefore all the more remarkable how much of Africa survived the slave experience, and even more remarkable how in what forms, and by what means those culture survivals were sustained. No single African cultural tradition survived in slavery intact. But the tribal cultures were all West African in origin and constituted regional variants of what was in fact a common culture area, Herskovits 1941. If this factor of diversity helped to make Jamaican Negro culture American rather than African, Curtin 1955, it also enabled more of Africa to persist in the New World than would have been the case had each tribal group been thoroughly distinct. Of course, it also had the effect of exposing African slaves to European colonial influences, and it is this process of cumulative adaptation which produced that cultural amalgam, the native New World culture of African and European elements, adapted to native and local conditions, which constituted the extraordinary cultural complex known as Creole. For the purpose of this exposition, I select three key areas where, in transposed forms, Africa survived into and through slavery, and one where a process of massive adaptation, not only preserves something, but also bears witness to the fluid and adaptive nature of culture itself. The three survival themes are language, religion, and music. The adaptation theme is that of the so-called slave personality. Since slaves were not legally human, they were not understood by their white masters to need or to be capable of developing, under plantation conditions, anything approaching a human way of life. Thus, for long periods, white colonizers did not push forward the process of acculturation and Europeanization any further than was necessary for plantation work. In Jamaica, there was no conscious effort, until the end of the 18th century, to Christianize the slaves. The official Church of England remained the white church of the colonizer. In rough and ready ways, slaves were left to educate their children. They had to speak with one another, but also to address and understand the commands of their English-speaking masters. Frequently, slaves used English amongst themselves, but they spoke a dialect their African bondsmen could not understand. Language, that major bearer of culture, is perhaps the best, because the most succinct and convenient, way of suggesting how and in what form the African elements persisted and were sustained, and at the same time transformed, in the folk culture of slavery. Curtin puts it neatly. Slaves needed English in the dominant master-slave relationship. But in West Africa they shared common grammatical forms, though not the same language. They adopted the vocabulary and basic forms of ruling class speech, but persistently inflected it with African forms and constructions, and, in many crucial instances, they preserved African terms for classifying out important sectors of their daily life under slavery. The outcome is that peculiar form of Jamaican dialect which the majority of native people now speak, to some degree or the other, and understand. Cf. John 1968, Cassidy 1961, Lepage 1960. Brathwaite suggests that it was in language that the slave was perhaps most successfully imprisoned by his master, and it was in his use of it that he perhaps most effectively rebelled. 1971. The forms of this process of cultural imprisonment and subversion in language are worth noting. Slave dialect speakers appropriated those English words and grammatical forms necessary for their daily existence and their enforced labor. They inflected English grammatically for common convenience and use. They retained certain key African terms for things and relationships which found no equivalent in their master's world. They adapted it tonally and rhythmically. They preserved within it certain distinctively African genres, proverbs and sayings, songs, elaborate modes of polite address and courtesies of greeting, respectful kinship terms, folk tales, like the wholesale tradition of the West African Akan folk stories, stories of deep cunning and survival into the Jamaican Anansi folktale cycle. They also, crucially, learned in all their languages to flatter and to deceive. They neither kept alive African languages, for all purposes in the New World, now dead forever, nor did they quite begin entirely to speak their condition in the words and phrases of their dominators. Instead, they slowly evolved and constructed something both new, and at the same time, built up, bricolage fashion, out of the cultural elements to hand Creole speech. Something similar is to be observed in the crucial arena of religion. In West Africa, the worship of the gods had been organized in cult groups, based on the fetish and on the magical control of nature, on a complex religious universe of good and bad spirits. Religious practice was ceremonial, accompanied by dancing, feasting, drumming and possession. Religion, magic, witchcraft and ceremonial celebration were thus deeply and integrally intertwined, pervading social life as a whole. Once again, none of these religious practices or cosmologies were preserved intact. Witchcraft and magic were formally outlawed in slave society. But there is a good deal of evidence that the slave owners did not comprehend the religion of the slave, missed the degree to which religious practices were preserved in what they took to be secular entertainment, and underestimated the immensely powerful cultural resonance which religion again of a transformed kind continued to play in the daily life of the enslaved. Monk Lewis noted in his journal, 1834, that it was difficult to know whether the slaves had any real religious beliefs or practices at all. Yet, from the very earliest days, the obeah man was a constant and key figure on any plantation, a magical practitioner able to summon up and set off against one another good and bad spirits on behalf of his clients, through the mediation of detailed, intricate and secret potions and practices. He was not only a priest, magician, healer, and philosopher, keeper of ancient wisdoms, but came to play a key role as unofficial organizer and go-between amongst the plantation's slave populations. Keeper of the mediations between man and the gods, men and the spirit world, the dead and the living, he also, in the network of everyday relations in plantation life, mediated between groups and individuals, and even between estates. The obeah man was a secret practitioner, and this may have assisted in the long preservation of residual African religious beliefs and practices through slavery and into abolition. His counterpart, the leader of organized religious cults, the Mile man, preserved more the rituals and customs surrounding worship, birth, and death, but he was more visible and thus easier, from time to time, to discipline and forbid, though his position was somewhat more favorably regarded, as compared with the obeah man, since Mile was thought of by the slave owners as white magic, whereas obeah was clearly black magic. Thus the customs of religious practice, dancing, drumming, feasting, spirit possession were preserved to a degree in Mile, and when, finally, the Christianizing onslaught was launched towards the end of the 18th century, African religions came through with a vengeance. From half-submerged sources, they inflected every form and aspect of the Christianity adopted by the black population with parallel forms of folk religious enthusiasm, its evangelical and revivalist spirit, its focus on baptism as rebirth, and its intense superstition. If, finally, the European gods won out officially, they were spiritually infused and emotionally rethought in African terms from beneath. When the Christian missions to slaves were introduced in the 19th century, it was with this folk religious base that it fused to form a distinctive Afro-Christianity that persists in 20th century Jamaica. The area in which the complex continuity of Africa is to be observed is in music, singing and dancing. As in Africa itself, Brathwaite notes, slaves sang and danced at work, at play, at worship, from fear, from sorrow, from joy. 1971. Slave dancing and singing the Europeans, on the whole, considered harmless, indeed sometimes even quaint, picturesque. They were aware that some kinds of singing and dancing had deeper religious meaning, but they could not clearly distinguish the religious from the secular, and after a time, much to their own good, neither could many slaves. So both persisted, the one form frequently hidden inside the other. The political meaning of drumming was understood for what it was: a rich and dynamic language as well as the natural, basic rhythm of African ritual. There were frequent efforts to suppress it and the occasions associated with it. But the Jonkanu dance, for example, performed in Jamaica with elaborate headdress, accompanied by dancers and supporters in processions which took place at the permitted 3-day holiday at Christmas, was tolerantly observed as a suspension of real time, though later the missionaries expressed concern at the rum drinking and debauchery involved. Undoubtedly it had deep African religious connotations. So, of course, did the singing, drumming and dancing which accompanied funerals and burial wakes. Many of the songs and dances connected with them, communally performed, were, of course, authentically secular. As time went on, these African chants and songs, half remembered from the past, were interlarded with English words and contemporary slave references. Many were work songs, built on African chant and response choruses, but adapted in musical form and content to slave work conditions and employed to lighten heavy field work, to raise the depressed spirit, in the degrading conditions of transportation and the early months following purchase. Slave suicide constituted a significant source of loss to the slave owner. To communicate between groups permitted no other form of interrelationship during work hours and to carry messages of hope. Whether real ones, about escape routes, or spiritualized ones, about escape from bondage to a promised land between slaves in a coded language their masters could not comprehend. Many chants were religious in origin, even if denuded of their setting of ceremony and practice, for example, invocations from the Kumina ceremonies used for calling down ancestral spirits and deities. But others were deeply secular and contemporary, with both general and particular comment on, and often ridicule of, the strange ways of the white Bakra and his folkways. Cf. Van Dam 1954, quoted in Brathwaite 1971. Missionaries found the dancing of slave entertainments most licentious, the music rude and monotonous. They noted the instruments were African, the singers and dancers observing the exactest precision as to time and measure with stamping of the feet, accompanied by various contortions of the body, with strange and indecent attitudes. Making the head and limbs fixed points, they writhed and turned the body upon its own axis, slowly advancing toward each other, or retreating to the outer parts of the circumference. Their approaches to each other were highly indecent. What is being observed is clearly a pattern of African dancing. However, by this time its precise connection to ritual and ceremonial had been attenuated. The eye which is observing it is, of course, unremittingly European. The instruments were improvised, recapitulating African instruments, flutes, mouth violins, gourds or boxes filled with stones to rattle, scrapers across corrugated sticks, a range of goatskin drums, from treble to bass. At the same time, the slaves began to listen, to imitate and copy, and to reproduce European songs, music and dancing, adapting them back to a more native beat and instrumentation. On Christmas Eve, 1612, a Moravian missionary noted, with pride, that evening service was well attended. But scarcely was our worship closed, before the heathen Negroes on the estate began to beat their drums, to dance and sing, in a most outrageous manner, quoted from John Becker's diary, in Brathwaite 1971. There has been an important debate, in recent years, about the nature of the social personalities which slaves typically developed in response to the domination of slave society, and though it principally related to the experience of North American slavery, it bears significantly, if indirectly, upon the Jamaican situation. In its most extreme form, the thesis was proposed by Stanley Elkins in his controversial study Slavery, A Problem in American Institutional Life, 1959. Elkins advanced the proposition that slavery was a total society of domination, like the Nazi concentration camps, that its impact upon the culture of slaves was to actively deculturalize them, to destroy and denude them of the last vestiges of this African cultural heritage. In the North American context where Elkins suggests there were comparatively few slave rebellions, the slave was positively infantilized, reduced to the personality of the dependent child. Slave-owning society developed a characteristic stereotype for this docile and helpless creature, Sambo, the perpetual child incapable of maturity. There seems little doubt that the stereotype of the African as simple, primitive, excitable, and childlike, as well as submissive, already existed from the earliest contacts between Arabs and Europeans, and the African continent, and that it long predates the opening of the Atlantic slave trade. Religion, Christianity, that is, with its metaphorical liturgical syntax of darkness and light, and European attitudes toward nature, the natural and the primitive accounts for some aspect of this, cf. Walvin 1973, but cannot explain it all. Even so sophisticated a figure as the deeply learned Arab historian of the 14th century, Ibn Khaldun, could write of African Negroes as characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism, eager to dance whenever they hear a melody, stupid and submissive, quoted in Genovese 1973. But then Khaldun was already looking at the African in the context of Arab enslavement. Mandeville's Travel, 1360 circa, plagiarizing every available source, transmitted this medley of fact and fiction about the African to a credulous and uninformed English public. The stereotype was actively revived and embellished in one version or another throughout the New World during the period of slavery. If Sambo seems, retrospectively, peculiarly well adapted to North American slavery, he was not peculiar to the period of modern slavery. The convergence of despised stereotype characteristics into a popular typology, and its convenient availability as a stigmatized image wherever and whenever slave-owning peoples had, mentally, to conjure up or describe an image of the black peoples they were enslaving, cannot be coincidence. Certainly, as Genovese and others show, the Sambo stereotype and its peculiar cultural traits existed wherever slavery has existed. Genovese quotes Brazilian, Haitian, and Puerto Rican evidence, and there is plenty of further material of a similar kind in journals and observations from both French and British Antillean slavery. North American commentators thought Sambo lazy, irresponsible, cunning, rebellious, untrustworthy, and sexually promiscuous. Davis 1966. A retarded man-child. Brathwaite's list for Jamaica is similar: lazy, lying, profligate, promiscuous, cowardly, savage, debased, tyrannical, ugly and demonstrably inferior to whites. 1971. Though it sometimes appears as if the slave owners enslaved millions of Africans in a fit of collective amnesia or forgetfulness, the fact is that appropriately this forbidden and despised area of slave society was thoroughly filled out and elaborated in the folk ideology of the culture of domination. Edward Long, whose History of Jamaica, 1774, is one of the major, classical sources, proclaimed upon the beautiful graduation, order, and harmony, which pervade the whole series of created beings on this globe. Submissive, dependent Sambo was one element in this segmented ideological figure. What Genovese has suggested is that, though Sambo undoubtedly existed, it would be quite incorrect to collapse the reality of it as lived by the slaves into the stereotype of the role as it appeared to slave-owning eyes. If Sambo was childish, he or she was also sly, slavish, cunning, deceitful, untrustworthy, dependent like a lapdog, but given the frequency of acts of rebellion, sabotage, etc., also vicious like a wild animal. The stereotypes are resonant in their ambivalence. They betray the fact that, though the adapted slave could produce present those forms of dependency, submission, and fawning flattery which the slave owner class constantly required, as a symptom that all was well in the world of slavery, the slave's complex socialization into the dependent role, total adaptation to unfreedom, could never be depended on. Though personal bonds did develop between slaves of the household and their owners, cf. Genovese 1971b, the evidence is overwhelming that the latter were never absolutely certain of the devoted loyalty of the former, and lived constantly with the lurking fear of well-earned reprisal. What is even clearer is that slave owners did not know how to decode the exaggerated flattery and submissiveness which Sambo frequently presented. There was always something too calculated, something too transparent, too falsely innocent about it. And certainly, if a slave wanted to laugh at and ridicule the master, he or she had better know how to make a joke with a straight face or produce one so ambiguous as to be capable of being read two ways, or covering one kind of laughter, the laughter of fear, ridicule, and contempt, with another. It is hardly surprising that plantation overseers and drivers found their slaves to be lazy. But if slaves, who labored in the harshest of conditions from sun up to sundown, and beyond, really mastered the art of being lazy, then it can hardly have been simply an expression of innate natural character, since it required intricate skill and profound mastery. In short, if in the character of Sambo we see, undoubtedly, some of the results on enslaved human beings of the prolonged and infinite habituation to lifelong servitude, we can also immediately recognize it as deeply contradictory an aspect of what George Raywick, whose monumental volumes From Sundown to Sunup have done so much to recapture the world the slaves made for themselves, calls the contradictory nature of the human personality in class societies, without which, as he says, we can never portray reality. Raywick 1968. Sambo is also clearly recognizable as a crucial part of the way slaves reshaped slavery, that is, as part of the complex master-slave dialectic of slave society, and thus, an aspect of the cultures of survival, and so, in their own way, also of the cultures of resistance. Survival and resistance may seem odd terms to use, since the debate about Sambo originally turned precisely on docility and submissiveness in the North American context, on the slave's assumed failure to resist, traced, in turn, to the cultural infantilization endemic to the condition of servitude. 3 points, briefly, must be made about this, which connect to our earlier argument. The first is that, characteristically, in the history of slavery written from the top downwards, the extent and degree of slave resistance has been systematically underplayed. This systematic historical distortion, comparable to the history of mankind we have, until recently, had, which was a history of man without women, is only now, belatedly being repaired, and that has come about, not as a consequence of a scholarly revolution. The fact is that the scholarly revolution has been precipitated by the renewal of black resistance, and the new movement of black people is on the historical stage of the New World. Only when this history of below reaches the degree of detail and comprehensiveness of the history of the slave-owning class can an adequate assessment of the extent and nature of slave resistance, the pattern and causes of its ebbs and flows, and the differences between the successes and failures of slave rebellions in the different slave plantation economies, be made. The second point is, however, to note how limited and impoverished, how deeply unhistorical have been the terms in which this argument has been conducted. It seems to have been assumed that, if there were not regular, massive, concerted, and successful slave rebellions of the openly organized and violent kind, then there is no history of slave resistance. Undoubtedly, the European polarity between revolution and reform, conceived not as a historical dialectic, but as a static interchange between two opposite and discontinuous poles, has set its fatal, and fatalistic, mark upon the history of slavery too. In fact, aside from the Haitian Revolution, there were, almost continuously throughout the slave societies of the New World, open and smothered rebellions and revolts, some of them, of course, devastating in extent, more frequently localized and consequently, easily crushed and dismembered. Given the conditions of slavery, the nature of its regime, the armed presence of plantation staff and the militia, as against the unarmed condition of the slaves and relatively high rates of whites to blacks in some places, especially in the North American case, where the numbers often, in the Deep South, favored the whites, the patterns of success characteristic of open slave rebellions are not difficult to understand. But much more important is the massive evidence of daily resistance, like the runaways to freedom, a more or less continuous, daily plantation drama which in Jamaica led to a series of successful Maroon Wars and the formation in the hinterland of an independent Maroon kingdom of runaway slaves in the 1740s. In North America, similar patterns constructed the Underground Railroad to the north and freedom, which is what most slaves mean when, in true Sambo fashion, they sang of going across the river to the promised land. There were continuous slave strikes over one aspect of slave labor or another, leading to the frequent selection of hostages and the administration of the branding iron and the whip. Above all, there were the day-to-day struggles of the slave to avoid the impact of the daily routines and the conditions of slavery, the systematic avoidance which, through adept lying, cunning, irresponsibility, phony incomprehension, assumed stupidity, violent twists of temperament and unpredictability, sheer bloody-minded mulishness, enabled slaves temporarily to hold slavery at bay. Here, every stereotype of the much-abused Sambo but now registered on an inverted scale comes back to haunt those of the slave-owning class who fondly imagined that because they owned a man or a woman, lock, stock and barrel, they had captured and conquered their spirits. Genovese, 1971a, relying on C.L.R. James's magnificent early history of the Haitian Revolution of 1791 in Saint-Domingue led by the black leader Toussaint Louverture, in the wake of French Jacobinism, C.F. James 1963, argues that, before Toussaint set the whole island aflame, the efforts of the escaped Jamaican slave Mac Andal was the only hint of an organized attempt at revolt during the 100 years preceding the French Revolution. Raywick charges Genovese properly with underplaying the extent of slave resistance in Saint-Domingue in the years preceding Toussaint, but here he does appear to miss Genovese's point, since the argument is, precisely, that if it was our old friend Sambo who lay behind the revolt of the Black Jacobins, then he can't have been quite the docile, submissive figure he is made out to be. Raywick's and James's overall argument is unchallengeable that behind Toussaint there was the continuous, day-to-day struggle and resistance of the oppressed slave population in forms of their own choosing, Raywick 1968. The plurality of forms of resistance is the critical issue. It is only when we understand this culture of daily resistance that the paradox of a weak tradition of rebellion being not incompatible with a strong and unbroken culture of resistance, and thus the possibility of its construction, in the right conditions, into open rebellion, becomes intelligible. But and this is the third strand in the argument, such a culture of resistance is inseparable, and unthinkable, without the maintenance, construction, and stubborn defense of an African-adapted slave culture at the heart of slave society itself. This brings us back to the ineradicable continuity, but also the variety and versatility of forms, in which the culture of the slaves kept something of Africa alive, made an enforced adaptation to the culture of domination which enclosed them from dawn to dusk, and, above all, built up from below the New World culture of slave society. It is here that we must begin to redefine what earlier we had described in the more inert, culturalist language of African survivals. What is critical, historically, is not how much of Africa survived, but how the African and other elements were welded into a culture of the oppressed that under slavery enabled the slaves to survive culturally. It is the historical dynamic of culture that must engage us, not the retrospective perspective of ethnographic purism. Of course, as we have already suggested, the two were inseparable. The culture of survival was, in critical ways, massively dependent on, and drawing extensively on, the African trace. But, historically, the question of survivals is less significant than the uses to which the class of the oppressed put them, and the forms in which the past was made historically active for and by the present. And that returns us but by a necessarily devious route to themes already signaled, to the impure nature of the New World African cults, to the administration of religion and folk custom and singing and dancing and drumming, in short to the double articulation of languages. Here, Sambo begins to smile and dance for us again. To survive, African and Creole slaves, as best they could, kept alive and preserved their African roots, customs, traditions, traces and culture. But cultural preservation was not the only name of the game they were engaged in. What is of infinitely more historical significance is that slaves found ways of erecting cultural defenses against the brutal culture of domination, and this enabled them to fashion something like an independent slave community for themselves which, however, and whatever it was in its deep impoverishment, gave slaves, their daily lives, and their collective forms of action and resistance, an independent slave base, a slave community of their own, in the white's own backyard. Religion has already played an important part in this truncated historical narrative, and it can provide the necessary, single, all-important thread allowing us to connect the construction of the folk culture of slavery with the present. Alongside the transposed forms of African cult practices, preserved in Obeah and Mialism, we must not overlook the opening up of the Afro-Christian sects. These date from the American Revolution, when fleeing loyalists often brought converted slaves with them to the Indies, and the latter became almost at once the first black unofficial Christian missionaries to the slaves and freed black populations. Curtin 1955. The most renowned was George Liele, or Liele, a free slave from North America, who became an itinerant black preacher in the 1780s, established his own church and attracted a great number of followers until he was put away in prison for uttering dangerous and seditious words. A variety of split-off sect churches were established in Liele's wake, and these formed the basis of the Black Native Baptist movement. Though the spectacle of his and his followers' success triggered a revival of white missionary proselytizing, the first Baptist missionaries arrived in 1814, though a small, rather unsuccessful Moravian mission existed as early as the 1750s and a Methodist mission in the 1780s. To all intents and purposes, native baptism had indelibly imprinted itself, forevermore, on the patterns and character of the black folk religion. This black Christianity was syncretic and unorthodox from beginning to end, and the roots and forms of its unorthodoxy should, by now, not be hard to discern. Native Baptists borrowed the form of congregational organization, including the class leader system, but transformed it into a system of collective organization and mobilization. Typically, the class leaders became real spiritual guides, taking a position equivalent to leadership of a male cult group, and their power over their classes was authoritarian to the point of tyranny. Curtin 1955. More important, the Christian pantheon was elided with the remnants of the African pantheon. Christianity was deeply infused with an emphasis on the spirit world, and spirit possession became a common feature. As a practice, baptism and immersion were raised to the status of cult ceremonies. Once again, the outer forms of religious Christianization may have been distantly European, but the underlying rhythm, the hidden, internal content, the ethos and practice was indelibly native, if not positively African. When, stimulated by the significant growth of leaders to positions of social and political authority amongst slaves and freed blacks and the successful synthesis of Afro-Christianity, the European missionaries arrived, they sometimes sought to graft their work and teaching onto native roots. That they succeeded in spreading a general spirit of intense religious fervor in the black population is evidence from the depth and intensity of religious practice in the Jamaican country population to this day, but as to who was grafting what onto what, the story remains considerably more open-ended. The dissenting and nonconformist missionaries, who rather than the established church made headway in the period just before and after the abolition of the slave trade, which, of course, predated the emancipation of the slaves by 30 years, were in an ambiguous position, since, in England, they were part of the growing metropolitan movement for the abolition of slavery. Hence, they regarded the slaves as proper material for Christian conversion and salvation in the world hereafter, even if not yet fully human beings, and they positioned themselves in some senses as the enemies of the local planter ruling class. Their position was thus an ambiguous one. And this deep ambiguity comes out clearly in the immediate history. Many slaves and freedmen were genuinely converted. Many others, in Brathwaite's words, found the missionaries a convenience. 1971. This conversion and conveniencing were complex. Since Christianity was official, and thus tolerated though not positively encouraged by the slave-owning society, it provided a public and officially sanctioned space in which slaves could come out, get together, develop new interests, learn new things, above all learn to read and write, if only to read more intensely the Bible. But the spread of the white missionary churches had at least three other conveniences. It permitted and forwarded the syncretism between African religious survivals and Christianity. It allowed native baptism and Afro-Christianity to survive, flourish, and develop, so to speak, in Christianity's official shadow. But, third, it provided a religious framework and language within which black men began to develop, enunciate, and mobilize, politically, around the growing movement for emancipation. Thus, not inconsequentially, the growing tide of black and white Christianization in this period coincided with a rising tide of slave rebellion and rebellious activity, and with the birth of a black political movement pushing forward the abolitionist movement from below. Raywick, 1968, has pointed up the significant contribution which black slaves and freedmen in North America made to the abolitionist movement, normally interpreted as an exclusively white humanitarian movement. Williams, 1944, was among the first to unmask the economic foundations of humanitarianism. In the period after emancipation, the period in which Jamaica became a crown colony, in which the slave population was transferred into a free labor force of small peasants and rural proletariat, when the falling plutocracy made their last bid to establish and buttress its independent political power in an unsuccessful thrust towards a Jamaican UDI, this intertwining of religious and political movements proceeded together. Even before emancipation, the plantation class had come to conceive of black religion, white missionaries, the Haitian revolt and humanitarian pressure from England as locked together into a single, hydra-headed conspiracy against their power base. Their fears were confirmed in 1831 when, as the tempo of the abolitionist movement gathered pace, slaves in the west end of the island revolted and estate houses were burned to the ground. The rebellion was not coordinated, but some loose organization undoubtedly lay behind it. One of the key figures was Samuel Sharp, a slave and class leader in a native Baptist congregation. Sharp worked through the network of plantation drivers, cult leaders, and class leaders. The slaves called the uprising the Baptist War. Between this uprising and the Morant Bay Rebellion of 1865, the consequences for Jamaica of the ending of the slave economy and the constitution of a free labor system were worked through to their conclusion. It involved the final shift of power from the declining plutocracy, with their dreams of independence and separatism founded in the preservation of slavery, and the reconstitution and recomposition of the new Jamaican ruling class, under the direct hegemony of the English metropolitan government. We cannot trace this story through in detail. But the Morant Bay Uprising was, again, preceded by an enormous and intense religious revival, the so-called Great Revival of 1860-61, following the great evangelical upsurge overseas, both in England and the United States. The island was once again suffused with an intense religious fervor. But what began as a Christian success story ended with the triumph of Afro-Christianity. In Kiddon's words, the Great Revival had turned African. In this intense and extraordinary period, the fusion of African, native and Christian elements was driven to a new point. Mile became in this period fully syncretic Christian hymn singing, Bible reading and prophesying fusing indistinguishably with spirit possession, dancing, confessions, sacrifice and collective trances, as the day when God would come to Jamaica approached. As the missionary movement declined, native revivalism triumphed. In the Morant Bay Rebellion, which, 3 years later, concluded this transitional phase in the history of Jamaican society, the two leading political figures were both also religious figures in an important sense. Gordon, a wealthy colored lawyer, fierce nationalist and elected representative of the small farming class which emerged as a strong political force in this period, was both a radical opponent of the ruling planter class and an evangelical religious fanatic. Governor Eyre hanged him for his pains. Paul Bogle, who led a group of black settlers to the Morant Bay courthouse to protest against a decision made by the local magistrates, ended by burning the building and raising the cry of a full popular rebellion. He was an ex-slave and a native Baptist preacher, and he was hanged off the yardarm of the HMS Wolverine. The era of direct colonial rule had arrived. In the period between emancipation and the 1920s, Jamaican society underwent a profound transformation which transposed a slave society into a dependent colony society. There was a considerable diversification of the social structure of the society. The old slave populations gradually formed the basis of an independent small peasantry in domestic, small-scale cultivation, the landless plantation proletariat and the urban unskilled and semi-skilled sub-proletariat, the colored middle strata evolving into the professional administrative classes less successfully, until later, when they re-emerged as a native commercial national bourgeoisie. A slowly declining plutocracy, cf. Raggett's 1928, was replaced by a more complex ruling class, composed principally of Creole and coloreds and expatriate whites. The recruits alongside these dominant positions of men of high color with education and breeding, and the growing number of white people in commerce, representing the penetration of foreign capital into the native economy. The massive and impenetrable caste-like divisions of slave society do not persist in their full form. But the society remains socially graded through complicated mechanisms of a class-caste-color system, the capitalist class divisions of a dependent free economy overridden and overdetermined by the legacy of caste and color, cf. Hall 1977. What concerns us principally here is, what were the main elements of the culture, under the impact of this profound historical adaptation of a slave economy into a plantation-based colony society. As social organization, education, literacy, and urbanization develop, one cultural pole of this society becomes Europeanized in the Creole sense. Patterns of life, attitudes, values, mores, and outlooks are adopted as the cultural basis of life among the better off, better educated, better colored, higher status strata of the population. This embraced, in differing degrees, the remnants of the plutocracy, the newer commercial and administrative classes, professional people, and the respectable lower middle classes, whether white or brown, the backbone of elite Creole Jamaican society. That it was a Creole version of European culture indexes the degree of distance between the life of colony society and its metropolitan base. That it was European, however modified by native and Jamaican traditions, indexes the degree of cultural dependency. When slavery finally drew to a close and the slave populations moved into their independent and free market forms, there was no longer the fixed and impenetrable line of caste separating them from the life of the rest of the island. Hence to some degree all the Jamaican people, rich, poor and middling, white, black, and brown, were touched by, penetrated to some extent by and to some degree assimilated within this creolized culture and way of life. When respectable middle-class Jamaican society came, in the 1930s, to dream of and to ponder on the promise of national independence, it was the legitimation of this Creole culture, including its intrinsic, though frequently invisible white bias, a cultural system with its real apex somewhere else, over the ocean, which they imagined would follow and be hegemonized in the independence process. At the other cultural pole, was what for general purposes, we might call lower-class Jamaica, whether the lumpen poor of the cities and towns, the small hilltop cultivators of the countryside, or the landless rural plantation proletariat and the country people, remained partially enclosed within this creolized version of a European Caribbean colony culture. But they also deeply and massively retained much of another folk cultural base, deriving and developing from what we have called the folk culture of slavery, which had taken root in the other Jamaica, and which thrived and prospered largely unpenetrated, though not untouched, by the culture of respectable colony society. In this period, so far as respectable Jamaica was concerned, these folk survivals were largely unnoticed and invisible, remnants of a bygone past, preservations and survivals for ethnographers like Beckwith and Herskovits, but, principally because they spoke so eloquently of the slave past which respectable Jamaica expended enormous cultural energy to forget, they tended to be massively repressed. Though it lay almost beyond recall in the folk memory of respectable colonists, it preserved its cultural identity and material base in the teeming enclaves where the other Jamaica lived and had its existence, in the country parts and the mountainous interior, in the small towns and villages, in the barrack room culture of the sugar estates, in the shanty towns and settlements and yards of the towns and, above all, of the capital city, Kingston. For a respectable colony society, to be Jamaican was, of course, to relish, from time to time, certain of these cultural survivals, to enjoy raw patois, to savor folk cooking, to retell folk stories to their children and to relish bush life. But they were treated, essentially, as survivals of the past, not as indeed they were elements only in a continuing way of life for the rural and urban poor, who were also, nearly universally, the progeny of the slave plantation system, and thus, nearly universally, black Africans, what, in the inimitable folk lineage of respectable Jamaican talk was like Sambo further north now referred to, with a mixture of wonder and contempt, as Kwashi. In this other Jamaica, to pick up the continuing thread, the enormous variety and intensity of religious life and practice, among many other cultural strands we cannot examine here, survived changing, but flourishing. The Obeah man took up residence and hung out his sign in the tenement yards. At night, the sleep of respectable Jamaica would, like that of the plantation owners before them, awaken disturbed by drumming and singing, burial wakes and nine-night celebrations. In the yards and settlements of the barrios around Kingston, women domestic servants on their way home from their colored masters' residences, the small traders and hustlers of the shops and streets, and the great mass of the black unemployed, the semi-employed and the lumpen would be attracted into yard religious services, conducted in the home of rival revivalist sects, each with its own preacher and attendants, celebrating some black deity of infinitely mixed lineage in a medley of practices and observances rooted in Afro-Christianity. Here the religion of the oppressed assumed the complex forms of Christian, native, and African rituals, fused, and was raised into an intense spiritualized millenarianism. If the preaching and the harangue was of sin, hellfire, and punishment, the testimonies were of the suffering of the people. The singing was pure, moody and Sankey, but dragged and elongated by dark and deeper rhythms, accompanied by tambourines, hand-clapping, and drums. The forms of the service were ecstatic, exalted and transporting, lifting men and women whose eyes were dazed with hard work and the sheer struggle for survival into a spiritual transport, and the prophesying was of fulfillment to come, the redemption, the deliverance. Where, in this spectrum of obeah, cultism, myalism, pocomania, revivalism, and baptismal fervor, the baptism both of fire and of water, Africa ended and Europe began, it would have been impossible even for believers and practitioners to say. Respectable Jamaicans intensely religious in their own, more orthodox way would have been mystified, had they strayed so far. Few did. From this period we want to note only two developments, along our chosen spectrum of concern. Largely under North American inspiration, and often black North American rather than white, there was another enormous burst of revivalism, this time taking the form of the founding of a rich and diverse set of sect churches, each, then, almost at once splitting into further sectarian fractions, many of them called after the Churches of God. The history of Jamaican Pentecostalism is too complex and intricate in its sectarian unfolding to enter into here, cf. Inter alia, Cali 1965. Its range and variety, as well as its syncretism, is demonstrated in Simpson's pioneering 1956 study, based on fieldwork in the 1940s and early 1950s. Of the 15 sections of West Kingston, the urban heartland of this culture which Simpson studied, 11 had no churches of an established kind. But there were from 60 to 80 revivalist churches in the area, in addition to the established sect churches, the Churches of God, City and Pentecostal Missions, Jehovah's Witnesses and the Churches of Christ the Redeemer. And that list did not include the continuing cult religions of Pocomania, Cumina, and the massively popular and extensive congregations of Revival Zion. But the early years of this enormous and intensified millenarian revivalist upsurge, beginning in the 1920s, and lasting into the 1940s and 1950s, was also distinguished by the appearance within it of the first forms of an explicitly black quasi-political movement based on the dream of returning the children of the enslaved back to Africa. One of the great revivalist figures of this period was Alexander Bedward, an uneducated worker, mesmeric preacher, healer, and baptizer, who finally declared himself the Son of God, promised he would ascend to heaven in a chariot of fire, bearing up the elect with him, after which he would destroy the unheathen remnants below. He was obliged to postpone his ascension, and his prophesied flight in 1921 took him only as far as the Kingston Asylum, where he was committed for lunacy. But those who are familiar with millenarian preaching and prophecy will not miss either the potency nor the popular appeal of this promise to lift the oppressed out of struggle and suffering directly into the promised land. By that time, slaves and the sons and daughters of slaves had been singing, praying, and hoping for some kind of deliverance, some return of promise, some compensation for a lifetime in bondage, for nearly 200 years. Bedwardism was only one of a myriad of religious and millenarian forms in which this secular dream of the oppressed crystallized. Better known, and predating Bedward, was the Jamaican evangelic preacher Marcus Garvey, who in 1914 founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association and emigrated to North America, where he began to preach a heady mixture of black nationalism and evangelical revivalism, attracting, by the 1920s, 2 million members in what was certainly the largest mass black movement ever seen in the United States before the 1970s. Garvey was a formidable orator, a messianic preacher in the cause of black emancipation as well as a demagogue and a suspected con man. His doctrine seemed confused, attacking imperialism, yet recommending the Negro's loyalty to all national flags under which he lived, passionately against the system of white oppression of blacks, yet militantly anti-communist. His actual schemes came to naught. And yet, undoubtedly, in his mystical and mystified way, he forged the first modern black nationalist movement in the New World. And what apart from his charismatic personality most contributed to his temporary success between 1917 and the early 1920s was his ability to connect with the powerhouse of native religious ideas and symbolism rather than the logic and cogency of his message. Blacks, he said, were born free but were everywhere in chains. They would not be free until they returned to their homeland Africa. His slogan was "Back to Africa." In fact, Garvey never proposed to return all blacks to Africa. But he believed black men would not be free until there was a strong African nation, peopled with blacks from the New World, which could extend its protective arm to black men and women everywhere. Cf. Cronon 1964, Weinstein 1964, referred to in Genovese 1971a, 155n, where, precisely, in Africa and how this nation was to be established were not spelled out. However, this message together with his Black Jesus, the African Orthodox Church he tried to found, the parades, titles, offices and uniforms electrified his black audiences. But, by now, as we have tried to show, the reality that was Africa in the minds and practices of New World blacks had more to do with what it had become rather than what, in some real past, it had once been. Black nationalism in the New World in its modern form began here. Black men and women of the diaspora continue to live, today, in its shadow. The fusion of politics and religion, of nationalism and millenarianism, of the themes of revival and redemption, and the transmogrification of spiritual and secular release which Garveyism represented were also again, as we have tried to show, deeply rooted in the very communities from which Garvey came and drew his followers, and, in its syncretic form, typical, utterly characteristic of its energizing politics. Garvey was deported from the United States back to Jamaica in 1927, preached and proselytized for 8 years until his final emigration to England. He did not win as many followers as he had further north. But his message touched a popular nerve in that other Jamaica, and from his final mission and message there arose the latent form in this unfolding dialectic of which we treat, the foundation of the Ras Tafari Brethren, in the immediate wake of Garvey's decline. 3. Garvey sent his black brothers back to the Bible, and out of that intensified search in the sacred book for a millenarian message, a token, a sign, there emerged the doctrine and movement of the Ras Tafari. The Ras Tafari began as a millenarian cult, but the fusion of Africa and black Christianity within it was direct and immediate. The book of Revelation spoke of the Lion of Judah who loosed the 7 spirits of God. The brethren inspired by Garvey discovered God in the person of the first modern king of an independent African nation, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, whom they at once declared the living God. He was the King of Kings, Messiah, Redeemer. His mission was to deliver black men from Babylon. The origins of those who first, in the early 1930s, began to preach the Lion of Judah's divinity are diverse and indistinct, spread by various preachers Howell, Hibbert, Dunkley. But the movement's roots were laid in the heartland of black life found in the West Kingston area. The soil from which this early preaching developed had much to do with the deposit left behind by Garveyism. Here, Ras Tafarian at once revealed its other face as a black nationalist political movement, with its emphasis on the disciplining of the brethren, on the reform of social conditions, its militant hostility to white Babylon and its dream of going back home to Africa, now to Ethiopia rather than to West Africa. The invasion of Ethiopia by Mussolini in the 1930s fulfilled another prophecy of the Book of Revelation, that the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies would gather together to make war against him. For the early history, see Smith, Oshier, and Netlefford 1960, Barrett 1968, Netlefford 1970. Where much of revivalism had simply turned its eyes upward and away from white and respectable society, the RAS Tafari adopted from the beginning a militantly hostile attitude towards the society and culture of domination around them. And though, for many years, they remained like so many other cult sects a relatively small and self-contained brotherhood, their anti-white attitudes, their quasi-political consciousness and their militancy constantly brought them into confrontation with official society. Howell was imprisoned for 2 years on charges of sedition in 1934. In the context of the invasion of Ethiopia, some of the Rasta men had identified themselves as Nyabinghai, after the Ethiopian order devoted to the overthrow of white domination by racial war. They declared death to black and white oppressors. Other Rasta preachers Dunkley and Hibbert were also frequently arrested. On his release, Howell purchased an abandoned estate at Pinnacle and established it as a Rasta settlement. In 1941, it was razed time and again and broken up by the police, often on the charge that Rasta men were growing and smoking ganja, which in their code of beliefs is a sacred plant, facilitating meditation and peace. Pinnacle has sometimes been described as rather more like an old maroon settlement than part of Jamaica. Smith, Oshier, and Netlefford 1960. It was irrevocably broken up in 1954. In the years just before and preceding this, Rasta men, with their beards and long uncut, plaited hair known, therefore, as locksmen, began drifting once again into the city, where they were regarded as an exotic, strange, and separate cult. The breakup of Pinnacle was related to the appearance of these marching bands of locksmen in Kingston and elsewhere. Not all the Rasta men of this period belonged to the more warrior-like part of the movement. In 1937 Haile Selassie had licensed the foundation of his own organization in the New World, the Ethiopian World Federation, which established local branches in Jamaica, and, typically, this permitted a fusion of Rasta teaching with the more conventional revival churches, like the Ethiopian Coptic Church and the United Afro-West Indian Brotherhood, which helped to diffuse its doctrines. In 1955, as migration from Jamaica to Britain of the great surplus unemployed populations began in earnest, Haile Selassie granted 500 acres of fertile land in Ethiopia to the black peoples of the West, and the idea of black repatriation to Ethiopia, until then a relatively minor theme in Rasta doctrine, assumed enormous and tangible proportions. In 1959 a dispute involving a bearded Rastaman and a policeman triggered a major confrontation in West Kingston near the Coronation Market, followed by a riot between followers and the police. The more than 60 sentences passed on Rasta men strengthened the view of the more religious Rasta men that they were the objects of an organized religious purge, and the views of the more political Rasta men that the white system of repression was determined to wipe the sect out. Their hostility and the dream of going back to Africa grew apace, and together. In the same period, in 1959, the Reverend Claudius Henry, founder of the African Reformed Church, who organized a jubilee to celebrate, once again, the imminent return to Africa, was arrested for felonious treason. Links with Black American communism and Castro-West Cuba were alleged, and an arsenal of guns, explosives, and machetes discovered. The coalescence, in the minds of official, respectable Jamaica, between Rastafarianism, Back to Africa movements, millenarianism, black militancy, communism, and armed insurrection was complete. In June 1960, there was another bloody and violent confrontation at Red Hills between the police, the army, and a number of bearded men, cf. Hebtage 1974. Other such confrontations followed in the 1960s, and in 1963 sociologists were invited to report on the grievances of the sect and to relay something of its aspirations to the government. Smith, Oshier, and Netlefford 1960. The context of that report, and its consequences, are discussed in detail in Netlefford 1970, Chapter 2. The doctrines of the Ras Tafari, like similar millenarian sects, are based in a detailed exegetic decoding of the sacred book and are too complex to be entered into here. In any event, as we shall see, they have been powerfully modified and inflected by the historical conjuncture in which they subsequently developed, and are more relevant, for us, in terms of their practico-social effect than for their doctrinal coherence, but cf. Hebdige 1974, Owens 1975, Garrison 1976, Dalrymple 1976. In the early days, Rasta men presented a fearsome spectacle to respectable Jamaicans, since they were enjoined neither to shave nor to cut their hair, and they used a vivid and violently apocalyptic language. In fact, the doctrines of the majority were peaceful, though the Niabinghai always presented a more warrior-like aspect. They were strict vegetarians and if employed often worked as self-employed and self-sufficient small cultivators, living or scraping a living communally. As much as possible, they tried to do without money, which they considered a token of their wider withdrawal from involvement in an alien society which oppressed them and to which they neither belonged nor subscribed. They preached a gospel of brotherhood, of peace and love. They were bound to one another by strong ties of loyalty, charity, solidarity, and support. Some, not all, used ganja to facilitate this withdrawal into the world of the spirit, though respectable Jamaican society steadfastly, against all the pharmacological evidence, asserted that smoking the weed drove Rastas to frenzy and violence. They referred to God in the Old Testament form of Yah, to themselves and to other men only in the first person, since all men possessed the center of life within themselves I and I. They called their womenfolk queens, and they insisted on the divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie. But even in earlier and quieter times, there were aspects of the Ras Tafari which made them socially and politically a potent force, aspects which make nonsense of Lanternary's mistaken judgment that they were typically an escapist movement rather than a revolutionary force. 1965. Their political potential arose from three aspects of the cult. The first was their place and social context of origin. Ras Tafari gained at once a strong base in the enclaves of the dispossessed in West Kingston. The second was their consistent orientation to Africa and Ethiopia, and their cry of repatriation. Not only did this put a question mark over the commitment to the emerging, independent Jamaican state, it awakened one of the deepest of radical themes amongst the black poor: the African connection. It reawakened the trauma of enslavement, the sojourn in Babylon and the promise of deliverance, return, reunion, with the lost and repressed past. But third and somewhat at odds with the second was their analysis of social conditions in Jamaica itself. For they insisted that black men had not only been oppressed but were continuing to be oppressed in modern Jamaica. The black dispossessed classes were still in bondage to the white masters and their black supporters, and would remain so until delivered. What they made active was the continuing domination of the ruling classes in Jamaica over the black masses. It was not enough to suggest, as Smith, Oshier, and Netlefford 1960 did, that it was simply Rasta language, the language of the Old Testament, of prophecy and revelation, that was violent and radical. The thrust of their analysis of contemporary Jamaican society was intrinsically radical, objectively revolutionary, in the context of a divided and class-exploited society. And, insofar as they took their beliefs literally, and conceived their oppressors as manifestations of Satan himself, their actions were bound to have a militant, politically mobilizing and confrontationist effect in practice, no matter how much their doctrines enjoined peace and love. We conclude this narrative simply by tracing the complex and profound reconfiguration of Rastafarianism as a cultural force which has marked the movement's subsequent history. Of the many possible strands which could be treated here, we choose briefly to refer only to some. The expansion of Ras Tafarian from a small, obscure cult to its present position must be referred to the wider social, economic and political context. The Rasta man came to symbolize for and in these culture practices and languages to articulate the mass economic, political, social, and cultural alienation of the black poor and the dispossessed from respectable and official Jamaica life. The details need not be rehearsed here. West Kingston, where the cult had its origin, is typical of those shanty towns of deep and persistent poverty which have grown up around the peripheries of all the tropical colonial cities. If others in the countryside were less systematically depressed and oppressed than the inhabitants of the West Kingston barrios, they were only marginally so. This has also to be seen in the context of the political conjuncture of the 1960s. For Jamaica was entering the final phase in a long and relatively stately progression to a well-managed transition to independence, an independence which, ideologically, held out the hope of the harmony and unity of all Jamaicans, while in fact, economically and socially, it provided the basis exclusively for the independence of the national colonial classes, the professorial and administrative middle classes, and the new native commercial bourgeoisie, often the local agents of the commercial penetration of her dependent economy by foreign interests. The alienated masses and the rural and urban poor had little or no central place in this new Jamaica, even when both the major political parties mobilized them at election times for political advantage. The presence of the Rastas, and their power to symbolize the great masses who, though they were not in the strict sense brethren, stood behind them, tore the veil from this independence dream. The unrest, mobilization, the high rates of crime and the routine and sporadic violence which characterized the daily existence of the enclaves in which these dispossessed masses lived reinforced, symbolically, a political identity grounded on the African connection, blackness, and the vernacular culture. This was ironic given that the Rasta movement had, paradoxically but deliberately, withdrawn from a society which the local elites held out to them as theirs. For Rastas insisted that they remained, like the slaves in slave Jamaica or the Israelites in exile and bondage in Egypt, strangers. The Rastas then emerged as a political force and received at once the full brunt of state repression and public obloquy the same moment as the economic and social reality of neo-colonial dependency and the stark lineaments of Jamaican modern class society detached themselves from the ideological cover over which, for a time, the rhetoric of nationalism had been cast, like a cloak. The Rastas preached the message of repatriation to Africa, but concretely, the thrust of their appearance on the historical stage pointed right at the heart of Jamaican society itself. That is more than sufficient to explain how it came about that, in the early 1960s, a substantial number of the dispossessed, hitherto untouched by the details of Rasta cult practice, became members of the dreadlocks movement, and an even larger number, including sections of the radical middle class, students, and the intelligentsia, detached themselves from their traditional loyalties to respectable Jamaica and became Rasta fellow travelers, political Rastas. That they then adopted some aspects of Rasta doctrine, belief, lifestyle, dress and attitude is significant, not in terms of their passing over from a quasi-political to a fully religious attachment, but rather the reverse, a token of the rapid generalization of the inner core and the social content of the movement to the wider society. Whether they knew it or not, the symbolic interpretations of social conditions which the Rasta doctrines offered could be immediately transposed into secular terms, offering a pertinent and thoroughly radical analysis of Jamaica's very secular present plight. This political transformation was indeed made. Here, we need only note the different sectors which made this spiritual affiliation. The adoption of Rasta attitudes to the smoking of ganja undoubtedly attracted a fringe of what can only be called counterculture and dropout black youths in the middle classes. But its impact was perhaps most profound on lower class youth, to be seen in the adoption of Rasta symbols, slogans, and beliefs by Kingston's rude boys, rudies being a Jamaican term for anyone who is openly defiant of constituted authority. For an analysis of rude boy culture, see Hebdige 1974. The forms of these affiliations may now be briefly treated. This is the period of the Great Awakening of the Black nationalist and Black Power movements in North America. It is also the period of the renewal of anti-colonial, nationalist, and independence struggles in the Third World. Respectable Jamaica had long, as we have suggested, repressed the depth of its Black African connection. It was also militantly anti-communist, anti-Marxist, anti-revolutionary, a deeply conventional and traditionally minded elite, formed in deference to white authority and white cultural symbols. The birth of a native radical movement like that of the Rastas was, in the 1960s, the form in which both a native, indigenous black nationalism, and, to a lesser extent, an indigenous native black Marxism appeared, and took root in Jamaican politics. No wonder the university report went so far out of its way to assure the government of its day that Rasta has no links with Marxism, either of analysis or prognosis, while at the same time issuing the teasing warning that the Marxist vanguard wears an Eabinghai cloak. The fourth strand is the most complex of all. Here we must return to the paradox that, in the very moment when the Rasta movement as doctrine asserted that blacks were strangers in an alien land, and would only be released from suffering when repatriated to the African homeland, they were becoming, not just Jamaican, but the essence of Jamaicanness. The alienation, which doctrinal Rastas thought of in terms of the Israelites, and more secular interpreters referred to slavery, was appropriated as the statement of a radical but common truth about Jamaican society itself. It was here, day to day, in the concrete experience of everyday life as well as in the concrete structures of modern Jamaican society, that men were suffering, that they were alienated. It was to a promised land in Kingston that those who responded to the Rasta call wanted, in the long run, to be repatriated. It was from their material, social, cultural and economic expropriation and oppression that they looked for redemption. But this essence of the message, the repressed revolutionary social content at the heart of the doctrine, Rasta men insisted, referred to Africa. So that what Rasta posed for Jamaican society as a whole was how Africa could be liberated, not the spiritual Africa over the ocean, but the concrete Africa here at home, so long hidden, repressed, forgotten, for which the Rasta men now only openly stood. In doctrinal terms, Rasta men were the lost tribes. But culturally, they became the symbol and focus for everything of Africa and slavery and the exploitation of black people over the centuries which had left a trace. What political independence and then the failure of that independence to deliver the goods for the great masses of the dispossessed posed was the urgent political question as to where, if anywhere, the cultural center of gravity of the new society lay. From whence, culturally, could an authentic rather than a spurious and manufactured Jamaican cultural unity arise? What were the cultural sources from which its energies, dissipated in the great bonanza of wealth for the foreign companies and the middle-class elites of the 1950s and 1960s development programs, could be renewed? Clearly, the culture of respectable Jamaica possessed neither the historical relevance, nor the reach, nor the concrete immediacy to provide the symbols of a cultural national identity into which all Jamaicans could enter and find themselves. In that moment, for the first time in its entire history, and decisively in a fashion which can never be overturned or reversed however difficult and dangerous will be its final resolution, the cultural center of gravity of Jamaican society shifted unalterably to the cultural pole of the other Jamaica. And the figure which most articulately and resonantly embodied, culturally, that other culture was the image and idea of the Ras Tafari. In one way or another, the political and administrative elites of Jamaican society understood the message and set about expropriating and appropriating the newly revealed spiritual center of black culture as best they could. Lacking the means to realize this cultural potential economically and politically, for that involves nothing short of the upturning and revolutionizing of Jamaican society from end to end, the political elites have attempted to appropriate it culturally and ideologically as other cultures of domination have done before. Though they do not and cannot fully represent the black masses politically, they are at the same time fully aware that without roots in this massive black cultural awakening at the base of the black society they have neither power nor legitimacy, they lack the means to mobilize the society. There is no need to follow the twists and turns of this appropriation of the power of the black masses by the political elite in detail. In a critical election in the early 1960s, a rising young politician appropriated a new form of African-based music which had appeared in the shanty towns, the ska, and tried to erect it into a national music. In a critical election in the 1970s, the leader of the opposing party appeared, clasping an African headman's staff, referred to, in classic Rasta terms, as a rod of correction. In the last 5 years, Rasta terms have infused and suffused all middle class and political language. So have the symbols and rituals of the sect. In short, every effort has been made, as the Rastas themselves would say, to ground national politics in the cultural roots of the people. So far, this attempted cultural appropriation has been, largely, unsuccessful. It is true that, in a quite unexpected manner, Rasta has captured and revivified the life and culture of the black poor and the lumpen. It has given a new spiritual center, a coherence, an outlook, a language, above all in music and dancing a new rhythm to the culture of the dispossessed. Its pervasive penetration of every feature of contemporary Jamaican life is astonishing, when its small beginnings and its exclusivity and arcane character are considered. But the heart of the movement, and the hearts of those who respond in depth to its currents remain as the folk culture of slavery remained outside, beyond, below either civil society or the state apparatus. The latter can appropriate its symbols, but they cannot as yet create the political, economic, and social conditions which would, materially, bring Africa, the Africa of Trench Town, home to its historical fulfillment. The other Jamaica remains untouched. And yet from this source, only from this source, for there is, authentically, no other, the renewal, the repatriation, has in fact already begun. The explosion of Rasta art, poetry, language, and song, coupled with the return to African models and to the historical roots of the slave culture of the Jamaican blacks, has already triggered a cultural explosion, the beginnings of that cultural revolution, which, in all societies, has always pre-heralded momentous historical transformations. We end with one further twist of the cultural wheel. The predominant form in which the narrow doctrines and sect life of Ras Tafari has entered the mainstream of Jamaican cultural life and threatened altogether to colonize it from within is music. Already, in the 1950s, the renaissance of Jamaican music began drawing on African and Black North American models and influences, but with a characteristic native inflection, leading to a succession of new musical forms from ska and blue beat to contemporary reggae. The trend has been steadily back towards a simpler, less harmonic music and orchestration, a music overtly and authentically Afro-Jamaican in form and inspiration. Though in recent years much of this new music has been recorded and exported, the social basis of its developments lies deep in the infrastructure of black shantytown life, in the blues parties, the dances, the bands, the competitions between sound systems, and the native DJs characteristic of lower-class life and entertainment, cf. Calendar and Dalrymple 1974, Dalrymple 1976, Johnson 1976. By far the most popular of these new indigenous musical forms is the music called reggae, and the music and lyrics, as well as the rituals surrounding the performances of these reggae bands that of Bob Marley and the Wailers combines direct social comment on the life and conditions of the dispossessed in the Kingston ghettos, political commentary on Jamaican society and statements of Rasta philosophy. It is a throbbing, steadily driving militant music. Its themes are the themes of pressure, suffering, struggle, redemption and release. The titles of his songs are significant within themselves, without the lyrics, which are saturated with biblical and Rasta references: Soul Rebel, African Herbsman, Rasta Revolution, Rude Boy, Simmer Down, Duppy Conqueror, Trench Town Rock, Keep on Moving, No Woman No Cry, Rebel Music, Positive Vibration, Rastaman Vibration, Get Up, Stand Up. Marley is a committed Ras Tafarian, a man from Trench Town, rebel, militant figure with a capacity to articulate in the new language of suffering and rebellion what his audience is thinking and feeling and hoping for. He has remarkable gifts, both as performer and songwriter, but he is only one of hundreds of small bands, playing new and modified versions of reggae, sounding out over the land out of the urban depths. That music, and the wider message which it bears, has nowhere taken such profound roots as amongst the alienated black youth in English cities, the children of those thousands of Jamaican unemployeds who came to Britain as immigrant labour in the 1950s and 1960s, who have become in their turn alienated from white society and from the polite racism of the home country, and who, in their search for an authentic cultural roots and an alternative identity, have, in recent months, adopted not only reggae music but the whole rude boy style and the emblems of the Ras Tafarian sect. Both Hebdige and Calendar and Dalrymple have examined the roots of this response by metropolitan blacks of the music and beliefs of a sect which they have never encountered at first hand, the basis of this cultural diffusion in the colony life of the black ghettos in British cities, and the manner in which the closed vocabularies and abstruse references to doctrine and scripture as well as to native Jamaican everyday life are used by young black men and women as a collective language and mode of communication whose difficulty of penetration serves both to keep the alien white cultures, who are nevertheless responding to reggae music, at least in its commercially distributed forms, out and to intensify the solidarity within. This is only the last, not by any means the final twist in the long cultural dialectic we have been tracing. Chapter 11. Race, Articulation, and Societies Structured in Dominance. The aim of this paper is to mark out a set of emergent questions and problems in the study of racially structured social formations, and to indicate where some new and important initiatives are developing. In order to do this, it is necessary to situate the breaks which these studies represent from the established field of study. This, in turn, requires a crude characterization of the field. I begin with a crude sketch, at a very general level of abstraction, offering only passing apologies for the necessary simplification involved. The attempts to deal with the question of race directly or to analyze those social formations where race is a salient feature constitute, by now, a formidable, immense and varied literature, which is impossible to summarize at all adequately. No justice can be done to this complexity and achievement here. Something important about this field of inquiry can nevertheless be grasped by dividing many of the varied tendencies represented within it into two broad dominant tendencies. Each has generated a great variety of different studies and approaches. But the selection of these two tendencies is not wholly arbitrary. In many ways, they have come to be understood as opposed to one another. As is often the case with such theoretical oppositions, they can also be understood, in many respects, as inverted mirror images of one another. Each tries to supplement the weakness of the opposing paradigm by stressing the so-called neglected element. In doing so, each points to real weaknesses of conceptualization and indicates, symptomatically, important points of departure for more adequate theorizations. Each, however, I suggest, is inadequate within the operative terms of its present theorization. The break thus constitutes a theoretical rupture, in part or in whole, with each of these dominant tendencies, and a possible restructuring of the theoretical field such as might enable important work of a new kind to begin. For simplification's sake, the two tendencies may be called the economic and the sociological. Let us begin with the first, the economic. A great range and variety of studies must, for convenience, be bundled together under this crude heading. These include both differences of emphasis and differences of conceptualization. Thus, some studies within this tendency concentrate on internal economic structures, within specific social formations. Analyses of the economic and racial structures of South Africa would be a good example. Others are more concerned with relations between internal and external economic features, however these are characterized, developed/underdeveloped, imperialist/colonized, metropolitan/satellite, etc. Or very different ways of conceptualizing the economic are involved, based on radically different economic premises or frameworks. For the purposes of this paper, I shall group together within this tendency the pertinent differences will be dealt with later, those which are framed by neoclassical development economics, e.g., a dual sector analysis, capitalist and subsistence sectors, those which adopt a modernization or industrialization model, e.g., based on something like Walt Rostow's theory of stages of growth, those, like the dependency theorists associated with the Economic Commission for Latin America, utilizing a radical theory of the economics of world underdevelopment, or those like Paul Baran or André Gunder Frank, who have employed a Marxist orientation. How classical it remains, as shall be seen, is a matter of continuing controversy. What allows for a characterization of these very different approaches as belonging to a single tendency is simply this: they take economic relations and structures to have an overwhelmingly determining effect on the social structures of such formations. Specifically, those social divisions which assume a distinctively racial or ethnic character can be attributed or explained principally with reference to economic structures and processes. The second approach I have called sociological. Here again, rather tendentiously, a great variety of approaches are placed under a single rubric. Some concentrate on social relations between different racial or ethnic strata. Some deal more exclusively with cultural differences, ethnicity, of which race is only one extreme case. Some pursue a more rigorously plural theory, derived from J.S. Furnivall and M.G. Smith and others of that school. Some are exclusively concerned with forms of political domination or disadvantage, based on the exploitation of racial distinctions. In the vast majority of these studies, race is treated as a social category. Biological conceptions of race have greatly receded in importance, though they have by no means wholly disappeared. For example, the revival of biosociology, and the reintroduction of biologically based theories, through the genetic principle, in the recent work of Jensen and Eysenck. The principal stress in this second tendency is on race or ethnicity as specifically social or cultural features of the social formations under discussion. Again, what distinguishes the contributors to this school as belonging for the purposes here alone to a single tendency, is this: however they differ internally, the contributors to the sociological tendency agree on the autonomy, the non-reductiveness, of race and ethnicity as social features. These exhibit, they argue, their own forms of structuration, have their own specific effects, which cannot be explained away as mere surface forms of appearance of economic relations, nor adequately theorized by reducing them to the economic level of determination. Here it can be seen how the two paradigms have been counterposed to one another, each correcting the weakness of its opposite. The first tendency, whether Marxist or not, gives an overall determinacy to the economic level. This, it is said, imparts a hard center, a materialist basis to the otherwise soft-centeredness or culturalism of ethnic studies. The stress on the sociological aspects, in the second tendency, is then a sort of direct reply to this first emphasis. It aims to introduce a necessary complexity into the simplifying schemas of an economic explanation, and to correct against the tendency of the first towards economic reductionism. Social formations, the second tendency argues, are complex ensembles, composed of several different structures, none of which is reducible to the other. Thus, whereas the former tends to be monocausal in form, the latter tends to be pluralist in emphasis, even if it is not explicitly plural in the theoretical sense. It will be seen that this debate reproduces, in micro, the larger, strategic debates which have marked out the field of social science in general in recent years. Consequently, developments in the latter, larger, field, whether they take racially structured social formations as their specific objects of inquiry or not, are bound to have theoretical effects for that region of study. Hence, the consequences of such breaks in the paradigms for the sociological theories of race. The debate is not, however, exclusively a theoretical one. Differences of theoretical analysis and approach have real effects for the strategies of political transformation in such societies. If the first tendency is broadly correct, then what is often experienced and analyzed as ethnic or racial conflicts are really manifestations of deeper, economic contradictions. It is, therefore, to the latter that the politics of transformations must essentially be addressed. The second tendency draws attention to the actual forms and dynamic of political conflict and social tension in such societies which frequently assume a racial or ethnic character. It points to the empirical difficulty of subsuming these directly into more classical economic conflicts. But if ethnic relations are not reducible to economic relations, then the former will not necessarily change if and when the latter do. Hence, in a political struggle, the former must be given their due specificity and weight as autonomous factors. Theory here, as always, has direct or indirect practical consequences. Political circumstances, while not sufficient to account for the scientific value of these theories, also provide one of the conditions of existence for theory, and have effects for its implementation and appropriation. This has clearly been the case, even if restricted, as is done for a good section of this paper, primarily to Latin America and the Caribbean. The dual-sector model based on an export-led, import substitution, foreign investment-supported type of economic development sponsored a long and disastrous period of national economic development, which further undermined the economic position of one country after another in the region. The theory of modernization was for long the economic cutting edge of Alliance for Progress strategies in the continent. Versions of the dependency school have been harnessed, under different conditions, to the promotion of anti-imperialist, national capitalist development of a radical type. The metropolitan/satellite theories of Frank and others were specifically developed in the context of the Cuban Revolution and the strategies of Latin American Revolution elaborated, for example, in the resolutions to the 1962 Second Declaration of Havana. The whole field, indeed, provides an excellent case study of the necessary interconnections between theory, politics, and ideology in social science. Each tendency exhibits something of its own rational core. Thus, it may not be possible to explain away race by reference to the economic relations exclusively. But the first tendency is surely correct when it insists that racial structures cannot be understood adequately outside the framework of quite specific sets of economic relations. Unless one attributes to race a single, unitary trans-historical character such that wherever and whenever it appears it always assumes the same autonomous features, which can be theoretically explained, perhaps, by some general theory of prejudice in human nature, an essentialist argument of a classic type, then one must deal with the historical specificity of race in the modern world. Here one is then obliged to agree that race relations are directly linked with economic processes, historically, with the epochs of conquest, colonization, and mercantilist domination, and currently, with the unequal exchanges which characterize the economic relations between developed metropolitical and underdeveloped satellite economic regions of the world economy. The problem here is not whether economic structures are relevant to racial divisions but how the two are theoretically connected. Can the economic level provide an adequate and sufficient level of explanation of the racial feature of these social formations? Here, the second tendency enters its caveat. Similarly, the second tendency is surely correct to draw attention to the specificity of those social formations which exhibit distinctive racial or ethnic characteristics. The critique of economic reductionism is also, certainly, to the point. The problem here is to account for the appearance of this something else, these extra economic factors and their place in the dynamic reproduction of such social formations. But these real problems also help us to identify what weaknesses are obscured by the inversions which each paradigm practices on the other. If the dominant tendency of the first paradigm is to attempt to command all differences and specificities within the framework of a simplifying economic logic, then that of the second is to stop short with a set of plural explanations which lack an adequate theorization, and which in the end are descriptive rather than analytic. This, of course, is to state the differences in their sharpest and most oversimplified form. It is worthwhile, now, exploring some of the complex terrain and arguments which are contained by this simple binarism. The first aspect can be pinpointed by looking at some features of the recent controversies which have arisen in the analysis of the South African social formation. South Africa is clearly a limit case in the theoretical sense, as well as a test case in the political sense. It is perhaps the social formation in which the salience of racial features cannot for a moment be denied. Clearly, also the racial structures of South African society cannot be attributed to cultural or ethnic differences alone, they are deeply implicated with the forms of political and economic domination which structure the whole social formation. Moreover, there can be little argument that this is a social formation in which the capitalist mode of production is the dominant economic mode. Indeed, South Africa is the exceptional case of an industrial capitalist social formation, where race is an articulating principle of the social, political, and ideological structures, and where the capitalist mode is sustained by drawing, simultaneously, on what have been defined as both free and forced labor. Now substantial parts of the literature on the South African social formation deal with the racial aspects of the society as accounted for, essentially, by the governing economic relations. These relations are characterized as, for all practical purposes, class relations in the classical sense. The structuring of the South African labor force into black and white strata is therefore analyzed as similar to the fracturing of the working class, which one finds in all capitalist social formations with the single exception that, here, race is the mechanism by which this stratification of the class is accomplished. As Harold Walp has observed, these analyses assume that white and black working classes stand in essentially the same relation to capital. Hence, the dynamic of social relations will fall within the basic logic of class struggle which capitalist relations or production classically assume. The racial divisions amount to nothing more than the specific form which the fractionalization of the working class, common to all capitalist modes of production, has taken in the South African social formations, Walp 1976. Such analyses Walp refers to several sources thus tend to fall into what we have defined as our first paradigm, the subsumption of racial structures under the logic of capitalist economic relations. This approach can then be easily matched by its immediate, and inverted, opposite. These alternative analyses treat economic class formations as largely irrelevant to the analysis of the social and political structures, where race, rather than class, is treated as the pertinent factor, through which the society is socially structured and around which social conflicts are generated. Such a sociological approach can be found in, for example, Cooper, 1974, and Van den Berg, 1965. Much more important and more difficult to slot easily into either of the two approaches is the work of John Rex, himself a South African and a distinguished sociologist. Rex has not worked extensively on South African materials. But his writing, though often necessarily programmatic, represents the sociological approach at one of its richest and most complex points. Rex's first essay on the subject, South African Society in Comparative Perspective, Rex 1973, opens with a critique of the failure of both structural functionalist and Marxist perspectives to deal effectively with race and ethnicity in South African society. He is equally critical of, though he gives more attention to, the plural theory of Furnivall and Smith. Smith argued that the different ethnic segments of Caribbean society were plurally distinct, held together only through the monopoly, by one of the segments, of political power. The monopoly of power by one cultural section is the essential precondition for the maintenance of the total society in its current form, Smith 1965. Against this, Rex correctly argues that the dynamics of the society turn upon the involvement of men of differing ethnic backgrounds in the same social institutions, viz., the slave plantation, Rex 1973, 261. The same could be said of the attempts to extend the plural society paradigm, with its primacy of attention to cultural segmentation, and its ascription of the factor of cohesion to the instance of political monopoly, to South Africa. However, he is equally critical of any attempt to explain the racial forms in which social conflict appears in such societies as a species of false consciousness. Rex bases his own approach on a significant historical fact of difference. Whereas, classically, capitalism has been installed through the expansion of market relations, production for which is based on free labor, capitalism in South Africa arose on the basis of conquest, of the Bantu peoples, and their incorporation into the economic relations on the basis of unfree labor, as part of an efficient capitalist system of production. This inaugurates the capitalist mode on very different historic presuppositions from those derived from the general account said to be offered by Marx presuppositions, however, more typical of colonial formations where conquest and colonization have been central features, and thus pertinent to the appearance, in such societies, of not simply the class struggle engendered by capitalist development, but the race war engendered by colonial conquest, Rex 1973, 262. Rex makes a great deal of these differentiating features, the capacity of the employers to command the use of coercive violence during and after colonial conquest, and the fact that the central labor institution is not classical free labor but migrant labor in its unfree form. Taking as the central feature of his analysis this quite atypical central labor institution, Rex is able to delineate more precisely the specific economic mechanisms which have served to incorporate the African working class into the capitalist system in ways which preserve rather than liquidate its segmentary racial character. The racial structure of the South African social formation is thereby given concrete economic conditions of existence, the link being traceable, precisely, through its peculiarity, its deviation from the classical capitalist path. Rex traces historically the various economic forms of this unfreedom, the rural reserves, the labor compound, the emergence of the third element of the migrant labor system, the urban native location. Nearly all African labor partake, in some measure, of the characteristics of the compound worker and the domestic worker's status. All are liable to masters and servants legislation, and none are completely free, even though the development of secondary manufacturing industry may lead to greater flexibility of wages, greater permanence of the labor force, and hence greater recognition of the needs of the worker for kinship and community. Rex 1973, 278. These differences, both in the mode of entry and in the status of African labor, are seen by Rex as operating principally through the means by which African labor supply is recruited to capitalist industry. The economic relations are thus the necessary but not the sufficient condition of the racial structure of the South African social formation. For this is also preserved by a non-normative element, for example, political and legal factors, which stems from the political domination of the state by the white settler capitalist class, and the workable compromise between this class and the white working class, which leads both to reap the advantages of confining native labor to its subordinate status in the labor market. In the context of the classical line of capitalist development, a capitalism which preserves rather than abolishes such irrational features must be, to say the least, a deviant case. There is certainly no simple counterposing of social as against economic factors here. Rex cannot be accused of neglecting the level of economic relations, as many culturalists can. Indeed, it is his concern with the specificity of the forms of economic relations peculiar to the South African case which enables him to grasp some of the fundamental features of a social formation which is both identifiably capitalist, and yet different in structure from the capitalist type of social development as the latter has been derived from one reading of the Marxist literature. The attention to the central labor institutions of this formation enables him to bring forward what Marx in another context called the differentia specifica, the basis, as he put it, of an adequate historically specific abstraction, just those things which determine their development, i.e., the elements which are not general and common, must be separated out, so that in their unity, their essential difference is not forgotten. Marx 1973, 85. Nor is there a neglect of class relations and the class struggle. The segmentary approach of pluralism is specifically refused. If there is division, the divisions can be seen as functionally integrated within an overall pattern of political conflict generated by the capitalist development of the country since the mineral discoveries of 1867 and 1886. The revision involved is rather the refusal of any attempt to subsume these into a universal and univocal form capitalist class relations in general. Clearly what we have here is not something which can be adequately interpreted in terms of some universal Marxist law of class struggle, but a specific kind of class struggle there undoubtedly is, namely one in which the classes are groups of varying rights and degrees of rightlessness, according to the kind of conquest or unfreedom which was imposed on them in an earlier period. The history, the structure, and the forms of social differentiation which South Africa presents, i.e., its racial aspect, are, as in the case of any former colonial society, the product of such conquest and unfreedom. These two criteria, conquest and unfree labor, are the critical conceptual mechanisms through which Rex's analysis is organized. The origin of the capitalist mode in conditions of conquest, coupled with the peculiar institutions of unfree labor, thus preserve, at the economic level, and secure its continuing racially ascriptive features. This is a capitalism of a very specific and distinctive kind. There are a number of different relationships to the means of production more subtle than can be comprehended in terms of distinction between owners and non-owners, each of which gives rise to specific class situations, a whole range of class situations. The analysis therefore begins with the economic level but differentiates it from the classical type. In addition, however, there are other relations which are not ascribable within the social relations of production. These include distinctions at the level of culture and values maintained, for example, by such institutional structures as the system of Bantu education and forms of political power established through the separation of political and economic power, such as the control of political power by the whites. These generate conflicts between groups distinct from control of the means of production. Here the analysis encompasses the position of social groups: the African middle class, the Cape Coloreds, the Indian traders, which cannot be easily assimilated to the earlier analysis of economic relations. From them many ascriptive features of South Africa's closed structure of social relations also arise. This analysis, while predicated on the peculiarity of the South African system, is not limited to it. Rex, 1977, has recently proposed a similar sketch as the basis for analyzing ethnic relations in Latin America and the Caribbean. Here, too, the analysis begins with delineating the basic forms of economic exploitation which can arise in colonial conditions, including other possible types of capitalist and non-capitalist exploitation and accumulation. In this instance, the range includes forms of unfree or partly free labor, the economy of slavery and the plantation system, the formation of a dependent peasant. It includes a similar range of social strata: the settlers, pariah trader groups, middlemen, caciques, missionaries, administrators. The general form of the argument is very similar to that employed in the South African case. Some of these groups are opposed to one another as classes in a Marxian sense. All of them, however, form relatively close groups with their own distinctive cultural traits and social organization. The overall effect is of too much overlap and interpenetration to justify us in calling it a caste system, but too much closure of avenues of mobility for us to call it a system of social stratification. It is much too complex, involving overlapping modes of production, for it to be described as a situation of class struggle in the Marxian sense. All of these aspects need to be kept in mind when we speak of a colonial system of social stratification. Rex, 1977, 30. On the broad theoretical plane, we must see this as a model founded on a very specific theoretical revision. Without undue simplification, it combines elements of a Marxist and a Weberian approach. The synthesis is, however, secured on essentially Weberian terrain. I say this, not because Rex constantly counterposes his own approach to what he sees as an inadequate and simplifying application of the Marxist law of class struggle, though he does. Rather, this characterization refers to the conceptual structure of Rex's revisions. The synthesis is accomplished, theoretically, in two different, complementary ways. The first is the distancing of the analysis from what is conceptualized as a classical Marxist approach. Much depends on how this definition is established. Classical Marxism is characterized as a mode of explanation which assumes that all the various instances of conflict are subsumable within and dominated by the class struggle. Classes are defined by economic position loosely, in terms of the distinction between owners and non-owners of the means of production. They are economic groups in themselves which can be organized, through the pursuit of their distinct class interests in competing market situations, by means of the class struggle, to become classes for themselves. The Marxist approach is also identified, here, with a set of propositions as to the form, the path, and the logic of capitalist development. The classical form is that in which free labor confronts the capitalist in the labor market. Capitalism can spring to life only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence meets in the market with the free laborer selling his labor power. And this one historical condition comprises a world's history, Marx, 1961, 170. The classical path is that which makes this struggle between owners and non-owners the typical, dominant, and determining set of relations in all social formations in which the capitalist mode is dominant. The classical logic is that the economic rationality of capitalist market relations sooner or later prevail over and transform those relations stemming from previous, now displaced, modes of production, so that capitalist relations net the latter within their sway. Rex distances himself from this classical account, in terms of the pertinent differences between it and the actual social formations it is required to explain. True, he concedes that where there is capitalism, there will be economic struggles of a capitalist-type class struggles. However, social formations of a colonial type exhibit different forms which take a different path and obey a different logic. In addition, there are in such social formations other structural relations which are not attributable to class relations of a classical capitalist type. The second feature is a recuperation of these problems within the framework of a classical Weberianism. By this we mean that, contrary to those who have adopted Weber against Marx, as a way of moving decisively from economic structural to more superstructural features, Rex always works from that often forgotten side of Weber's work which treats extensively of economic relations including, of course, economic class conflict of a capitalist type, as one among a range of possible types of such relations. This is a distinctive stress, which allows Rex to encompass Marxian analysis of class relations as one, limited case within a more inclusive range of economic relations, defined as a set of ideal types. This one among a range approach thus also permits the elaboration of other economic relations to explain peculiar features of social formations which do not exhibit Marx's hypostasized classical capitalist structure. For Weber, economic class conflicts were conceptualized as one among a range of possible market situations, in relation to which groups, differently composed, struggled in competition. For Weber, these different market relations do not overlap into anything which can be called the general form of the class struggle. Groups competing in the struggle over prestige or status may not be the same as groups competing over the power over scarce resources. Thus, in his work on immigration and housing, Rex distinguishes between and within economic groups in terms of the stratification of the housing market in relation to which he identifies a set of distinct housing classes. It follows that the groups dominant in each market situation do not cohere into anything so singular as a single ruling class in the Marxian sense. Instead, one must generate, according to each empirical case, a range of ideal typical market situations, the sum of these plural structures constituting the social formation. This does not mean that the analysis excludes questions of exploitation. This is not, however, a general feature but one which remains to be specified in each individual case. It is, thus, Weber in this harder form Weber, so to speak, corrected for by Marx which is the theoretical basis of the synthesis Rex proposes. The solution to a limited, one-sided form of Marxian explanation is the adoption of a powerful and distinctive left Weberianism. It should be pointed out here that this solution is not restricted exclusively to those who are opposed to the totalism of Marxian forms of explanation. It has been noted recently, see McLennan 1976, Swartz 1978, that some Marxist theorists, when required to integrate political and ideological structures into an economic analysis of a Marxist kind, sometimes also attempt to deal with these levels by a somewhat untheorized appropriation of Weberianism. This, it has been suggested, is sometimes the case with the work of so distinguished a Marxist economic historian as Maurice Daub. So what has been pinpointed here is something like a theoretical convergence, operated at one time or another from arguments which begin from either the Marxist or the Weberian pole of the debate. Significantly, there is one point where Rex challenges both Marx and Weber, a point where, incidentally, they both appear to agree. This is the contention that free labor was the only form of labor compatible in the long run with the logic of rational capitalism, Rex 1973, 273. This argument founded, in Weber, by his particular ideal type definition of capitalist rationality, and in Marx, by his historical analysis of the typical path of capitalist development, based on the English case is contested by Rex on both fronts. Instead, Rex argues that historical deviations from this modal type can often be found in social formations of a specifically colonial type. Here, in contrast, conquest, and a variety of forms of unfree labor, based on apparently irrational forms of ascriptive relations, such as those founded on racial differences, can be possible conditions of existence for the emergence and development of an effective capitalist mode of production. Lying behind this analytic distinction is, undoubtedly, a theoretical political point, namely a refusal of the Eurocenteredness of Marxism, based as it is on extrapolating to other social formations forms of development, paths, and logics peculiar to, and illegitimately generalized from, European cases, especially, of course, the English case, which forms the basis for the analysis in Marx's Capital. With this important qualification, we can now identify the dominant tendency of this synthesis, the following passage may stand for many other instances in Rex's work. Of course, one problem in adopting terms like caste and estate, is that all of them seem to omit what is essential to the Marxist definition of class, i.e., relationships to the means of production. What we wish to suggest here, however, departs from simple Marxism in a twofold sense. First, it recognizes that at the level of relationships to the means of production there are more possible positions and potentialities for class formation than simple European Marxism seems to allow, and second, that over and above the actual means of production, there are a number of social functions and positions, and that these functions are appropriated by closed groups which, thereafter, have their own interests and their own power position vis-a-vis society as a whole. When this Marx plus Weber theoretical position is then translated to the domain of politics, it yields a Marx plus Fanon sort of argument, see Rex 1977, 23-24, 45. The position, the synthesis of which has been outlined here, has of course been criticized in the context of its application to South Africa. For example, Walp in a recent article, 1976, points out that the distinction between free and forced labor is not an adequate way of conceptualizing the relations of production of a capitalist social formation, since, for Marx, even in its classical form, free labor is free only in a very specific and formal sense. It is, after all, subject to economic compulsions to sell its labor power as a commodity. Thus, in the South African case, the free/unfree couple, while effective in distinguishing the different constraints which structure the availability of black and white labor in the market, is not theoretically powerful enough to establish, for black labor, a relation to capitalist production of a conceptually distinct kind. All labor power is in some way and in some degree unfree. The type, gradation or continuum of degrees of unfreedom merely affect the intensity of exploitation but not its mode. Walp 1975, 203. Secondly, this distinction does not encompass what for Marx was central to relations of production, namely, the mode of appropriation of surplus labor. Thirdly, such an approach abstracts the labor market and its constraints from the system of production relations proper, which are in fact the central preoccupation of a Marxian analysis. Fourth, the absence of an adequate theorization at the mode of production level leaves us with a political and ideological definition of classes which are then too easily homogenized with the main racial groupings. However, a detailed analysis of the position of the black and white working class in South Africa, in terms of both their complex relations to capitalist production and their internal stratifications, does not allow us to treat racial groups as homogeneous in their class composition. Walp, indeed, uses Guglielmo Carcidi's recent work, 1977, on the identification of social classes to say that the functions of even the white working class with respect to capital are not homogeneous. Fifth, Walp argues that political and ideological positions cannot be ascribed as a block to classes defined at the economic level. A social class, or fraction, or stratum of a class, may take up a class position that does not correspond to its interests, which are defined by the class determination that fixes the horizon of the class struggle. Carcidi 1977. The example taken is that of the labor aristocracy. This leads on to a more general argument, that the analysis of classes and class struggle must begin from the level of the relations of production, rather than from political and ideological criteria, but that the latter have their specific forms of relative autonomy which cannot be ascribed to the place of a class or class fraction in the relations of production. I am not concerned to assess in detail the merits of these arguments as they relate to the South African case. Instead, I want to use the example of this exchange to establish the basis of a more general argument. Rex's arguments may not be entirely satisfactory in themselves, but undoubtedly they win effective ground from what he calls simple Marxism, as Walp is obliged to concede. These represent real theoretical gains, against some of the weaknesses and lacunae in what has become the dominant form in which the classical Marxist paradigm has been applied. These gains are not wholly offset by pointing, correctly, to the ways in which Rex sometimes misrepresents Marx, and distorts Marx's real theoretical effectivity. Secondly, Walp's response shows that these weaknesses can only be corrected for, while retaining the broad outline of a Marxist approach, by significantly modifying the dominant form in which the Marxist paradigm has been applied, either by means of a more scrupulous or rigorous application of Marx's protocols, which have often, over time, been subject to severe theoretical simplification and impoverishment, or by bringing to the fore aspects and arguments which, though they can be shown not to contradict Marx, have not tended to play a very significant part when applied to the peculiar features of post-conquest or post-colonial social formations. This paper's interest in certain new approaches to these problems, from within a substantially new application of Marxist protocols of analysis, arises precisely from a concern to indicate where and how these new emphases are beginning to develop. Walp himself concedes some of the points, at least. He acknowledges that Rex was right to insist upon the need for a more comprehensive and more refined conceptualization of class than was encompassed by the bare reference to property relations. This, however, he suggests, means moving away from the attention which Rex gives to market relations and constraints on the labor supply, into a fuller analysis of the relations of production and modes of production analysis. He acknowledges that Rex was correct to draw attention to pertinent differences in the conditions affecting the entry into the labor market of black and white labor, though he would add that the distinction between free/unfree labor is then too sharply and simply applied. Walp also recognizes that Rex brings forward a point of great theoretical interest by his reference to the form of the political compromise between the white capitalist and the white working classes, and the consequent supervising and policing functions which white labor exerts over black. It follows from this that some of the more simplistic political recipes based on the call for black and white labor to sink their differences in a common and general class struggle against capital, the famous call to unite and fight, are abstract political demands, based on theoretically unsound foundations, since they do not adequately grasp the structurally different relations in which white and black labor stand in relation to capital. Indeed, on this point, Walp may not have gone far enough. For a larger argument is involved here, even if only implicitly. Rex is arguing that the South African social system shows no strong or inevitable tendencies to be gradually assimilated to the more rational forms of free labor, which Marx suggested was a necessary precondition for the establishment and reproduction of the capitalist mode of production. Hence, he would argue, the racial fractioning of the South African working classes has a real and substantial basis, with pertinent effects at the economic, as well as at the political and ideological level. Rex thus points to the need for a definition of the capitalist mode which is able to deal with other types of capitalist and non-capitalist exploitation and accumulation, that is, to a capitalist system founded quite securely on forms of labor other than traditionally free and mobile labor. This formulation may be criticized as being, finally, too plurally descriptive. It avoids the necessity to specify the articulating mechanisms, and the modes of dominance, between these different types. But Rex has clearly succeeded, once again, in putting into question an analysis predicated unquestioningly on a general and necessary classical path of capitalist development, with the classical and irreversible sequence of evolutionary stages. To put this more broadly, he opens up the crucial theoretical question of the teleological and evolutionary form in which Marx's work on the necessary preconditions and optimal line of development of the capitalist mode has been interpreted from the famous assertion, in the Communist Manifesto, that the bourgeoisie compels all nations on pain of extinction to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It creates a world after its own image, Marx and Engels 1967, through to the legendary discussion on the sequence of stages which is often derived from the section on pre-capitalist forms in the Grundriss, Marx 1964. Against this teleological extrapolation, it must be said that the fact of conquest, and thus the very different conditions in which pre-conquest social strata have been inserted into the capitalist mode, have not on the whole played a central role in the versions of Marxist theory usually applied to such post-conquest societies. The difficulty of deciding precisely what was the nature of the American slave systems clearly inaugurated within yet separate from the expanding mercantile capitalist phase is an aspect of the same theoretical problem. Genovese 1965, Hindus and Hurst 1975. These, then, represent some of the gains which Rex's critique makes against a too simple Marxism. What I am concerned to show, now, is how current Marxist theorizings on these questions have begun, through their own internal critique of what earlier passed as classical or orthodox Marxism, to rectify some of the weaknesses correctly pinpointed by the critics of reductionism. These departures are, at once, rich and complex, often only at a rudimentary stage of formulation, and as is often the case at a critical moment of paradigm shift locked in an intricate internal debate. Only certain indications of some of the main directions in this work can be provided in this review. We might begin, here, by looking at one, very distinctive formulation with respect to the development of the social formations of Latin America, which not only defines itself within classical Marxism, but which develops, in what is held to be a Marxist direction, one of the lines of argument which the critique by Rex and others has put in question, namely, the work of Frank, and recent critiques of Frank's work from within a transformed Marxist perspective. One distinctive but seminal application of what is taken to be the Marxist paradigm is to be found in Frank. His work was itself counterposed to the dominant and formative school of dependency theorists, grouped around the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, which was established in 1948. This school adopted a more rigorously structural analysis to explain the underdevelopment of the underdeveloped countries of the region. As against earlier developmentalist models, the ECLA school insisted that development and underdevelopment had to be treated within the single framework of a world economic system. The underdeveloped countries were the dependent sectors of such a world economy. As Celso Furtado put it, the theory of underdevelopment turns out to be essentially a theory of dependence. Furtado 1971, cited in O'Brien 1975. This starting point within a global economic framework had much in common, in a broadly Marxist way, with those writers who had attempted to deal with modern aspects of capitalist development on a world scale in terms of a theory of imperialism, e.g., Lenin, Luxemburg, Hilferding, and Bukharin. The ECLA theorists accepted some such general framework of imperialism, giving of course greater attention than the classical theorists did to the effects of this world system at its peripheries. They were not necessarily Marxist in any other sense. These general relations of dependency, they argued, had created internal structures promoting a form of what they called dependent capitalist development in those sectors, and among those classes, closely linked with the imperialist chain, whilst marginalizing other sectors, including the great mass of the population, especially the peasantry. The differences between the internationalized sector and the non-industrialized or marginal sector are the direct result of capitalist expansion, and become a form of structural dualism. O'Brien 1975. However, the school promulgated a variety of different strategies for overcoming this externally induced sectoral imbalance, often of a technical economic, rather than of a political kind. Frank certainly shares with the dependency theorists the necessity to begin from a world capitalist system in which development and underdevelopment were structurally related. However, he explicitly argued against the possibility of a genuine, indigenous program of economic development, of, say, a national bourgeois type, as a possible path for Latin America out of its phase of dependent development. And this argument was supported by a startling thesis, which takes us back to the problems posed earlier. Frank argued that Latin America had been thoroughly incorporated into capitalist world relations since the period of the conquest by the European powers in the 16th century. Its underdevelopment stemmed from this dependent nature of its early insertion into the world capitalist market. Implicit in this thesis was the view that no structural differences remained between the more and the less developed sectors of these dependent social formations. Dependency, he argued, was no recent phenomenon in the region. It was only the latest form of the long-standing satellitization of the Latin American economies within the framework of imperialist economic relations. The expansion of the capitalist system over the past centuries effectively and entirely penetrated even the most isolated sectors of the underdeveloped world. Frank 1969. The fundamental term for understanding this penetration and subversion by capitalist relations which had brought about the structural coupling of development and underdevelopment was that of a single continuum, the metropolis-satellite polarization, one and the same historical process of the expansion and development of capitalism which continues to generate both economic development and structural underdevelopment. This was the imperialist chain, which extends the capitalist link between the capitalist world and the national metropolises to the regional centers, and from these local centers and so on to the large landowners or merchants who expropriate surplus from small peasants or tenants, and sometimes even from these latter to the landless laborers exploited by them in turn. Frank 1969. The most telling critique of Frank's work is offered in Ernesto Laca's review essay, Feudalism and Capitalism in Latin America, republished in a recent volume of essays, Laca 1977. Laca's specific criticisms are easily resumed. The object of his critique is Frank's assertion that Latin America has been capitalist from the beginning, a single process, which must, for Frank, be identical in all its aspects from the 16th to the 20th century, Laca 1977. Laca, first, criticizes Frank's conception of capitalism. Frank defines this as a system of production for the market, of which profit forms the driving motive. This, Laca argues, differs fundamentally from Marx's conception of mode of production insofar as it dispenses with Marx's principal criteria for defining a mode, the relations of production. This error leads Frank to assume that, wherever there is capital accumulation, then Marx's law, the rapid and inevitable transformation of the social formation by capitalist relations, must follow. However, as Laca shows, for Marx, the accumulation of commercial capital is perfectly compatible with the most varied modes of production and does not by any means presuppose the existence of a capitalist mode of production, e.g., however, not commerce alone, but also merchants' capital is older than the capitalist mode of production, is in fact historically the oldest free state of existence of capital, Marx 1974, 1921. This leads Laca to mount a further critique of Frank's lack of historical specificity, exploitative situations as different as the Chilean inquilinos, the Ecuadorian huesipungueros, West Indian plantation slaves and Manchester textile workers being, for all practical purposes, subsumed into a single relation, declared capitalist. The same can be said in more detail of the troublesome case of plantation slavery in the New World. This is, of course, the site of a protracted, and still unresolved debate. Ulrich B. Phillips, whom, despite his offensive anti-slave viewpoint, Eugene Genovese correctly praises for a seminal analysis of the political economy of slavery, argued, long ago, that plantation slavery was a form of capitalism. That was, indeed, the basis of his objection to it, Genovese 1971. Genovese himself argues that slavery had a distinct set of exploitative relations, a seigneurial society, which created a unique society, neither feudal, nor capitalist, 1971. Barry Hindus and Paul Hearst constitute plantation slavery as its own distinctive mode, using primarily formal criteria. Eric Williams, early on, and subsequently Genovese, and Janus Banaghi among others, have concentrated on the relationship between plantation slavery, whatever its characteristic mode, and the global capitalist economy. Robert Fogel and Stanley Engerman have recently described slavery as a profitable form of capitalist agriculture, Hindus and Hearst 1977, Williams 1944, Genovese 1971, Banaghi 1977, Fogel and Engerman 1974. Frank quotes Marx's observation, which describes the plantations as commercial speculations, centers of production for the world market, as proof that Marx regarded them, too, as capitalist. Laca reminds us that Marx, pertinently, added, if only in a formal way. Actually, Marx seemed to be arguing the opposite to Frank, for he insists the plantation slavery could only be formally capitalist, since slavery among the Negroes excludes free wage labor, which is the base on which capital production rests. However, those who deal in slave trading are capitalists. As Beachy, 1978, has recently argued, slavery certainly presupposed private property, a class of owners and a propertyless class. However, whereas under capitalism the worker owns his own labor power which he sells as a commodity to the capitalist, slaveholders owned both the labor power and the slave. The slaveholder considers a Negro, whom he has purchased, as his property, not because the institution of slavery as such entitles him to that Negro, but because he has acquired him like any other commodity through sale and purchase. Marx 1974, 776. However, both the slave trade itself, and the extraction of the commodities so produced, were funded by mercantile capital and circulated within the global circuits of capital. As Beachy, 1978, puts it, with great clarity, slaveholders were both merchants, dealing with the purchase and sale of commodities on the world market, and slaveholders exploiting their slaves within the plantation system, which emerged as a specialized agricultural region, a kind of internal colony within the expanded world market. What Marx was describing, then, was something radically different from Frank's interpretation, namely, an articulation between two modes of production, the one capitalist in the true sense, the other only formally so, the two combined through an articulating principle, mechanism, or set of relations, because, as Marx observed, its beneficiaries participate in a world market in which the dominant productive sectors are already capitalist. That is, the object of inquiry must be treated as a complex articulated structure which is, itself, structured in dominance. Slave plantation owners thus participated in a general movement of the world capitalist system. But on the basis of an internal mode of production, slavery in its modern, plantation form not itself capitalist in character. This is a revolutionary proposition in the theoretical sense, since it departs from that very teleological reading of Marx which produced, in Frank, the indefensible thesis that Latin America has been capitalist since the conquest. What we have now, in opposition to the thesis of inevitable transformation of pre-capitalist modes and their dissolution by capitalist relations, is the emergent theoretical problem of an articulation between different modes of production, structured in some relation of dominance. This leads on to the definition of a social formation which, at its economic level, may be composed of several modes of production, structured in dominance. Althusser and Balibar 1970, Hindus and Hurst 1975, 1977, Poulantzas 1973. This has provided the basis for an immense amount of formative work, especially on pre-capitalist modes of production, offering a more rigorous approach to that reading of Marx, rightly criticized on this very point by Rex, whilst retaining the systematic terms of a Marxist analysis. This work is, of course, pitched principally at the level of economic relations. Though it has clear consequences for other levels of the structure of social formations, class formations, alliances, political and ideological structures, etc., these have not been spelled out, for example in Lacan's essay quoted here, though for related developments pertaining to these levels, see Lacan and others referred to more extensively below. It has, for example, pertinent effects for any analysis of the way this articulated combination of modes inserts economic agents drawn from different ethnic groups into sets of economic relations which, while articulated into a complex unity, need not be conceptualized as either necessarily the same or inevitably destined to become so. This emergent problematic constitutes perhaps the most generative new theoretical development in the field, affecting the analysis of racially structured social formations. The emergent theoretical position is grounded by its proponents in a certain rereading of the classical Marxist literature. It is part of that immense theoretical revolution constituted by the sophisticated return to the reading of Marx's Capital which has had such a formative intellectual impact over the past decade. It is also being currently developed in a range of different theoretical fields. Lacan puts the essential argument in a strong form. The pre-capitalist character of the dominant relations of production in Latin America was not only not incompatible with production for the world market, but was actually intensified by the expansion of the latter. Marx, in a passage less well known than the Communist Manifesto scenario quoted earlier, spoke of the fact that the circuit of industrial capital, crosses the commodity circulation of the most diverse modes of social production. No matter whether commodities are the output of production based on slavery, of peasants, of state enterprise, or of half-savage hunting tribes, they come face to face with the monies and commodities in which industrial capital presents itself. The character of the process of production from which they originate is immaterial. They must be reproduced, and to this extent the capitalist mode of production is conditional on modes of production lying outside of its own stage of development. Marx 1956, 109. Charles Bettelheim, who may appear to take a more classical view, argues that the dominant tendency is towards the dissolution of other modes by the capitalist one. But this is often combined with a secondary tendency, that of conservation dissolution, where non-capitalist modes before they disappear are restructured, partly dissolved, and thus subordinated to the predominant capitalist relations, and so conserved. Bettelheim 1972. Using this schema, Walp shows that certain problems of the South African social formation, referred to earlier, which could not be satisfactorily explained within the older reading, and which Rex among others correctly criticized, begin to be resolvable through the use of these new theoretical instruments, and in a manner which throws significant light on the racial fracturing of class relations in South Africa. While the detailed outlines of this attempted solution cannot be entered into here, Walp 1975, its broader consequences are worth quoting. Walp suggests, for example, that the reliance of the capitalist sector in South Africa on the non-capitalist sectors in the African areas for both cheap labor supply and subsistence reproduction enables capital to pay for labor power below the cost of its reproduction, whilst having always available a plentiful labor supply whose costs of subsistence it does not fully bear. Walp 1972. He employs both the articulation and the dissolution conservation variants of the thesis. In South Africa, the tendency of capital accumulation to dissolve other modes is crosscut and blocked by the counteracting tendencies to conserve the non-capitalist economies on the basis that the latter are articulated in a subordinate position to the former. Where capitalism develops by means, in part, of its articulation with non-capitalist modes, the mode of political domination and the content of legitimating ideologies assume racial, ethnic, and cultural forms, and for the same reasons as in the case of imperialism, political domination takes on a colonial form. Walp 1975. He adds, the conservation of non-capitalist modes of production necessarily requires the development of ideologies and political policies which revolve around the segregation and preservation and control of African tribal societies, that is, the relation assumes the forms of ideologies constructed around ethnic, racial, national, and cultural ideological elements. In short, the emergent theory of the articulation of different modes of production begins to deliver certain pertinent theoretical effects for an analysis of racism at the social, political, and ideological levels. It begins to deliver such effects, and this is the crucial point, not by deserting the level of analysis of economic relations, i.e., mode of production, but by posing it in its correct, necessarily complex, form. Of course, this may be a necessary but not a sufficient starting point. In this respect, Walp's term requires may go too far, suggesting a necessary correspondence, of a too functionalist kind, between the structure of modes of production and the specific forms of political domination and ideological legitimation. The level of economic analysis, so redefined, may not supply sufficient conditions in itself for an explanation of the emergence and operation of racism. But, at least, it provides a better, sounder point of departure than those approaches which are obliged to desert the economic level, in order to produce additional factors which explain the origin and appearance of racial structuring at other levels of the social formation. In this respect, at least, the theoretical advances briefly outlined here have the merit of respecting what we would call two cardinal premises of Marx's method: the materialist premise that the analysis of political and ideological structures must be grounded in their material conditions of existence, and the historical premise that the specific forms of these relations cannot be deduced, a priori, from this level, but must be made historically specific by supplying those further delineations which explain their specificity. Both premises are well expressed in one of the most justly famous passages from Capital: the specific economic form, in which unpaid labor surplus is pumped out of direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specific political form, the materialist premise. But this does not prevent the same economic basis the same from the standpoint of its main conditions due to innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural environments, racial relations, external historical influences, etc. from showing infinite variations and gradations in appearance, which can be ascertained only by analysis of the empirically given circumstances, the historical premise, Marx 1974, 791-92. Both premises are indeed required, if the conditions of theoretical adequacy are to be met. Each, on its own, is not sufficient. The first, without the second, may lead us straight back into the impasse of economic reductionism. The second, without the first, snares us in the toils of historical relativism. Marx's method, properly understood and applied, provides us with the conditions, though not, of course, the guarantee of a theoretical adequacy which avoids both. For a further elaboration of the basic premises of Marx's method, see Johnson, McLennan, and Swartz 1978, Johnson 1978, for a condensed version of the argument outlined by Walp, as applied to Latin American and Caribbean social formations, see Hall 1977. The application of the articulation thesis, briefly outlined here, has had revolutionary theoretical consequences in other fields of inquiry, which can only be shortly noted here since they fall outside of our principal concern. They can be found, in the English context, in the work on pre-capitalist modes and social formations, by Hindus and Hurst, 1975, 1977, in Banerjee, 1977, in the recent work on colonial modes of production, e.g., Alavi 1975, in recent issues of the Review of African Political Economy, Critique of Anthropology and Economy and Society, also, in a related form, in the renewed debate about transition, sparked off by the reissue of the formative set of essays The Transition from Feudalism to Capitalism, Hilton 1976, and in the forthcoming work on Jamaica by Ken Post, 1978. In France, it is most noteworthy in the context of the revived interest in the new economic anthropology to which such writers as Maurice Godelier, Claude Malassou, Emmanuel Terraille, Pierre-Philippe Ray and Georges Dupré have made outstanding contributions. See the selection by said 1978. For interpretive overviews and critiques in English, see, Inter alia, Clammer 1975, Bradby 1975, Foster Carter 1978, said 1978, Walp 1980. Malassou principally deals with self-sustaining agricultural social formations, and their dissolution transformation, when they have grafted onto them production for external capitalist markets. This has certain theoretical consequences for those articulated social formations where the non-capitalist sector is able to fulfill functions that capitalism prefers not to assume in the underdeveloped countries. See Walp's development of this argument, above, and thus for such societies as the South African one, where, as John Clammer 1975 extrapolates, people who are obliged to become wage laborers in a neo- and quasi-colonial situation are forced back on the traditional sector to obtain precisely those services which the capitalist does not provide. Clammer correctly points out that this revives the dual sector analysis, though in a radically new form, since, as Malassou argues, it is precisely the ideological function of dual sector theories to conceal the exploitation of the rural community, integrated as an organic component of capitalist production. Malassou 1972, 1974, for a more extended critique, see Clammer 1975. Ray's work deals principally with lineage societies and, like Malassou, derives from African fieldwork, but wider extrapolations of a theoretical nature have been made from this terrain. Ray 1971, 1973, 1975, Ray and Dupré 1973. It differs from other work in the French economic anthropology tradition by being concerned, in part, with problems of extending the articulation argument, as the title of his second book indicates, to the question of class alliances, and thus to the political level. Ray also departs somewhat from the problematic of articulation. He is concerned with the homophysence of capitalism, what Aidan Foster Carter, 1978, calls the problem of the parallelism of action of capitalism, delivering also a more substantive review/critique both of Ray and of the articulation literature. A major distinction in Ray's work is, however, the attempt to periodize this parallelism of action as a process, into three principal stages, marked by the character of the articulation in each. These are, 1. The period of the slave trade, where the European market acquires supplies, through relations of exchange, essentially by playing on the internal contradictions of the lineage social formations. 2. A transitional phase, colonialism in the full sense, where capitalism takes root, grounding itself in the pre-capitalist mode and gradually subordinating it. 3. A new type of social formation, with the capitalist mode of production internally dominant, frequently, then, dependent on a metropolitan capitalism, neocolonialism. To each phase a different set of class alliances corresponds. Ray is also much concerned with the way the lineage societies are interrupted and disarticulated by the exterior force of capital, often through violence, and what Marx called the fact of conquest. Foster Carter 1978. Ray sees the rooting of capitalism in these pre-capitalist modes as possible only with the implantation of transitional modes, precisely the function of the colonial period. While giving to this phase a seminal role not normally accorded to it, or even distinctly remarked, Ray's approach leaves the history of capital and the mechanism of transition as one largely written outside such social formations, and he tends to treat the relations of exchange as the central articulating feature. For a wider critique, see Clammer 1975, Foster Carter 1978, Terrai 1972, Bradby 1975. The term articulation is a complex one, variously employed and defined in the literature here referred to.